I was reborn on the day my wife filed for divorce. You have to believe me. I swear I never betrayed you. A heart-wrenching cry echoed in his ears, and Jiang Yun's head buzzed. Didn't he die? Who? Who is speaking in his ear? Their voice, it's so familiar. When Jiang Yun desperately opened his eyes, his pupils suddenly jolted. He saw a tearful woman, drenched in sorrow, standing right in front of him. The woman clutched his clothes tightly, her tearful eyes full of pleading. I really didn't lie to you. Looking at the face before him, Jiang Yun felt as if his heart had been pierced open. His eyes began to redden. The familiar brows. The face that matched his memories. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and without thinking, he reached out to wipe away her tears. Enough. How could someone like you, a shameless woman, be part of the Jiang family? You're nothing but a slut. On the side, Jiang Tingfei, furious, rushed forward and raised his hand to slap the woman's face. But his hand was stopped in mid-air. Jiang Yun gripped his father's wrist tightly. The tangible sensation in his hand made him feel a mix of emotions. All the memories surged back into his mind. He had died. He was reborn. In the next moment, Jiang Yun looked around. In the dim repair shop, various cars were scattered around. Some of the mechanics were working, but they were all subtly watching the scene unfold. Nearby, a man, trembling in fear, was crouched down. He wore a mechanic's uniform stained with gasoline. Jiang Yun's breath quickened. He had been reborn on this very day. September 15th, the day he divorced Lin Shui. In his previous life, this was the time when the Jiang family staged a fake betrayal by Lin Shui to force his divorce. And that trembling man? He was the one who had an affair with her. In reality, he was just a mechanic hired by the Jiang family, originally tasked with waiting in the car for Lin Shui to come and pick it up, so they could take advantage of her. But in the end, they made a mistake. Lin Shui arrived, and the mechanic, afraid he wouldn't get paid by the Jiang family, falsely claimed to have slept with her. That's how this whole mess started. Jiang Yun. You ungrateful son. At a time like this, you're still protecting this slut. She's completely ruined the Jiang family's reputation. This loose woman, in broad daylight, doing such a thing with a man like this in the car. You're making me lose face in front of so many people. The harsh words made Jiang Yun frown. He stared coldly at the middle-aged man in front of him. This man was his biological father, Jiang Tingfei. Seeing an old acquaintance again. Jiang Yun's mindset shifted. He appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, his heart was already churning with a storm of emotions. This was the man. In his previous life, he was the one who tore him apart from Lin Shui. He used the affair before marriage as leverage to extort a large sum from Lin Shui as compensation for the Jiang family's business. The Jiang family's funds dried up, and they pressured him to beg Lin Shui for help. Lin Shui gave them everything, and in the end, her company went bankrupt. Once they had taken Lin Shui's money, the Jiang family turned their backs on her and even dragged Jiang Yun into cursing her. Despite all of that, Lin Shui still quietly supported them, secretly helping the Jiang family become the most powerful family in Ning City. And then one day, the Jiang family drained him of all his worth. Jiang Yun contracted uremia and was abandoned in the hospital. The Jiang family didn't care, only focused on grooming their eldest son to inherit the family business. Only Lin Shui, she kept paying for his medical bills. She stayed in the hospital to take care of him, and in the end, she was even willing to donate a kidney to him. Such a woman. How could she betray him? But in his previous life, by the time Jiang Yun discovered the truth, it was too late. Lin Shui had been in a car accident. With a forceful shake, Jiang Yun pushed his father's hand away, suppressing the anger in his chest. His hands were clenched so tightly that they were turning white. I believe her. Just those 4 words made Lin Shui, who was in despair, freeze in shock. Her tearful eyes flickered slightly. Did he really believe her? Even Jiang Tingfei, for a moment, thought he had misheard. After all, his youngest son had always been obedient. He had always been easily influenced. How could he have a mind of his own now? Jiang Tingfei licked his dry lips, trembling with rage as he pointed at Lin Shui. What did you say? You believe her? How could you believe her? There are so many people watching. Even the dashcam has footage. Just watch it yourself. Are you blind? A phone was tossed at him, and the screen displayed a video. The back seat was lowered, so the faces of the man and woman were not visible. This guy is so composed, even after getting cuckolded. If it were me, I'd have beaten these two adulterers up. You don't know, the woman's family is rich. She's driving a BMW. How many people in our city can afford a car like that? Among us mechanics, some are desperate to make money, and some have really hit the jackpot with a rich woman. Hearing the murmurs around them, Lin Shui instinctively clenched her fists, and the tears fell like pearls slipping off a string. It's not true. I didn't do anything to hurt you. Jiang Yun, I really didn't. Meeting her tearful gaze, Jiang Yun's chest ached. In his previous life, he had believed Jiang Tingfei's words. This time, he would never repeat the mistakes of his past. Jiang Tingfei. The Jiang family. They were his enemies. Glancing at the phone screen, Jiang Yun nonchalantly nodded. Indeed, seeing is believing. Lin Shui's words faltered. She closed her eyes in despair. Whatever she said now, it was wrong. She couldn't clear her name, no matter what she did. What right did she have to ask for Jiang Yun's forgiveness? Jiang Tingfei, delighted, immediately relaxed his shoulders, relieved that his foolish son hadn't ruined everything. He shot Lin Shui a resentful glance, gritting his teeth in anger. Now that you see her true face, it's not too late. Divorce her immediately. She's ruined our family's reputation. To do something like that in front of so many people, is she trying to provoke us? Jiang Yun, you can't let her off so easily. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Yun saw through everything but didn't say a word. His tone was calm. What do you want to do? He had been waiting for this question. Jiang Tingfei snorted coldly, and without courtesy, said, at the very least, she needs to compensate you for your losses, and for your reputation. Lin Shui, you should be grateful you're not leaving empty-handed. After what you've done, you deserve to suffer the consequences. Divorce her now, and after the divorce, get the money. Chapter 2, Jiang Yun, you are unworthy. Hearing Jiang Tingfei finally state his intentions, Jiang Yun's eyes were filled with self-mockery. As expected, everything was just as he had anticipated. Har. Leave her with nothing. How laughable. After being married to Lin Shui for so long, the Jiang family had always been profiting off her. Including the house and car for the wedding, all of it was prepared by Lin Shui. To put it bluntly, Jiang Yun was living off her, and the whole Jiang family were nothing but ungrateful leeches. Lin Shui, standing to the side, glanced at Jiang Yun. She took a deep breath and fought back the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She gritted her teeth. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice cut her off. I won't divorce her. I believe Lin Shui didn't betray me. When Lin Shui heard this, her pupils contracted. She turned to stare at the man beside her, stunned. She had originally thought he wouldn't believe her. That he would, as always, trust Jiang Tingfei's words without question. Why did he suddenly believe her? Jiang Yun knew very well that the moment those words left his mouth, everyone would think he was insane. There were witnesses and evidence. Yet he was still willing to believe Lin Shui's side of the story. But no one knew the truth better than Jiang Yun. His gaze fell on the man who was the adulterer. Jiang Yun's voice was calm. Do you want to confess yourself, or should I do it for you? The man's gaze flickered. He shuddered and quickly waved his hands. I don't know what you're talking about. Sir, you must believe me. I'm the victim here. I was just repairing parts in the car. She got in and started flirting with me. It's all her fault. Lin Shui was furious. Her face flushed with anger, and she shouted, You're lying. But it wasn't a lie. Since this man was too stubborn to admit it, Jiang Yun couldn't be bothered to argue. He said coldly, The one who slept with her was someone else. Not my wife. Jiang Tingfei looked at Jiang Yun like he was a madman. You can't defend her when the evidence is so clear. No matter what you say, today you must divorce this woman. He was absolutely furious. How could this stupid son of his turn on him at the last minute? Jiang Yun reopened the video and pressed pause, holding the phone screen up to the crowd. You can see here. The woman in the video doesn't show her face, but there's a pink birthmark on her right ear. My wife doesn't have one. So the person in the car with her is not my wife. The car repairmen were now intrigued and two of them quickly came over to look at the phone. It really isn't her. But who is the woman in the car? Could there be two women? Where did the other one go? Jiang Tingfei carefully examined Lin Xue's right ear, noticing it was flawless. His heart sank. But things had already escalated this far, he couldn't back down now. Jiang Yun. Have you had enough? I know you're trying to cover for this shameless woman. There were only two of them in the car, both disheveled. Don't be a fool. It seemed like the old man still hadn't given up. Jiang Yun sneered inwardly and walked to the back of the car. He tapped on the trunk. Come out yourself. Or do you need me to help you? The air suddenly became still. Under the scrutiny of everyone, the trunk remained motionless. Jiang Tingfei let out a breath of relief. You should give up. There were only two of them in the car. If it wasn't Lin Xue, then it could only be. With a click, Jiang Yun opened the trunk, revealing a frail woman curled up inside, trembling. When they saw her, the face of the car repairman the adulterer darkened. He couldn't keep up his bravado anymore. He pulled out a stack of money and handed it to Jiang Tingfei. Mr. Jiang, I did my best. This was really a difficult task. I'd rather just repair a few cars. Here's the deposit back. Clutching the money tightly in his hand, Jiang Tingfei's face turned ashen, his teeth gritted in anger. Good. Well done. He shot Lin Xue a furious glare and snorted coldly. Consider yourself lucky. As he stormed off, he didn't forget to give Jiang Yun a warning glare. Unfilial son. You're nothing but an ungrateful son. Lin Xue, on the other hand, was left in shock. She stepped forward and looked at the woman in the trunk. She couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. Qianqian. How could it be you? Then, she turned in a daze to look at Jiang Yun. How did you know there was someone here? Actually, my father's actions towards me were out of necessity. You've offended my father for me. Hearing her words, Jiang Yun's heart ached. So she knew everything. Perhaps she had known the Jiang family's intentions all along. She had also known what Jiang Tingfei was planning. So even though she was smeared with false accusations, even if he didn't stand by her in the end, Lin Xue wouldn't blame him. Thinking of everything from the past life, Jiang Yun's heart throbbed as he reached out to hold her hand, taking a deep breath. No more. In this life, he would never let this woman suffer again. I won't let you suffer even the slightest bit anymore. But unexpectedly, the woman curled up in the trunk let out a mocking laugh. She was Lin Xue's secretary, Lu Qianqian. With her hair disheveled and her clothes torn, Lu Qianqian gripped her clothes tightly, her face covered in tears. Not let her suffer. If it wasn't for President Lin sending me to pick up the car and block this disaster, it might have been me in the car with that man. And you? Lu Qianqian crawled out of the trunk, her eyes full of hatred as she glared at Jiang Yun, her gaze as if she wanted to tear him apart. You must have been in cahoots with your father from the start. How else would you know what was happening? How else did you know I was here? You suddenly changed your mind and embarrassed me in front of everyone. Did you think I would be willing to divorce Lin Xue? You pretended to protect her, pretending to be so innocent, but it's all an act. Are you trying to get more benefits? What else are you planning for the Jiang family? Lin Xue's entire fortune? Or her whole company? How laughable, has Lin Xue already suffered enough at your Jiang family's hands? Jiang Yun, you are unworthy. Chapter 3, Suddenly, a bastard child appears. Slap. A crisp slap resounded, leaving Lu Qianqian in shock, her eyes filled with self-mockery. Lin Xue's hand froze in mid-air. Her throat tightened, and she wasn't doing it intentionally, but she really didn't want Lu Qianqian to continue speaking. Covering her burning cheek, Lu Qianqian's eyes turned bloodshot as she spat through gritted teeth. Lin Xue, if you keep being stubborn, he'll ruin you. Watching her storm away, Jiang Yun remained frozen, his mind a whirlwind. He suddenly grabbed Lin Xue's shoulder, his voice trembling. Is it true? When did we have a child? Meeting his fiery gaze, Lin Xue's heart skipped a beat, and she averted her eyes, choosing to remain silent. It was more of a judgment than anything. Regret. Remorse. A flood of emotion swirled inside Jiang Yun. He clenched his teeth so hard they seemed ready to crack. It's all his fault. But now, what's the use in saying all this? Jiang Yun opened his mouth, but no words came out, and he realized how ridiculous his earlier promises had been. He was the least qualified to say anything. The shrill ringtone shattered the silence between them. Jiang Yun's phone was ringing. He frowned when he saw the unfamiliar number, and Lin Shui looked worriedly at him. In his past life, Jiang Yun would have answered calls from other women in front of Lin Shui. But this time, without a second thought, he hung up. Lin Shui seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a hint of joy crossing her face. If you have something to handle, you can go ahead. I don't mind. Her understanding only made Jiang Yun's heart ache. Taking a deep breath, he took her hand, his gaze firm. Wife, trust me, just this once. I won't disappoint you again. Lin Shui smiled indifferently, a trace of hurt in her eyes. Jiang Yun let out a bitter laugh. She must be sick of hearing that by now. The phone kept buzzing, and after hanging up several times, Jiang Yun's patience wore thin. You answer it, he sighed. I'm fine. Jiang Yun frowned and finally answered, who are you looking for? A hoarse woman's voice came through, I'm pregnant. The abrupt statement left Jiang Yun baffled. He laughed, Miss, if you're pregnant, go find the father. Why are you calling me? The woman's voice suddenly grew sharp, Jiang Yun, you bastard. After cursing, she hung up the phone. Jiang Yun was still confused. He turned to meet Lin Shui's concerned gaze. Should we go check it out? Jiang Yun was irritated, what's there to see? I've done nothing wrong. I didn't ruin anyone's life, and now they are trying to pin it all on me. People should use their brains when looking for a scapegoat. And besides, he and Lin Shui had been married for so long, and they had never talked about having kids. They always used protection. How could another woman possibly be pregnant with his child? But I find this situation a little suspicious, Lin Shui said calmly. Seeing her composed expression, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of comfort. If it were another woman, she would have exploded by now. But this also made Jiang Yun suspicious. Suddenly having a child like this sounded like something the Jiang family would do. Jiang Yun sneered, let us go see then. Before Jiang Yun could take the lead, the unknown number called again several times. He asked for the woman's location. Ningcheng First Hospital. The first floor of the hospital was bustling with noise. Through the crowd, Jiang Yun saw a woman sitting on a bench. She looked tired, her facial features neat, and if one looked closely, her stomach was slightly rounded. It's you? Upon seeing her, both Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were taken aback. It was none other than Song Xiaoyun, one of the women Jiang's family had introduced to him. To get him to divorce Lin Shui and split the fortune, Jiang's family had made every effort, hoping their youngest son would run around with women all day. In his past life, Jiang Yun had been a total jerk. Seeing this familiar face, Jiang Yun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He at least remembered her. He had never even held her hand, let alone made a child with her. After all, Jiang Yun had only ever flirted with women besides Lin Shui. He was a coward with a greedy heart, but no guts. Wife, you saw her too. She's the one Jiang's family introduced to me. This time, it's probably another one of their schemes. Now I can relax. I was worried a bastard child would suddenly pop up. Just as Jiang Yun finished speaking, Song Xiaoyun, her eyes red, gritted her teeth and shouted, Jiang Yun, get lost. If you don't want to acknowledge this child, just disappear from my sight. I don't want to see you. Jiang Yun snorted coldly. It was obvious that this woman had taken a lot of money from Jiang's family. You're a good actress. How much did Jiang's family pay you? I'll give you double. Tears poured from Song Xiaoyun's eyes, her emotions erupting as she stood and shoved Jiang Yun. Get lost. Get out of here. Lin Shui, who had been silent until then, felt the situation wasn't as simple as it seemed. She quickly stepped forward and held Song Xiaoyun back. Miss Song, calm down. You keep saying the child is my husband's. Do you have any proof? Unable to hold back her fury, Song Xiaoyun burst into tears, clutching her clothes tightly. She shook her head. Jiang Yun waved his hand, enough. Wife, let us go. I knew this was just another scheme from my father. What a waste of time. Song Xiaoyun gritted her teeth and glared at Jiang Yun, her voice sharp as she spoke. But the child is already 5 months along. You can do an amniocentesis. Jiang Yun, I'll ask you one thing. If the paternity test shows that the child is yours, what will you do? Lin Shui's hand tightened, her delicate brow furrowed, and she nervously looked at Jiang Yun. Meeting her gaze, Jiang Yun smiled reassuringly. What a joke! He didn't believe it for a second. Even if they had a few intimate moments, how could that lead to pregnancy? Can you make a baby without touching? If the child is mine, of course, he'll carry the Jiang surname, and I'll raise him. If I did it, I'd admit it. But I didn't, so don't expect me to take the blame. Lin Shui seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, a warm hand enveloped her shoulder. Jiang Yun pulled her into his arms. This is just a scheme by the Jiang family. It's fine. From now on, I'll never let them be so reckless again. He would never again listen to Jiang's family's arrangements, pushing this woman further away. Thinking of this, Jiang Yun tightened his grip around her, pulling her closer. The Jiang family. They were his enemies now. Chapter 4, Only He, No Way. Song Xiaoyun had already entered the operating room and was soon arranged in a hospital bed. Now, all that was left to do was wait for the results. As the time for the results drew closer, Jiang Yun could tell that Lin Shui was growing increasingly anxious. She started to fidget, unable to sit still. After waiting for 3 long hours, the nurse finally brought over the test report. Jiang Yun took the report from her, barely glancing at it. He was confident that the child in Song Xiaoyun's belly had nothing to do with him. Are you relieved now? He said to Lin Shui, who had taken the report. I told you, this is all a scheme from the Jiang family. They've been scheming for so long, and they are still not giving up. Lin Shui glanced briefly at the report, and then her pupils suddenly dilated. She gripped the report tightly, her shoulders trembling. Jiang Yun, is that child really not related to you in any way? Meeting her gaze, seeing her eyes welling up with tears, Jiang Yun suddenly had a terrible premonition. He quickly snatched the report from her hands. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck above his head. Jiang Yun's breath stopped. How could this be? The paternity test showed a near 99.99% match. Jiang Yun. Regardless of how you've treated me in the past, I thought it didn't matter, and I believed you could change, Lin Shui said, her voice trembling. But now? How can I still believe you? A sharp pain pierced her chest, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. She sighed in despair. Let's divorce. I'll give you the company under my name. Just don't hurt Song Xiaoyun anymore. For some reason, as Lin Shui thought of the child in her belly, she recalled the countless times she had hoped Jiang Yun would one day become the father of her child. But now, that wish was shattered. He already had a child. And it was with another woman. Staring in shock at the test report in his hand, Jiang Yun felt as though he was suffocating. As he watched Lin Shui preparing to leave, he hurried after her. Lin Shui, let me explain. This test report must be a mistake. It was definitely my father's doing. The moment Jiang Yun grabbed Lin Shui's arm, she shook him off fiercely. His heart sank, and he stood frozen, watching the curious gazes of people passing by. Lin Shui wiped away her tears, her face full of exhaustion. The lies you've told me, I already know them all. But for some reason, I can't convince myself this time. Do you believe the words you're saying? Jiang Yun, Song Xiaoyun is carrying your child. You should stay here and take care of her. With that, Lin Shui turned and rushed out of the hospital doors, her back full of determination. Jiang Yun stood there, lost in thought. He ran his hands through his hair, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness. How did things turn out like this? How did he not know he had a child? No. There must be something fishy about this. But right now, the priority was to make Lin Shui feel better. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and chased after her. As soon as he stepped out of the hospital, Jiang Yun began frantically searching. He was like an ant on a hot pan. When he saw a familiar figure in the distance, Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief and quickened his pace. Standing on the side of the road, Lin Shui's slender back looked so frail and pitiful. But the next moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing a man's face. The two began talking. However, the man's gaze never left Lin Shui, and it seemed like she was about to get in the car. When Jiang Yun clearly saw the man's face, his pupils dilated in shock. It's him? The man was none other than Li Wenjie, one of Ning Cheng's top 5 eligible bachelors. He appeared refined on the outside but was actually a pervert at heart. In the past life, Jiang Yun had come across many reports exposing this man for imprisoning young girls and training them for unspeakable acts, domestic violence against his wife, and even allegations of pedophilia. After these scandals broke, Jiang Yun was incredulous. He never imagined that this man's exterior hid such filth. Watching the two of them chat so amiably, Jiang Yun couldn't help but think that Li Wenjie had probably been eyeing Lin Shui for a long time. A chill ran down his spine. Jiang Yun quickly strode forward, yanked Lin Shui out of the car, and shouted, "You can't get in his car. You're coming with me." Lin Shui, seeing who it was, felt a rush of anger and frustration, desperately struggling. "Let go of me. Let go. Why does it matter whose car I get in?" Jiang Yun sneered. "Let go. You can get into anyone's car, but not his. That's absolutely not going to happen." By now, Lin Shui had lost all patience. She raised her voice sharply. "Enough. Mr. Li is a business partner of mine, and he just happens to be here on business. What exactly are you implying? Are you implying there's something inappropriate going on between us?" Seeing the sarcastic look in her eyes, Jiang Yun swallowed hard. A business partner? No wonder Lin Shui's company had suffered a financial crisis in the past, and their stock had plummeted. It seemed that her collaboration with Li Wenjie had been the cause of it. After that crisis, Lin Shui was hit hard, and her parents passed away due to the stress. She had to beg for help from others just to keep the company afloat. But her family's business never recovered to its former glory. By that time, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were already divorced. The Jiang family, however, was enjoying their newfound freedom, gleeful over the huge compensation they had received after severing ties with the Lin family. "No. You have to come with me. Not only that, but you must cancel all your business dealings with him." Jiang Yun's gaze hardened. He gripped Lin Shui's hand tightly, but just then, a tall figure stepped in front of him. The man was half a head taller than Jiang Yun, and he smiled slightly, his tone calm and polite. "Sir, it seems you have quite a lot of hostility towards me. I'm not sure if you've ever heard the saying, a forced marriage is never sweet." Li Wenjie's words made Jiang Yun uncomfortable. He pulled Lin Shui behind him and responded coldly, "She's my wife. She's coming with me." Li Wenjie wasn't angry. His eyes seemed to darken, though. "But it seems Ms. Lin doesn't want to go with you. We should respect her decision." Jiang Yun tightened his grip, feeling his confidence waver. If Lin Shui left with this man, who knew what might happen? He opened his mouth, "This man is not a good person. If you go with him, you'll be..." "Enough. Jiang Yun, we're done. Please, stop interfering with my life. And don't slander my friends." Lin Shui suddenly wrenched her arm from his grip. Her expression was cold, and without a second glance, she opened the car door and got in, as if Jiang Yun were just a passerby. The car door slammed shut. In that moment, Jiang Yun felt as though he heard the sound of his heart breaking. Chapter 5: Call the police. "Take this murderer away. It seems that she has chosen to go with me." Li Wenjie's eyes were full of provocation, and he patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder when he got in the car. "Since you are Mr. Lin's husband, I won't bother with you. But next time you slander my reputation..." His eyes darkened. "I don't mind helping Mr. Lin deal with her gigolo husband." Watching the Rolls Royce go away, Jiang Yun's teeth were clattering and he clenched his fists tightly. Damn it. That Li Wenjie is not a good guy at first glance. Lin Shui went with him, and there was no telling what would happen. Jiang Yun hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and kept dialing. He made several calls in a row, but the other party could not answer the call. Later, he even said that the phone was turned off. Jiang Yun was like an ant on a hot pot. Suddenly, his eyes were stern and he pressed another unfamiliar number. "Jiang Yun, what are you doing? It's fine that your Jiang family asked our family for money, but you're here to pick a fight, right?" "No money. The Jiang family asked the Lin family for money again? Damn it." The veins on his forehead bulged, and Jiang Yun suppressed his anger. Now was not the time to care about these things. Your sister was kidnapped. I know you can find your sister soon. Now that you've said that, go and save her. Lin Mu on the other end of the phone hadn't reacted yet. "Hey. Jiang Yun. What did you say?" Say it again. My sister was kidnapped, why don't you save her? You useless waste. Ignoring the hysterical scolding over there, Jiang Yun hung up the phone directly and let out a long breath. Lin Mu is a hacker. Finding someone shouldn't be a problem. And he won't leave his own sister alone. The most difficult thing now is Li Wenjie. Jiang Yun's eyes fell on the date on the phone. The more he frowned, the closer the day was. Because of the cooperation with Li Wenjie. After Li Wenjie's scandals were exposed, the entire Lin family enterprise collapsed and the Lin family suffered heavy losses. It was also the day when Lin's father and mother were forced to jump off the building. It was also the most humiliating day for Lin Shui. She begged for money everywhere and knelt down to the Jiang family, while he just watched coldly in his previous life. Thinking back to the past life, Jiang Yun's heart hurt as if it was cut by a knife. No. No. He must not let the farce happen again. In this life, it's his turn to protect Lin Shui. It's just that Jiang Yun doesn't have much time left. As one of the top 5 Li family enterprises in Ningchen, it can indeed be regarded as a good partner now. But Li Wenjie. If you want to convince Lin Shui to give up the cooperation, you can only find a stronger partner than Li Wenjie. Suddenly thinking of this, Jiang Yun had an extra choice in his mind, and he didn't dare to waste any time. Superliber. Ningchen's #1 industry. Standing at the bottom of the building, Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he didn't have much confidence, so he could only try his luck. Sir, have you made an appointment with Mr. Xie? Mr. Xie, that is, Xie Zhongwo, the founder of Superliber. He is also the most successful person in Ningchen. How many people want to see him but can't? This time, Jiang Yun was a little embarrassed by the question from the receptionist. He didn't even have the qualifications to make an appointment, let alone an appointment. I have something important to do with him, can you give me a convenience? The smile of the receptionist was cold and distant. No. You must make an appointment if you want to see Mr. Xie. If you don't have an appointment, please come again next time. Already downstairs at the company, he was turned away like this, and Jiang Yun felt unwilling from the bottom of his heart. Just as he was hesitating whether to force his way in, he heard a terrified scream in the hall. The employees passing by looked terrified, and some were so frightened that the documents in their hands were scattered all over the floor. There was a middle-aged man lying in the middle of the hall, holding his chest in pain, and couldn't stop convulsing on the ground. A lot of white foam came out of his mouth. Sir, you can't go in. When the receptionist came to her senses, Jiang Yun had already rushed in and squatted beside the middle-aged man. It was a mess around. What should I do? Is someone going to die? Call an ambulance. It's so scary. Many people gathered around, but no one dared to be as bold as Jiang Yun, who squatted directly beside the man. The man on the ground looked more and more pale, as if he was having more and more difficulty breathing. Jiang Yun quickly unbuttoned the buttons in front of him, while constantly patting his chest. Sir, how are you? The middle-aged man's hands were weak, but he kept glancing at his suit pocket. Medicine, medicine. It seemed that he had used up all his strength to say this sentence. He almost fainted again and tightened his chest. Is this a heart attack? His pupils suddenly shrank, and beads of sweat as big as beans rolled down Jiang Yun's forehead. He began to look for medicine in a hurry. He hurriedly fed the medicine into the man's mouth. But it was too late. The man was shaking more and more violently. The situation was getting more and more grim. It seemed that he would die suddenly in the next second. As the middle-aged man's breathing became more and more rapid, the whole person seemed to be fished out of the water, and his lips were pale without any blood. Jiang Yun's body trembled slightly. He knew this feeling very well. This was the state of a dying person. Remembering that he was hospitalized in the hospital in his previous life. The patient next to him had a heart disease, and the symptoms were exactly the same as this man's. The doctor's emergency measures for the patient. He still had some impression. After taking several deep breaths, Jiang Yun struggled in his heart and suddenly gritted his teeth. No need to worry about that. At worst, he would try his best. He crossed his hands and pressed them on the man's chest. He pressed up and down desperately, like a mad beast. Just when the middle-aged man caught his breath, Jiang Yun took off the brooch on his chest. After struggling to bend the brooch out of shape, Jiang Yun raised the brooch in one hand and groped for the position in front of the man with the other hand. Suddenly, he was pleasantly surprised and his hands couldn't help shaking. It was here. This was not the heart. It was next to the heart, that is, the pericardial cavity. Just when everyone around was puzzled, they suddenly saw Jiang Yun doing something shocking. He picked up the brooch in his hand and stabbed it straight into the middle-aged man's chest. This scene frightened everyone present. The timid ones even fell to the ground, covering their eyes and screaming, and now it was a mess. Murder. Call the police. Take this murder away. Chapter 6. I am really saving people. The scene was in chaos, the employees kept shouting, the security guards passed through the crowd, and dragged Jiang Yun away with all their hands and feet. I didn't kill anyone. I was saving people. Jiang Yun was always staring at the man lying on the ground, his heart beating faster and faster. I was just helping him drain the pericardial effusion. It was all to save his life. The security guards ignored his words at all. After locking his two arms respectively, they pressed him hard to the floor. Jiang Yun's teeth were almost broken, and a voice echoed repeatedly in his heart. Why do you have to meddle in other people's business? Wake up! A cry came from the crowd behind him. Mr. Xia is awake. Mr. Xia? Jiang Yun suddenly widened his eyes, and turned around with all his strength, looking at the man's position at the same time, and his breathing even became rapid. He turned out to be Xia Jingwo. In front of the company's main entrance, ambulances arrived one after another, and several doctors in white coats squeezed through the crowd. Quick! The patient has an obvious injury in the heart area. Contact the operating room quickly and prepare for surgery immediately. A sharp female voice suddenly came from the crowd. It's him. The one who was held down by the security guard committed the crime. The doctor was stunned at first, then looked at the bent brooch thrown on the ground, hurried to Jiang Yun's side, and asked at the same time, Are you a doctor? No. Jiang Yun replied awkwardly. Then how do you know how to deal with the problem of pericardial effusion? The doctor looked at him strangely. In my previous life, I saw a heart patient die in front of me. Jiang Yun muttered in his heart. Dr. Mar, we should go. A young nurse urged in front of the main entrance. The doctor nodded, looked at the two security guards, and smiled. You misunderstood, this little brother is not a murderer. If he hadn't punctured the patient's pericardial cavity, the patient would probably have died. The two security guards looked at each other and mechanically let go of their hands. After being freed from the restraints, Jiang Yun dusted off the dust on his body, but he was not happy at all. Xia Jingwo was taken away by the doctor and should have been in the hospital in the near future. How could he discuss cooperation with Xia Jingwo? Walking back and forth in front of the main entrance of Kaola Barber for a while, Jiang Yun still couldn't think of a better way. Just as he was about to leave, a cry came from behind him, Sir, please stay. Jiang Yun turned around and looked at the man in security uniform, with a puzzled look on his face. It's like this. Mr. Xia has woken up and hopes to meet his savior. Is it convenient for him? The security guard was one of the people who held Jiang Yun's arm an hour ago, but his attitude changed 180 degrees at this moment. Convenient. Convenient. Jiang Yun almost jumped up with excitement. He never expected that he had saved the right person by accident. Half an hour later, Ningchen First Hospital. The familiar place made Jiang Yun's mood heavy again. He was always thinking about the test report in his mind. In a few steps, Jiang Yun followed the security guard to the VIP ward of the inpatient department. Xia Jingwo had an tube in his hand and was lying on the bed reading a newspaper. Although he was wearing a hospital gown, it still couldn't stop the sharpness in his eyes. Mr. Xia. The security guard walked forward lightly and bowed respectfully to Xia Jingwo. He's here. Xia Jingwo put down the newspaper and looked at Jiang Yun. When their eyes met, Jiang Yun swallowed his saliva subconsciously because of his sharp hawk-like gaze. He even dared not look directly into his eyes. Sit down. Xia Jingwo suddenly smiled and sent the security guard away. He said, I have heard the attending doctor tell me that if you hadn't been calm and helped me drain part of the pericardial effusion, I would probably lose my life. What are you talking about, Mr. Xia? Jiang Yun licked his lips. You are in your prime. As long as you take good care of yourself, you will definitely live 100 years. Xia Jingwo nodded with great benefit. He looked at Jiang Yun and asked, I heard that you are not an employee of our company. Yes. When it comes to this, Jiang Yun hurriedly he stood up quickly, struggled for a while, and then slowly said, Mr. Xia. To be honest, the reason why I came to Kyoto Barber was to see you, but I didn't expect that I would save your life by mistake. Xia Zhengwo laughed heartily. Maybe this is fate. Mr. Xia. Jiang Yun said again, then I won't keep you in suspense. I came to you this time to discuss a deal with you. Although he is not as worth as Xia Zhengwo, and his reputation has been ruined by the Jiang family, he has an advantage. That is, he is a reborn person. He can understand the changes in Ningxing and the country in the past 10 years. Interesting. Xia Zhengwo picked up the water cup and smiled indifferently. What deal do you want to discuss with me? I have investigated Kyoto Barber's business and know that you are also involved in the real estate field. I can provide you with a piece of land whose value will double in 3 months. In exchange for a cooperation opportunity between you and Lin's group. Jiang Yun spoke neither servilely nor arrogantly. Full of confidence. You are young, but you are so arrogant. Xia Zhengwo shook his head, blew the hot water in the cup, and said without raising his head, in fact, you don't need to beat around the bush. Don't you just want to seek a cooperation opportunity for the Lin group? You are my savior, and these are easy to say. But you don't need to use other reasons to make a gimmick. In the past 2 years, the real estate industry in Ningxing has been sluggish, and prices have continued to fall. No one can predict when this will fall. You don't need to tell me about the doubled land. Don't ruin the impression of you in my heart. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and said nothing. He had no reason to convince Xia Zhengwo. Could it be that he was a reborn person? It was ridiculous. Xia Zhengwo put down the water cup and picked up the phone. I'll call my secretary and ask her to discuss the details of the cooperation with the head of Lin's group as soon as possible. But I handed over this contract to Lin's group as a way to repay you for saving my life. Cut it off. Xia Zhengwo already regarded him as a playboy who talked nonsense. Jiang Yun still bowed to him gratefully, glanced at the paper and pen on the table, and then wrote a few big words on it. Plot number 1, Suiyun District. After doing all this, he left freely. The moment he walked out of the ward, Jiang Yun breathed a sigh of relief, leaned against the wall and shook his head. God bless you. Just at this moment, a pleasant ring rang. He picked up the phone, and the roar almost shattered his eardrums. Chapter 7. Will you die if you don't brag? Jiang Yun. You are bastard. My sister clearly went to discuss cooperation. How could she be harmed by someone? In the phone, Lin Mu was so angry that he kept cursing. Where is your sister? After listening to him vent, Jiang Yun hurriedly asked. He would never allow Lin Shui to be alone with that hypocrite Li Wenjie. Of course she is in Li Wenjie's company. Lin Mu continued to complain, just because of your few nonsense words, I was almost scolded to death by my sister. You are really a bastard. If I believe you again in the future, I will take your last name. Jiang Yun hung up the phone and quickly went to Li Wenjie's company. Downstairs of Li Group. Li Wenjie and Lin Shui were sitting at a table by the window drinking coffee. There was also a contract in front of Lin Shui. Li Wenjie crossed his legs, adjusted his collar twice in a gentlemanly manner, smiled, and looked at Lin Shui's chest. After looking at her for a long time, he coughed lightly. Miss Lin. If there is no problem, just sign it directly. Don't worry, the Li Group is well known, I should not need to introduce it in detail, right? Lin Shui nodded gently, but her eyes never moved away from the contract. Mr. Li, I'll take a few more glances. Whatever you want. 5 minutes later. After a careful check, Lin Shui had picked up the pen and was ready to sign. Mr. Li, then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. Okay. The smile on Li Wenjie's lips became deeper and deeper. Once the contract was signed, he became Lin Shui's partier, which proved that Lin Shui would be controlled by him in every way. Li Wenjie looked at Lin Shui's hand excitedly as she was about to sign. Lin Shui's graceful figure kept appearing in his mind, and his breathing became unsmooth. Can't sign. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came. Wife. I have helped you negotiate cooperation with President Xia of Kyoto Barber, and he agreed to sign a new order with Lin's group. With Kyoto Barber's order, you don't need to worry about the company's benefits in the future. Jiang Yun supported his knees with both hands, panting. Lin Shui was slightly startled, and her expression was silent. Are you kidding? Li Wenjie stood up gracefully, and after he walked in front of Jiang Yun with his hands in his pockets, he glanced at him coldly, and then said, What kind of company is Kyoto Barber? Don't I know it? Even our Li group doesn't even have the opportunity to cooperate with President Xi. Just based on you, you dare to talk about cooperation with President Xi. The surrounding employees also stopped. The laughter was endless. Jiang Yun walked past Li Wenjie and walked to Lin Shui's side. After reaching out and grabbing her arm, he said firmly, "Wife. Believe me, I really didn't lie to you this time. Mr. Xia's secretary will contact you soon to discuss the details of the cooperation with you." Lin Shui frowned slightly. She shook off Jiang Yun's hand and kept a distance from Jiang Yun, with disappointment in her eyes. When their eyes met, Jiang Yun felt a series of silver needles piercing his heart. It hurt so much. "Jiang Yun, I know you want to find a chance to explain Song Xiaoyan's matter to me. But I beg you, can you not be so childish?" Lin Shui's hands were even shaking, her voice was trembling, and tears were rolling in her eyes. "I have always believed in you, and I thought in my heart that maybe you would change. But it was not until this morning that I realized how ridiculous my so-called waiting was. You are just like Chen Qian said, a hopeless case. If I stay with you, I will be playing with fire and getting burned." Jiang Yun stood there, his teeth almost broken, but he didn't say anything. Lin Shui had been disappointed in him too many times, and any explanation seemed pale and powerless. Only the truth and the result can restore Lin Shui's trust. "Are you still not leaving?" Li Wenjie walked up to him and snorted, "Now that we've come to this, if I were you, I would have left long ago. Why are you still embarrassing yourself here?" "Mr. Li." Lin Shui walked up to him quickly, pointed at the contract and said, "Shall we go to your office to talk?" Instantly, Li Wenjie's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath and nodded hurriedly, "Okay." "Don't." Jiang Yun wanted to stop him, but the company's security had already walked up to him and dragged him out mercilessly. "Wife. Believe me, Li Wenjie is not a good guy. If you get too close to him, he will bankrupt you." Unfortunately, Lin Shui walked towards the elevator with Li Wenjie without even looking back. "Wife." Jiang Yun was heartbroken. Angry. Unwilling. All kinds of emotions surged in his heart, but unfortunately, he had no strength to get rid of the security guard, and there was no way to pull Lin Shui out of the sea of suffering. Seeing that Lin Shui and the others were about to enter the elevator, he saw that Lin Shui seemed to be rummaging through her bag. In the distance, he could still hear their familiar ringtone. Jiang Yun grasped the last glimmer of hope, "Wife. It must be President Xia's secretary calling. Believe me, President Xi will cooperate with you unconditionally." Not far away, Lin Shui was puzzled, so she picked up the phone, and the expression on her face gradually changed. Li Wenjie realized an ominous premonition, "Ms. Lin." The call that lasted for a minute just ended, and Lin Shui's mouth showed a faint smile. She handed the contract in her hand back to Li Wenjie, and said apologetically, "President Li. I'm really sorry, I have something urgent to deal with. Let's talk about cooperation another day." Li Wenjie maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, with a smile on his face all the time. However, the original contract in his hand had been deformed by being squeezed. Outside the main entrance of the company, Jiang Yun was thrown to the ground mercilessly. He looked at Lin Shui, who came out closely behind him, and shrugged his shoulders with a smile. "Do you believe me now? The child's matter is not explained clearly. Nothing you say will work." Lin Shui turned her face to the side and walked towards the car on the side. Jiang Yun hurriedly followed, squeezed into the passenger seat skillfully, and fastened his seat belt at the same time. "Get out of the car." Lin Shui was tough. "Where you go, I go." Jiang Yun closed his eyes and put on a rogue look. Chasing his wife to the crematorium. "Let's fight." After Lin Shui smashed the steering wheel, he vented his emotions, then stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the first hospital. At the same time, in the hospital ward, Xia Zhongwo was talking on the phone with someone. "Is Tsuiyin district going to be planned?" He was just about to pick up a pen and paper to write it down when he saw 4 big words written on it. For a moment, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 8. I will cooperate with you even if I lose money. Brilliant hotel. Xia Zhongwo's secretary had agreed with Lin Shui on the meeting place, and the details of the cooperation were clearly divided. As long as she signed a signature, the order could be completed. In front of the hotel, after Lin Shui parked the car, she was about to get off, but suddenly looked at Jiang Yun and asked, "Did you really help Lin contact Kaola Barber?" "Yes." Jiang Yun nodded unceremoniously, "And, if nothing unexpected happens, Lin will be able to reach a long-term cooperation with Keola Barber in the future. Fortunately, this order is enough to last for 3 months. At that time, Xia Zhengwo should believe him. He had the bargaining chip to renegotiate with Xia Zhengwo. Stop bragging. Lin Shui rolled her eyes, but if you want to use this order to threaten me not to divorce you, I would rather not have this order. Then aren't you afraid of the downfall of Lin's? Jiang Yun's words directly hit her soft spot. After being together for so long, he knew best what Lin Shui cared about. Are you threatening me? Lin Shui's eyes widened, and her fists clenched tightly. She was very angry. That's not the case. Jiang Yun immediately got out of the car and opened the door for Lin Shui. He said, "Don't let the people from Keola Barber wait too long. As the second party, we need to let them see our attitude." Lin Shui hugged her shoulders and said in a bad tone, "Don't forget, even if there is no Keola Barber, I can always reach a cooperation with Li Wenjie's Li family. With Li's status in Ningxin, the Lin family will definitely get better." Heh. Jiang Yun sneered in his heart, but didn't dare to show it. Thousands of words came to his lips, and finally turned into a silent sigh. Sooner or later, she would know who Li Wenjie was. Within a few steps, the two had entered the hotel lobby. The secretary who had been waiting for a long time came out after seeing Lin Shui's figure, with a smile on her face. She politely extended her hand and said, "I didn't expect that President Lin is even more beautiful than in the photo. I am President Xia's secretary, my last name is Li." Lin Shui smiled politely, "Secretary Li, let's go in and find a place to sit down and talk." "No." Secretary Li waved her hand and smiled, "Before, President Xia did give me full responsibility for this matter. Just 10 minutes ago, I suddenly received a call from President Xia, and he hopes to meet with you. President Xia wants to talk to me in person." Lin Shui took a breath. What is Xia Zhengwo's identity? The top chair in Ningxing's business world. With just a flick of his finger, he can make many companies face bankruptcy. On weekdays, it is difficult to meet him, but this kind of person actually gave her a chance to meet alone. "President Lin, let's go." Secretary Li smiled politely. Lin Shui nodded mechanically and hurriedly followed Secretary Li. After walking out of the hotel and noticing Jiang Yun following her, Lin Shui showed dissatisfaction. "Boss Xia wants to meet me, so don't go over, so as not to cause trouble." Jiang Yun's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and a hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. "But why do I feel that he wants to see me more?" But he also guessed roughly in his heart. Xia Zhengwo suddenly changed his mind, which may be related to the land in Suiyin district. Blow it up. Lin Shui rolled her eyes and muttered unhappily, "Don't you look at who you are? Even your father didn't have the opportunity to meet Boss Xia alone, let alone you, the young master of the Jiang family who has no real power. Being degraded is worthless." But Jiang Yun's face did not show any anger. Although Lin Shui's words were unpleasant, they were indeed the truth. However, Lin Shui never said these things to her face. It seems that Song Xiaoyan's matter did have a great impact on her, and even changed her previous attitude. Although Lin Shui was unwilling to take Jiang Yun with her, she saw him get in the car and did not drive him away. She just said, "Don't talk nonsense after you go there. If you anger President Xia, the whole Jiang family will suffer." First hospital, inpatient department. Lin Shui followed Secretary Li into their hospital corridor and asked hurriedly, "Is President Xia sick?" "Yes." Secretary Li sighed, "If it weren't for a passerby who helped, President Xia's life might not be saved." Lin Shui also had a sad face, and then patted Secretary Li on the shoulder, and said at the same time, "Fortunately, he is fine. Then we really have to thank this lifesaver." Jiang Yun on the side was a little speechless. Wasn't he the lifesaver? Within a few steps, several people had entered a ward. Xia Zhengwo was looking at a tablet computer, not knowing what he was looking at. When he saw Secretary Li and others come in, he put the things in his hand aside and waved at Jiang Yun. "I knew you would come." Lin Shui looked at Xia Zhengwo's actions, her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. What's going on? Jiang Yun actually knows Xia Zhengwo, and seems to be very familiar with him. Boss Xia is really smart. Jiang Yun said with a smile, and then pulled Lin Shui to his side, and introduced, "Boss Xia, I forgot to introduce you, this is my wife, Lin Shui, the president of Lin's." Xia Zhengwo just hummed lightly. Obviously, he was not very interested in Lin Shui. Regarding the details of Keola Barber and temporary cooperation, you can go out and talk to Xiao Li. I have something else to talk to him alone. Lin Shui nodded woodenly. The scene in front of her was really unbelievable to her. As the door of the ward closed, Lin Shui collapsed against the wall. After looking at the situation through the glass of the ward, she muttered to herself, when did Jiang Yun get involved with President Xie? If the Jiang family could really keep this big tree, why would they need to use various reasons to get money from her over the years? For a moment, questions kept pouring into Lin Shui's mind, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. Beside her, Secretary Li came over with a document, handed it to her cheerfully, and then said, President Lin, please take a look at the contract to see if there are any problems. If everything is satisfactory, then we can sign it now. So fast. Lin Shui was just about to take out the introduction and product introduction of Lin's from her bag. President Xie has already said hello. Secretary Li smiled and said, even if it means losing money, President Xie will complete this deal with Lin's. Lin Shui was flattered. When had she ever received such an honor? At the same time, inside the ward, Xie Zhongwo's eyes were always on Jiang Yun. After a moment's silence, he asked directly, I'm curious, how did you know that the land in Suiyin district would appreciate in value? Chapter 9 Don't Swear Randomly. Before Jiang Yun and his friends came here, Xie Zhongwo had already investigated all his information. If he follows his usual style, this kind of inferior stuff can't even enter his eyes. After all, what Jiang Yun has done in these years is really unbearable to watch. Suddenly, Jiang Yun thought of a reason, and he smiled and said, maybe it's because I have an extremely keen sense of business. This idea suddenly popped up in my head, and then I mentioned it to you. Xie Zhongwo was always staring at his eyes. From the resume, Jiang Yun was just a waste who had accomplished nothing. On weekdays, he only knew how to spend money and drink, and he was very timid. No matter what he did, it was arranged by his family. But such a person made Xie Zhongwo a little confused. Is the information wrong? Since you don't want to talk, I won't ask any more questions. Xie Zhongwo waved his hand and smiled, how about this, I will sign a 10-year contract with Lin's to repay you for saving my life. Thank you, President Xie. Jiang Yun grinned. In this way, in the next 10 years, Lin's will be able to develop steadily and continue to grow, everything will get better and better, and Lin Shui will not have so much pressure. After Xie Zhongwo gave instructions, he asked Secretary Li to revise the contract again. Half an hour later, everything was handled properly, and Jiang Yun and Lin Shui also walked out of the ward. After watching them leave, Secretary Li walked to Xie Zhongwo and asked in confusion, Mr. Xie, are we really going to sign a 10-year contract with Lin? Of course. Xie Zhongwo's smile became more and more intense. He glanced at Secretary Li, go and get me a copy of Jiang Yun's resume immediately. Remember, the more detailed the better. Also, all the major events that happened to him must be noted down. Although Secretary Li was puzzled, he still nodded. Xie Zhongwo had a feeling that Jiang Yun was not as simple as he seemed on the surface, so he had to keep a stable contact with Jiang Yun as much as possible, at least for now. Also, although the contract was signed for 10 years, for him, as Party A, he only needed one sentence to terminate the contract at any time. At the same time, outside the main entrance of the hospital, Lin Shui leaned against the car, staring at Jiang Yun in front of her for a long time, and then asked, how did you and Xie Zhongwo know each other? I saved his life. Jiang Yun shrugged indifferently. You are his savior. Lin Shui's eyes widened, and she muttered, you are really lucky. Jiang Yun smiled awkwardly, but did not refute. Anyway, it would not hurt him to be criticized by his wife. Just at this moment, Lin Shui's phone rang suddenly. Boss Lin, check the city headlines. In the phone, Lu Qianqian's voice was a little hurried, the company is in a mess, and the people from the board of directors are also making trouble in the company. You should come back quickly. Lin Shui's face changed, and she quickly opened the news on her phone to check it out. In just a moment, her face became much uglier, and the fingers holding the phone were even gradually turning white. She gritted her teeth, glanced at Jiang Yun coldly, and shouted angrily, it's all your fault. Jiang Yun was about to ask what happened, but he saw Lin Shui had already got in the car, and he quickly slipped up. Seeing Lin Shui's unhappy face, Jiang Yun opened the screen of his mobile phone and saw a hot news on the internet. He frowned slightly, wife. You must believe me. This matter must be related to Song Xiaoyun. Look, she has made such a big fuss now, she must be ready to fight to the death. I promise you, the child in her belly has absolutely nothing to do with me, otherwise I will be hit by a car when I go out. Half an hour ago, Sung Xiaoyun made a big news on the internet, claiming that the child was related to Jiang Yun, and said all kinds of things that Jiang Yun abandoned her, and the spearhead was also aimed at Lin Shui. In addition, during this period of time, the situation of the Lin family was not good. For a time, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were all the targets of attack, and the Lin family was even worse. Bang! As soon as their voice fell, the car shook violently, and a muffled sound was heard in the ear. Jiang Yun got out of the car quickly. When he saw the rear-end vehicle, his face suddenly became much uglier. He pointed at the driver's nose and said, "Do you know how to drive? Didn't you see the red light in front? The car was parked here, and you could hit it." The driver looked panicked and explained hurriedly, "Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. In this way, I will be fully responsible for the cost of repairing the car." After Jiang Yun glanced at Lin Shui, who had a dark face, he cursed in his heart. Damn it! Is this about money? What does Lin Shui think of this problem that happened just after she swore? When Jiang Yun thought of this, he felt that his head was getting bigger. Lin Shui went back to the car directly, and Jiang Yun quickly chased after her. After getting into the car, Jiang Yun quickly explained, "Wife, this is definitely a misunderstanding, an accidental incident. It has nothing to do with my swearing. Get out." Lin Shui spit out a word coldly and started the car. She just wanted to get back to the company as soon as possible. Along the way, Jiang Yun did not say a word, but just sighed. What a sin, why torture him like this? Just when he was about to repair his relationship with Lin Shui, he did not expect that such a thing would happen again. Soon, the car arrived downstairs of Lin Group. Lu Chenxian, who had been waiting for a long time, walked quickly to Lin Shui's side. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Jiang Yun in the co-pilot. Her face suddenly sank, and she immediately said, "Boss Lin, why did you bring him here? He is the root of the problem this time. The directors are discussing to let you divorce. If he goes in, it is very likely that someone will die." Lin Shui frowned slightly. After she glanced at Jiang Yun, she said coldly, "Then you stay in the car first, so as not to be beaten to death." "Don't." Jiang Yun hurriedly got out of the car. He slid down, walked quickly to Lin Shui's side, and then said, "Wife, if I don't follow you, what if you are really persuaded by them and want to divorce me? I must go up with you." Lu Chenxian snorted coldly, "How shameless." Jiang Yun ignored her words, but continued, "Also, it was me who helped you get Mr. Xia's contract. Wife, you won't really be so ungrateful, right? Mr. Xia." Lu Chenxian looked at Lin Shui hurriedly, "Which Mr. Xia?" Chapter 10. It is the nature of businessmen to pursue profit. Super Li Jiangguo Xia. Lin Shui said coldly, and then took the lead to walk into the company building. "If you are not afraid of death, I won't stop you." Behind him, Jiang Yun was overjoyed. In order to hold on to this marriage, he would not retreat at all. "Boss Lin." Lu Chenxian also came back to her senses and hurried to Lin Shui's side. She widened her eyes and said, "Is it really Boss Xia from Superliber? What kind of cooperation did you mention just now? Is it because you are related to Boss Xia? Is he going to cooperate with our company? A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Superliber cooperation is enough to solve the urgent problem at hand." "Yes." Lin Shui nodded coldly. Lu Chenxian clenched her fist excitedly, "Great." Within a few steps, several people had entered the elevator. Lin's, in the meeting room. It was a mess. No matter what happens, Boss Lin must divorce Jiang Yun. Yes. The matter has become so serious, and our company's reputation has been affected so much. It is absolutely impossible not to divorce. We also need him to pay us part of the company's reputation loss fee. Several directors kept shouting, their faces were terribly ugly. Where is Lu Chenxian? Did she contact Lin Shui? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Someone else shouted. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was kicked open, and then Lin Shui and Lu Chenxian walked in. "Boss Lu, you finally." One of the directors was about to speak when his eyes fell on Jiang Yun at the back. In an instant, his face suddenly became much uglier, and he pointed at Jiang Yun and cursed, "Asshole. How dare you come here? Why can't I come?" Jiang Yun sat down in the main seat and put both of his feet on the desk, looking very leisurely. "Jiang Yun." Lin Shui frowned slightly and said in a low voice. This time, Jiang Yun ignored his words. Before, he often heard Lin Shui mention that several directors in the company would actually influence her decision-making. The reason why Lin's company has come to this point is inseparable from the people in front of him. Jiang Yun was afraid of trouble, so he never dared to stand up for Lin Shui. It's different now. His fingers tapped the edge of the chair lightly, and after glancing at the directors, he said lightly, I am your Lin's benefactor now, so you'd better be polite to me, otherwise, I can close down your Lin's business with just one word. Bullshit. The director who just spoke stood up and shouted coldly, Who is your father? Everyone here knows who he is. It's a blood-sucking worm. Will your Jiang family help our Lin solve the problem of capital chain? It's ridiculous. The remaining directors also followed suit. Don't confuse me with the Jiang family. The smile on Jiang Yun's face gradually solidified, and his voice turned cold in an instant. The most painful thing in my life is to be reborn in the Jiang family. Not far away, Lin Shui looked at Jiang Yun's appearance, and a touch of shock flashed across her eyes. She always felt that Jiang Yun seemed to be a little different, and she almost couldn't recognize him. As for what changed, she couldn't tell. Suddenly, a roar came from her ear, pulling Lin Shui back to reality again. Don't fart here. A director pointed at Jiang Yun's nose and roared, You just happen to be here too. Then today, let's talk about you and Mr. Lin. Go through the divorce procedures with Mr. Lin now, it will be good for everyone. Don't make us angry and fight you to the death. Jiang Yun snorted coldly, and then said lightly, It's better to demolish 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. You are old, have you all lived like dogs? You don't know such a simple truth. Several directors were so angry that their faces turned red. Jiang Yun said again, Moreover, I helped you sign a 10-year cooperation agreement with Kaoli Barber. If you divorce now, I will inform President Xia and let him draw a clear line with you. The eyes of several directors subconsciously fell on Lin Shui. Everyone was stunned and shocked. I did get in touch with President Xia through him. And we reached a cooperation. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened, and their faces were full of disbelief. Even Lu Qianqian opened her mouth and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Lin Shui took the contract out of her bag and handed it to several directors at the same time. Seeing is believing. Everyone looked at the numbered contract, looked at each other, and everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Yun. The director who had just quarreled the most hurried to Jiang Yun, hugged his arm warmly, and then said, It was just a joke just now, how could I really let you and President Lin divorce? Yes, yes, yes. Another director also echoed, I didn't expect that President Lin's husband is so capable that even the super-liberal President Xia is your friend. I will rely on you to take care of me in the future. Jiang Yun nodded lightly, coughed lightly, and then touched his throat. A director hurried to the side to pour a glass of water and handed it to Jiang Yun respectfully. The attitude changed 180 degrees. Sure enough, it is the nature of businessmen to pursue profit. Lin Shui sneered at them, coughed heavily, and her eyes fell on Jiang Yun. The company's internal staff are going to have a meeting. Can some of the idle people leave temporarily? Then I'll wait for you in your office. Jiang Yun smiled and got up and walked outside. Lin Shui gritted her teeth in anger. How come she didn't realize that Jiang Yun was so thick-skinned before? After Lu Qianqian took Jiang Yun to the office, she said unhappily, Stay inside quietly and don't cause trouble for Mr. Lin. Otherwise, even if you help Mr. Lin get the cooperation, I will let the security kick you out. Okay. Jiang Yun agreed. Seeing that Lu Qianqian was about to leave, he coughed lightly and said, I will give you a reasonable explanation for your matter, and let those who bully you pay the price they deserve. Lu Qianqian didn't stop. She snorted coldly and went to the meeting room. Entering the office, Jiang Yun paced in the room, looking east and west, just like Grandma Liu entering the Grand View Garden for the first time. I didn't expect it. I actually have the opportunity to visit my wife's office. The office is luxuriously decorated and has a separate bedroom. Jiang Yun walked in and lay directly on the bed, sniffing the fragrance on the pillow. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, this smell. The next second, he took his hand out from under the pillow. A condom, particularly eye-catching. Chapter 11 A long-lost sense of familiarity. Jiang Yun's face turned pale in an instant, and his expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the condom in his hand, and his fingers even trembled. He quickly jumped off the bed and went to the trash can to search, as if he was ready to find some clues. But the trash can was empty. Obviously, the room was carefully cleaned every day, so even if someone had done something here, he would not be able to find it. No. Jiang Yun murmured to himself, how could Lin Shui do something to let me down? He knew Lin Shui very well. Over the years, no matter what the Jiang family and he did, Lin Shui had always endured it. For him, she could even be an enemy of the entire Lin family. He glanced at the condom in his hand, and his eyes turned blood red again, but how could this be explained? Thinking back to what happened in the past few days, Jiang Yun's face suddenly changed. Could it be that because Lin Shui's heart was really dead, she would protest in this way? At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and then, Lin Shui walked in from outside, and Jiang Yun quickly hid his hands behind his back, and also hid the condom. What are you doing here? Lin Shui's face was indifferent, but her voice still made the two of them distance themselves again. There was no intimacy in the past. Jiang Yun swallowed his saliva, like a child who made a mistake. After he glanced at the head of the bed, his breathing even became rapid. Do you usually sleep here by yourself? Yeah. Lin Shui nodded lightly, and walked to the side by herself. After she left the window, she took a breath of fresh air and said, sometimes when I'm tired, I'll rest here for a while. Is there any problem? I mean, have you always lived here by yourself? Jiang Yun almost blurted out, and his voice became a little impatient. Lin Shui turned around, her face changed, she frowned and looked at Jiang Yun, then said in a deep voice, what do you want to say? Do you suspect that this is the place where I have a secret meeting with others? In an instant, Lin Shui was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. The emotions in her heart gushed out. Jiang Yun, do you think I would do such disgusting things like you? I walk upright and stand straight. No other man has ever been here. Jiang Yun bit his lip. He hesitated for a long time and did not dare to take out the condom hidden behind his back. He looked at Lin Shui's excitement, and the strange thoughts in his heart disappeared immediately. Then, he walked towards Lin Shui. Just as he was about to say a few words of comfort, the condom in his hand suddenly fell to the ground. For a moment, the scene was exquisite. Both of them looked at the condom on the ground. Jiang Yun's breathing became rapid. He was about to bend down to pick it up when he saw Lin Shui take the lead and hold the condom in her hand. She showed a hint of disgust in her eyes and frowned and said, Jiang Yun, you are really disgusting. Do you carry this kind of thing with you? Just as Jiang Yun was about to explain, Lin Shui said, but it's better this way, so you won't get sick. Lin Shui. Seeing that she was getting angrier, Jiang Yun didn't care much. He pointed to the pillow behind him and said, this is what I found on your bed. Lin Shui was stunned and stood there as if struck by lightning. She subconsciously stepped back a few steps with a self-deprecating smile on her lips. Laughed, then shook his head and said, Jiang Yun, are you still framing me now? Are you trying to use this method to force me to leave you? Then I have to tell you that you really think too much. We can get a divorce at any time with just one word from you. I can even let the company's legal department unilaterally draft a divorce agreement now. Seeing that Lin Shui was about to go out, Jiang Yun ran to her first, grabbed Lin Shui's arm, and said hurriedly, wife, I really didn't lie to you. This condom was just found on your bed, so I just tested you like that. I thought. Now there is no need to care about much. Lin Shui frowned slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the 3 big words, trial pack, written on the condom package. She then remembered that she had cooperated with a condom manufacturer in advertising before, and the condom in her hand was the sample brought back that time. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Jiang Yun thought she was still angry, and hurriedly said, wife, believe me, I really didn't lie to you. Although I have done many things that make you uncomfortable over the years, those are arranged by others, and I have never had any relationship with other women, including Song Xiaoyun. Lin Shui threw the condom in her hand aside, and she said lightly, I blamed you wrongly. But as for other things, it has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to care about it. Whoever you like to be with, then be with whoever you like to have a relationship with, then have a relationship with whoever you are willing to have a relationship with. Jiang Yun was silent. Let's put the divorce on hold for the time being. Suddenly, Lin Shui spoke. Really? Jiang Yun was as excited as a child, and even his eyes lit up. Lin Shui saw all his expressions in her eyes, and for a moment, she was a little dazed. Could it be? All of this was really a misunderstanding. She didn't feel any warmth from Jiang Yun before, but the moment when the Ko barber contract was taken back, and the moment when he even took the condom issue on himself in order not to make her angry, she felt that Jiang Yun seemed to have changed. But in order to verify whether all this was an illusion, it still needs to be tested. Jiang Yun hurriedly walked behind Lin Shui and hugged Lin Shui's waist directly. Lin Shui suddenly trembled, as if she was electrocuted. It has been a long time since the two had physical contact. A hint of self-mockery flashed across Jiang Yun's face. Hugging his own wife, she still felt this way. He didn't know how many times he had cursed himself as a beast in his heart, and at the same time he made up his mind, that is, in the future, Lin Shui must not be wronged at all. Wife. Jiang Yun lay beside Lin Shui's ear, and his hot breath kept hitting Lin Shui's ear. What? Jiang Yun swallowed his saliva, greedily sniffed the unique fragrance on Lin Shui's body, and said with an intoxicated face, "Why don't we use this condom?" Lin Shui felt her ears turn red. The next second, she felt a big hand groping along her waist. But she didn't resist at all. Long-lost familiarity. Chapter 12. A son is born by a dog. Jiang Yun was about to carry her to bed when he heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Lin Shui's face changed in fear, and she quickly jumped out of Jiang Yun's arms, tidied her hair, and took a few deep breaths. Jiang Yun, standing aside, cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Seeing that the relationship between the two was about to heat up, unexpectedly, it was interrupted at this time. The next second, Lu Qianqian ran in from outside. She gasped and pointed outside and said, "Boss Lin, go out and take a look." Something happened outside. Lin Shui's face changed, and she quickly picked up her coat and went outside. After Lu Qianqian noticed Jiang Yun in the room, she gritted her teeth, her face was terrible, and she said coldly, "Asshole, it's all because of you." Jiang Yun was stunned. Could it be that someone from the Jiang family came to make trouble? He didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly followed the footsteps of Lin Shui and the others and ran out quickly. After several people went downstairs from the elevator one after another, they heard a noisy sound coming from their hall. Let Lin Shui get out immediately. What is this sound? Jiang Yun only felt a roar in his head. Jiang Tingfei. It's not enough for him to make trouble at home, and now he has run to Lin Shui's company? At the same time, Lin Shui had walked in front of Jiang Tingfei. After she dispersed the security guards, she looked at Jiang Tingfei and Song Xiaoyun who was standing beside him. Just as Jiang Tingfei was about to speak, he saw Jiang Yun coming out from behind the crowd. His face suddenly became much uglier. He pointed at Jiang Yun and scolded him coldly, "Rebellious son. I looked for you everywhere, but I didn't expect you to be here." Jiang Yun ignored Jiang Tingfei, but walked in front of Lin Shui, wrapped one hand around Lin Shui's slender waist, and said directly without even looking at Jiang Tingfei, "Since someone came to the company to make trouble, just let the security guards drive them out. No need to waste time talking to them. If it doesn't work, just go through legal procedures." Jiang Tingfei's face changed with anger, and the corners of his mouth even twitched. Song Xiaoyun, who was standing aside, changed her expression, and then sat down on the ground. She looked at the security guards approaching them, and pointed at her belly and said, "Who dares to touch me? I have Jiang Yun's child in my belly. If something happens to the child, none of you will be able to escape. Even your company will be jointly liable." This. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes and subconsciously looked at Jiang Yun standing aside. Someone in the crowd suddenly whispered, "Isn't he the gigolo in Mr. Lin's family? He has no ability, but he got another woman pregnant. This kind of man is really shameless. Mr. Lin is so outstanding, how could he be tied down by such a man?" Listening to the rumors around him, Jiang Yun did not defend himself. He did do a lot of things that shamed Lin Shui, but he glanced at Song Xiaoyun but couldn't speak for a while. The matter of the child has never been made clear, and the parent-child report also shows that he has a certain relationship with the child in Lin Shui's belly, and there is no way to argue. More and more people are watching. After Lin Shui glanced at everyone, she frowned slightly. She looked at Song Xiaoyun sitting on the ground and said, "Let's talk about it in the office." "Okay." Jiang Tingfei nodded heavily and snorted coldly, "You are not afraid of embarrassment, but I can't afford to embarrass you." He. Jiang Yun sneered in his heart. If he knew it would be embarrassing, would he bring people here to make trouble? Jiang Tingfei is the most shameless person he has ever seen. In a blink of an eye, they entered the meeting room. Lu Qianqian always followed Lin Shui, obviously worried that Lin Shui would be bullied. Jiang Yun was sitting next to Lin Shui. He stared at Jiang Tingfei, who was sitting opposite him for a long time before frowning and asking, "What on earth are you going to do? You still have the nerve to ask me?" Jiang Tingfei's face changed with anger. He slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Jiang Yun and scolding, "You unfilial thing, you can sign a contract with Ko the barber, but you ignore the family business. Why did I give birth to a dog like you?" Jiang Yun laughed instead of getting angry, and said directly, "People are born by their mothers, and dogs are born by their mothers. You say I am a dog, then what are you?" "You?" Jiang Tingfei pointed at Jiang Yun tremblingly. Song Xiaoyun, who was sitting on the side, quickly got up. She pulled Jiang Tingfei to sit aside and whispered in his ear, "Uncle Jiang, don't forget the purpose of our coming here. There is no need to argue with Jiang Yun about these things." Jiang Tingfei regained some rationality. After clearing his throat, he looked at Lin Shui and said directly, "I came to you for two things this time. The first is that you sign a cooperation agreement with Ko the barber and give this business to our Jiang family." Lin Shui frowned slightly. "Don't think I don't know that this order was obtained entirely by Jiang Yun's ability, right?" Jiang Tingfei snorted coldly and said again, "Before, I didn't realize that this rebellious son actually had such ability, but these are no longer important. As long as you hand over the contract, I won't care about these." "No." Before Lin Shui spoke, Jiang Yun stood up, glanced at Jiang Tingfei, and said in a tough attitude, "Ko the barber is only willing to cooperate with Lin's. If they suddenly change party B, they will refuse to sign. In other words, even if Lin's can't get it, you can't get it either." Jiang Tingfei's blood pressure soared. He never thought that Jiang Yun would dare to go against him suddenly. Bang! Jiang Tingfei became more and more angry. He slammed the table and shouted at the top of his voice, "That's easy. Just give me all the money earned from this cooperation." Lu Qianqian suddenly widened her eyes and said coldly, "Why?" "Shut up." Jiang Tingfei pointed at Lu Qianqian and said, "What qualifications do you have to talk to me, a rag who has been played with by others? Don't hit people in the face, don't expose their shortcomings when scolding them." But Jiang Tingfei rubbed salt into Lu Qianqian's wound. For a while, the atmosphere in the conference room became much more tense. Seeing that Lu Qianqian was about to lose control of her emotions, Jiang Yun quickly stood up. He grabbed Lu Qianqian, then glanced at Jiang Tingfei, and said coldly, "Impossible. Lin Shui doesn't owe us Jiang family anything. Why should Lin's profits be shared with you?" Jiang Tingfei sneered. He pointed at Song Xiaoyun arrogantly and said, "Just because of her." Chapter 13, Take a Step Back. Jiang Tingfei pointed at Song Xiaoyun beside him, looked at Lin Shui coldly, and said, "Now, Xiaoyun is pregnant with Jiang Yun's son. If you don't give me the Ko the barber contract, I will let Xiaoyun tell the media about your scandal." For the sake of money, Jiang Yun didn't care about his child's life or death, and you. He is the key person who destroyed the reunion of the father and son. This one sentence immediately hit Lin Shui's soft spot. In the past few days, she has been thinking about Song Xiaoyun and that personal appraisal report. Children are innocent. Lin Shui's hands began to tremble. Without any hesitation, she stood up and said through gritted teeth, "I want a divorce. I will also give you this contract." Jiang Tingfei couldn't help laughing wildly. A sneer also appeared at the corner of Song Xiaoyun's mouth. "Everything is in their control. Wife." Jiang Yun grabbed Lin Shui's arm and frowned as he said, "I have already discussed this with Xie Zhengwo. If you don't cooperate, this contract will never be given to anyone." In the end, everyone got nothing. Jiang Tingfei supported himself on the table with both hands, his eyes ferocious. "Then give me the profit." Lin Shui shook off Jiang Yun's hand with a resolute attitude. "Shut up." Jiang Yun roared at Jiang Tingfei. In his previous life, it was because of Jiang Tingfei that he and Lin Shui were separated forever, and he left with a lot of guilt. In this life, Jiang Tingfei is still interfering with things between them. Jiang Yun couldn't stand it anymore. "Jiang Yun! Who are you yelling at?" Jiang Tingfei shouted unwillingly. "That's enough." Lin Shui covered her head. She felt an unprecedented confusion in her mind. After looking at Jiang Yun, she gritted her teeth and said, "He is right, Song Xiaoyun is pregnant with your child. We can't let a child be born without a father." And I don't want to be the target of public criticism. I have thousands of employees behind me, and I can't let Lin's fall into that situation. Jiang Tingfei saw the balance of victory gradually tilting towards them, and the smile on his lips became more and more intense. But I really haven't done anything to let you down. Jiang Yun's voice was very low. When he thought of the paternity test report, he became unconfident. It's written clearly in black and white. How can I believe you? Lin Shui smiled self-deprecatingly. The relationship that had just warmed up was broken again. Jiang Yun clenched his fists. After hesitating for a moment, he thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. Then, he grabbed Lin Shui's hand and said, "Wife. So, after the baby is born, we will do another paternity test. Please believe me, I really haven't done anything to let you down." Jiang Yun's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. It seemed that he was angry to the extreme. Multiple factors such as resentment and grievance came to his mind, but he didn't know how to explain it. In the face of that paternity test report, everything seemed pale and powerless. Lin Shui looked into Jiang Yun's eyes for a long time, and finally, nodded slightly. Obviously, he was still prepared to trust Jiang Yun once. Jiang Yun hugged her excitedly, looking like a child who got his favorite toy. Jiang Tingfei and Song Xiaoyun looked at each other, and their eyes turned cold. Laugh. A cold laugh broke the existing calm. Jiang Tingfei sneered, "It's not impossible. Then we can both take a step back. You can choose not to divorce, but Kaoli Barber's profit is absolutely not negotiable. Otherwise, we will both be in trouble." After Jiang Yun helped Lin Shui sit down, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He had long been disappointed with the Jiang family and was extremely disgusted with Jiang Tingfei. This is a vampire. After squeezing out the last bit of value from him, he will be ruthlessly kicked out. A dead end. Jiang Yun sneered, "Then I will also make all your actions public. Let everyone in Ningxing know how many unscrupulous methods you use to force your son to divorce. Let everyone see how shameless you are as a father." Jiang Tingfei's expression changed instantly, rebellious son. At this moment, Lin Shui seemed to see light from Jiang Yun. This is the first time in all these years that Jiang Yun has defended himself without any reservation, even at the cost of going against Jiang Tingfei. My heart couldn't help but be touched once again. Uncle Jiang. The situation was at a stalemate. Song Xiaoyun gently pulled Jiang Tingfei's sleeves and whispered in a low voice, "Don't push them too hard. We still have room to maneuver. Calm down first, and let me handle the rest." Jiang Tingfei's mouth twitched, and his chest kept rising and falling, but he didn't dare to gamble. If Jiang Yun really told everything, then it would be very likely that both sides would suffer losses. The Jiang family and the Lin family are all finished. After seeing Jiang Tingfei sitting back in his chair, Song Xiaoyun slowly stood up. She glanced at Jiang Yun and said in a cold voice, "Jiang Yun. It's clearly written in the appraisal report that this child is directly related to you by blood. Even if you don't admit it, you have to believe in science. I don't want to embarrass you. Since you don't want a divorce, I won't force you. But during this time, you must keep me by your side. After all, I can't trouble Uncle Jiang all the time. Because he has already raised you, there is no reason for him to continue to help you raise your son, let alone help you clean up the mess." These few words immediately touched Jiang Tingfei's heart. He gave Song Xiaoyun a look of satisfaction. Jiang Yun still couldn't figure out what to do with the child. After hearing what Song Xiaoyun said, he was in a dilemma for a moment. Just when he didn't know how to respond, Lin Shui suddenly stood up, glanced at Song Xiaoyun, and said directly, "Okay. Jiang Yun and I will take care of the baby until it is born. But I have one request. No one from the Jiang family is allowed to come to the company and continue making trouble. Otherwise, I would rather fight you to the death than let you gain any benefit at all." Jiang Tingfei clenched his fists in anger. This was clearly meant for him to hear. "Certainly." Lin Shui continued, "If the child is born and he is really Jiang Yun's flesh and blood, I will return all the money I earned from this cooperation with Kaoli Barber to you." Lu Qianqian on the side frowned slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Shui gave her a look and stopped her. Although Jiang Tingfei was a little reluctant, he still nodded. "Then it's a deal." Chapter 14 Because I'm blind. Jiang Tingfei talked to Song Xiaoyun for a while, and just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly stopped. He glanced at Lin Shui and said, "Words are not enough. You must give me a written receipt. Lin Shui didn't hesitate. She picked up a pen and paper and wrote down everything she had just said on the paper, and signed her name at the same time. Jiang Tingfei smiled with satisfaction. Song Xiaoyun's belly has grown bigger. In another 3 months, the baby will be born. At that time, there will be a chance to operate again, and the money will finally be in her hands. On the side, Lu Qianqian pulled Lin Shui out of the meeting room. In an instant, his expression turned ugly. She frowned and said, "Boss Lin, why did you reach this agreement with Jiang Tingfei? Jiang Yun is not trustworthy at all, and doesn't the appraisal report clearly state that the child in the woman's belly is Jiang Yun's flesh and blood? But I believe in Jiang Yun." Lin Shui was firm in her attitude. This man is not trustworthy at all. Lu Qianqian clenched her fists tightly. Behind them, Jiang Yun walked up to them with a smile on his face. He looked at Lin Shui and said firmly, "Believe me, that child has absolutely nothing to do with me. It only takes a few months to prove my innocence." Lu Qianqian snorted coldly and glanced at Jiang Yun coldly. "You don't even dare to admit what you did. I really look down on you. You are just a coward." After saying that, he walked to the side. Lin Shui glanced at him and said calmly, "I hope you didn't lie to me." She took out the key and threw it directly to Jiang Yun. "Take her home first." Jiang Yun nodded, looked at Lin Shui's back, and finally sighed, but fortunately, the matter ended satisfactorily. As long as there was no divorce, there would be room for maneuver. He also had the confidence that Lin Shui would gradually see his sincerity. On the way back, Jiang Yun looked at Song Xiaoyun, who was pregnant, and frowned and asked, "I really don't remember when I was with you. Still want to default on your debt?" Song Xiaoyun hugged her shoulders and said coldly, "Jiang Yun, you often get drunk. I guess sometimes when you wake up, you don't even know what happened to you last night, right? For someone like you, what can you remember?" Jiang Yun frowned. "Then why do you want to get close to someone like me?" "Because I'm blind." Song Xiaoyun shouted angrily and turned her head to the side with an extremely tough attitude. Jiang Yun was too lazy to continue arguing with her, but he was feeling very nervous. Could it be that he really had a relationship with Song Xiaoyun without knowing it? In a blink of an eye, the car stopped in front of a villa. Not long after he and Lin Shui got married, Lin Shui moved out of the Jiang family and bought a house of her own here. What's funny is that Jiang Yun only knew the location of the house but had never been there. After opening the door with the key, Jiang Yun walked in by himself. Looking at the warm room and the wedding photo hanging in the living room, he felt a pain in his heart like a needle. Even though he treated Lin Shui like that before, Lin Shui still remembered her original intention. Perhaps, at some point, Lin Shui was still thinking about him changing his mind. However, in his previous life, he could not give Lin Shui stable happiness, nor did he fulfill the many promises he had made at the wedding. Song Xiaoyun sat on the sofa by herself. She looked at the layout of the room with disdain and snorted, "How tacky." "Then go." Jiang Yun said calmly, "No one asked you to stay here." "You?" Song Xiaoyun frowned slightly, and when the words came to her lips, she suddenly changed the subject, and then touched her belly, and rolled her eyes at Jiang Yun. "If I leave, how can you watch your son being born?" Jiang Yun was too lazy to pay attention to her. The truth will eventually come out. He firmly believed that he had never done anything to let Lin Shui down. Just at this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and then Lin Shui was seen walking in quickly. When their eyes met, Jiang Yun was stunned for a moment, then he quickly walked up to her and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Don't you have something else to do in the company? Why did you come back so suddenly? Are you worried that something might happen to us?" Song Xiaoyun said sarcastically, "I took the wrong step because I was blind at the beginning, but it's not the case now. I already know what kind of person Jiang Yun is. Even if he gives me money, I won't let him touch me. Because I feel sick." Jiang Yun frowned slightly. "But when I thought of Song Xiaoyun's belly, I was too lazy to argue with her." Lin Shui ignored her words and pushed Jiang Yun aside before heading upstairs. "Li Wenjie invited me to a banquet. I'll come back and change my clothes before leaving." Li Wenjie. When Jiang Yun mentioned this name, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly followed Lin Shui's footsteps and frowned as he said, "Now that we have reached a cooperation with Kaoli Barber, the situation of Lin's company will gradually improve in the future. Why do you still bother with Li Wenjie?" Lin Shui frowned slightly. She turned around, leaned on the railing and looked at Jiang Yun coldly, then said, it's because I rejected Li Wenjie's cooperation before, so I feel a little guilty. He extended an olive branch to me when I was in trouble, but I suddenly chose to cooperate with someone else and stood him up. Do I have to reject him again this time? Every word makes sense. Jiang Yun felt a little embarrassed and said quickly, "That's not what I meant. But Li Wenjie is not what you think, and I'm just worried about your safety." Lin Shui turned her face away and said unhappily, "Li Wenjie is not the kind of person you think he is. Besides, he is also a gentleman. At least he has never asked me out alone." Oh. Jiang Yun sneered in his heart. Doesn't he know who Li Wenjie is? A scoundrel. Then this. After Jiang Yun followed Lin Shui into the room, he said, "Is it okay for me to accompany you to the banquet? Are you worried about what might happen between me and Li Wenjie at the banquet?" A sneer appeared at the corner of Lin Shui's mouth. No. Seeing that she was angry again, Jiang Yun quickly said, "I'm just afraid that you'll get drunk and no one will take care of you. Just think of me as your driver or bodyguard. I will never delay anything for you." Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, then looked at Jiang Yun and nodded hesitantly. Jiang Yun grinned and said quickly, "Then I'll go back to my room and change my clothes." However, after taking just 2 steps, he found that everything here was unfamiliar, even. There is not one of his clothes here. Chapter 15, Ningchen's number 1 sister. Lin Shui opened another wardrobe, then took out a suit and handed it to Jiang Yun. "Why are there men's clothes here?" Jiang Yun looked at Lin Shui with confusion on his face. Moreover, he had no recollection of buying the suit. "Why do you care so much?" Lin Shui said unhappily. In fact, Lin Shui had turned this place into their cozy little house a long time ago, and even prepared many things for 2 people, just in the hope that she and Jiang Yun could live here together. Unfortunately, as things piled up on her one after another, she gradually realized that she and Jiang Yun could no longer return to their original point, and they were destined to be strangers. Jiang Yun looked at the trademark on his clothes and saw that it was still there. A faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He then walked aside and quickly changed his clothes. When Lin Shui turned around, she was stunned. She remembered that the last time she saw Jiang Yun in a suit was on their wedding day. I have to say, it's still very eye-catching. Jiang Yun smiled slightly. After looking at Lin Shui, he said to himself, "How is he? Are you still as handsome as ever?" "It's just so-so." Lin Shui snorted coldly and walked out of the room first. Jiang Yun followed quickly. Downstairs, Song Xiaoyun was sitting on one side. After she glanced at the 2 people coming downstairs, she was slightly stunned. One was wearing an off-white off-shoulder evening gown, and the other was wearing a neat suit. They were a perfect match made in heaven. If they walked to the street, they would definitely become a beautiful scenery. However, she quickly shook her head to dispel the thought. Seeing that they were about to leave, he asked calmly, "Which room did I fall in?" Lin Shui pointed to a room in her mouth and said, "That room is relatively quiet. It's also the room I usually use to entertain friends. It has everything you need and an independent bathroom. You can move in." Song Xiaoyun didn't say anything and walked upstairs. Beside him, Jiang Yun took the initiative to open the door for Lin Shui, and at the same time bent down and made a "please" gesture. Lin Shui looked at his funny appearance and resisted the urge to laugh. For a moment, she was in a good mood. The feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. Jiang Yun has indeed changed. Half an hour later, in front of a manor. Lin Shui walked down from the car with Jiang Yun on her arm. She whispered, "After you go in, talk less and watch more. Don't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I won't bring you to such occasions in the future." Jiang Yun nodded absent-mindedly. After he took a look at the manor, a memory came to his mind. Why did this place look so familiar? Could it be? Before he had time to think about it, he heard a male voice behind him, "Mr. Lin." Jiang Yun and the other turned around and saw Li Wenjie walking towards them. However, after seeing Jiang Yun, the smile on Li Wenjie's face suddenly froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He turned his eyes and looked at Lin Shui again. "Boss Lin, why are you still with him? I remember you mentioned that you were planning to get a divorce, weren't you?" Lin Shui smiled politely, shook her head and said, "That was just a momentary joke. Although Jiang Yun and I had a small conflict, it has now been explained clearly. So that's how it is. Congratulations then." Li Wenjie said this with a forced smile. Jiang Yun sneered in his heart. This bastard is really a piece of shit. He doesn't care about his feelings at all. Changing the subject, Li Wenjie said, but Mr. Lin, I advise you to think carefully about your relationship. You and him are really not suitable. Lin has been in trouble many times, but what can this man do to help you? As far as I know, he has been spending your money since you got married, right? What's the point of keeping a man who has no ability? Lin Shui looked embarrassed, but when she saw Li Wenjie's smiling face and thought about how he had offered her a helping hand before, she didn't say anything. Jiang Yun's expression was grim. Did he really treat him as heir? She actually persuaded Lin Shui to divorce him in front of him. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he saw more and more people walking towards them, and then he heard a series of discussions. He seems to be the young master of the Jiang family, right? I heard about it. A man who lives off his wife. Yes. Before marriage, he relied on his family, and after marriage, he relied on his wife. This is really embarrassing for all of us male compatriots. For a moment, everyone sneered. Jiang Yun's breathing gradually became rapid. The smile on Li Wenjie's face became more intense. He walked to Lin Shui's side and spoke again. Boss Lin, do you know who is the organizer of this banquet? Who? Lin Shui's face was full of confusion. She had only received an invitation from Li Wenjie, but had not thought too much about it. However, looking at the luxury cars parked in front of the door and the size of the manor, she could already guess that the host of this banquet was someone of some importance. Li Wenjie grinned and said, the CEO of Duan Group, Sister Duan. Duan Xiuhua. Lin Shui's eyes suddenly widened. A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. She has been in Ningqing for so long, how could she not know this name? Duan Xiuhua has relied on her own efforts to make the Duan Group bigger and stronger step by step. Now, she has made the Duan Group the leading enterprise in Ningqing. She can be said to be a benchmark among strong women. Li Wenjie straightened his clothes, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he said, besides, I came here this time to discuss cooperation with Sister Duan. Is the Li family going to cooperate with the Duan family? Lin Shui was shocked again. In the future, the Li family would most likely become one of the three giants in Ningqing, and Li Wenjie's worth would also rise sharply. It wouldn't be long before he could even be on par with Xie Jingwo. Li Wenjie nodded but did not answer, but everyone still exclaimed in surprise. Li Wenjie turned his gaze to Jiang Yun, who was standing aside, and said in a cold voice, as a man, you must find ways to pave the way for your woman. Instead of thinking about how much money to take from your woman every day. Jiang Yun snorted coldly, why do you think that Duan Xiuhua and I can't reach a cooperation? Li Wenjie held his stomach and laughed. He pointed at Jiang Yun, then shook his head and said, boy, stop teasing me. Who doesn't know the details of you, the young master of the Jiang family? Just you? You also want to cooperate with Sister Duan? I guess it won't be possible in my next life. The crowd watching also started laughing. At this moment, a deep female voice came from behind the crowd, let me see, who wants to cooperate with me? Chapter 16 Mom is sorry for you. Duan Xiuhua walked out of the crowd, and in just a few steps, she had passed through the crowd and arrived in front of Jiang Yun. She glanced at Jiang Yun coldly, looked him up and down, and then said calmly, are you the young master of the Jiang family? The one who just idles around all day long. After hearing this, everyone started laughing. Li Wenjie looked at Jiang Yun with disdain. He was not bragging on purpose. Li and Duan Xiuhua were indeed discussing cooperation matters. He believed that it would not be long before the two families would be able to come together completely. But why does Jiang Yun dare to say such things? It's nothing but self-humiliation. The people watching the excitement all shook their heads, and someone even said, I didn't expect Jiang Yun to be so famous that even Sister Duan knows his name. And his glorious deeds. Lin Shui clenched her fists slightly, with a trace of worry on her face. Jiang Yun's identity had been exposed, which had already made her lose face. But now, Jiang Yun had even provoked Duan Xiuhua. Wasn't this getting herself into trouble? The people standing next to Li Wenjie also saw what he was thinking, and then they deliberately started talking. Boss Lin is so beautiful, and Boss Li is so capable. I think they are perfect match made in heaven. I heard before that Jiang Yun also cooperated with the Jiang family to embarrass Mr. Lin many times. How can such a man stay with Mr. Lin? Boss Lin, why don't you divorce Jiang Yun early and marry Boss Li? More and more people started to make a fuss, and Lin Shui felt her face getting hot. Some people even took out their cell phones to record the situation. Li Wenjie walked elegantly to Lin Shui's side, lowered his voice and said in a gentlemanly manner, Boss Lin, don't listen to their nonsense. These guys just don't like Jiang Yun, but they definitely don't have any other intentions. Besides, this is also your fault. Why did you bring Jiang Yun with you to such an important occasion? Isn't this embarrassing for you? Before coming here, she had indeed thought about this carefully, but since the person who invited her was Li Wenjie, Jiang Yun felt uncomfortable. In order to avoid another conflict between the two, she had to bring him here with her. But I didn't expect that things would come to this point. Jiang Yun, who was standing at the side, waved his hand at the waiter at the side without hurrying, and ignored the words of the people present. Then he looked at the waiter with a smile and asked, help me find a steamed bun, and then help me find a red candle. The waitress was puzzled, but today was a banquet hosted by her host after all. Since she didn't stop them, she naturally didn't dare to neglect them and quickly walked out of the crowd. However, no one noticed that Duan Xiuhua's expression was gradually changing. Lin Shui, who was standing by, quickly walked to Jiang Yun's side, pulled him aside, and then whispered, what are you doing? Jiang Yun, stop messing around, and follow me. Things had come to this point, and Lin Shui no longer had the face to stay here. Jiang Yun showed a confident smile. He patted Lin Shui's shoulder, deliberately glanced in Li Wenjie's direction, and then said with a smile, I said, I can also help you get Sister Duan's cooperation qualification. Then I will certainly do what I say. Lin Shui frowned slightly. After she glanced at Jiang Yun, her voice became colder again, can you please stop making trouble? She has been with Jiang Yun for so many years, doesn't she know how capable Jiang Yun is? Even if Jiang Tingfei stood here, Duan Xiuhua wouldn't even look at him, let alone a mere Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun smiled calmly and rubbed Lin Shui's hair affectionately. He ignored the contentious looks of the people present and said confidently, just wait quietly for my good news. Lin Shui wanted to continue talking, but the waiter had already walked up to Jiang Yun with steamed buns and red candles. Jiang Yun took the thing and took out a lighter from his arms. Then, he saw him insert the candle directly into the steamed bun and light the candle in front of everyone. At the side, Li Wenjie showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He hugged his shoulders and shook his head and said, I thought the young master of the Jiang family was going to do something, but I didn't expect it was just to make a birthday cake. But I have to say that the cake made by young master Jiang is really unique. Everyone immediately started laughing, and the contempt in their eyes was not concealed at all. Lin Shui also felt humiliated. She was too lazy to pay attention to Jiang Yun now and just let him do whatever he wanted. Anyway, I have completely lost face. However, seeing Jiang Yun walking towards her step by step, Duan Xiuhua clenched her fists excitedly, her eyes gradually became moist, and then she quickly walked in front of Jiang Yun and stared at him with burning eyes. You, how do you know? Everyone stared at Duan Xiuhua in amazement, their faces full of disbelief. Why could a steamed bun with a red candle on it cause such a big reaction in her? Jiang Yun didn't say anything. Duan Xiuhua looked at Jiang Yun excitedly, and then said directly, come upstairs with me, I want to talk to you alone. Everyone's eyes widened again. At this moment, even Lin Shui was stunned. She couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. It was as if she was dreaming. Jiang Yun nodded, then followed Duan Xiuhua and went upstairs. At the same time, Li Wenjie, who was standing aside, narrowed his eyes slightly. He also secretly squeezed into the crowd, and soon caught up with Jiang Yun and the others, following them to the second floor. In a room on the second floor, Duan Xiuhua hugged Jiang Yun and started crying too. Li Wenjie, who was outside the door, widened his eyes, and some unbearable images appeared in his mind. Could it be? He quickly took out his cell phone and started filming the scene in front of him. The crying in the room continued for a while, but it never subsided. Jiang Yun remained silent the entire time, letting the woman in front of him vent her emotions, because he was the only one who understood what that simple cake meant to Duan Xiuhua. Time passes by every second. Duan Xiuhua reluctantly left Jiang Yun's arms. She reached out and touched Jiang Yun's face, then said excitedly, son. It was Mom who let you down back then. Chapter 17, Bleeding Heart. Li Wenjie almost cursed. The scene before him was completely opposite to what he had imagined in his mind. Jiang Yun and Du Xiuhua were actually mother and son? But, how is this possible? Li Wenjie shook his head and tried to calm himself down as much as possible. When he thought about the relationship between himself and Jiang Yun, if they were really mother and son, how could he promote the cooperation between Li and Du Xiuhua? A voice beside his ear suddenly brought him back to reality. Jiang Yun said calmly, "Sister Duan, I am not your son, but I know where your son is. Otherwise, I would not know so much about the things between you." Du Xiuhua was stunned, and familiar scenes suddenly came to her mind. In fact, everyone in Ningqing thought she was a widow, but that was not the case. Many years ago, her business encountered some thorny problems. In order not to implicate her family, she abandoned her husband and son and left alone. But when she made a comeback, she found out that her husband had long passed away and her son was missing. As for the candles on the steamed bun, it was because her son made her a similar cake in the same way during the year when she was most desperate. Although it looks cheap, it is full of love. Du Xiuhua grabbed Jiang Yun's arm and said, "Well, tell me about my son's kid. As long as we can meet, I will cooperate with you in any way you want. Even if you want my company, I will give it to you. Love your son dearly." Jiang Yun smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "Sister Duan, you are joking. I have two hands. As long as I work hard, I will still reach the peak of my ideal in the future. I will take you to see her unconditionally, just put your mind at ease." In fact, this is not because Jiang Yun really ignores fame and fortune, but because he is clear about Du Xiuhua's value. If he can make Du Xiuhua owe him a favor, he can still get it back in the future. Of course, the reason why he knew all this was because his boss in his previous life was Du Xiuhua's son. Once again at a drinking party, Du Xiuhua's son told him all this in person. Besides, his boss in his previous life was quite nice to him, so how could Jiang Yun deliberately prevent the mother and son from meeting each other? But Li Wenjie, who was standing outside the door, had a cold expression on his face. He looked at the photo in his hand, then at Jiang Yun's face, and then said to himself, "Why are you pretending to be so noble here? You're just a loser who relies on his wife for support. Do you really think you're a saint?" Li Wenjie's eyes rolled, and then he quickly went downstairs. After a few steps, he noticed Lin Shui standing in the crowd. Just now, Du Xiuhua took Jiang Yun away without saying a word, which made Lin Shui and everyone else more suspicious, and some rumors also reached Lin Shui's ears. This made her very anxious. Li Wenjie walked quickly to Lin Shui's side, and then said, "Boss Lin, there is something I want to tell you." Lin Shui was stunned. Looking at his appearance, she suddenly felt unsure. What happened? Take a look at this first." Li Wenjie handed the phone to Lin Shui. The photo on the screen was particularly heartbreaking and glaring. Lin Shui clenched her fist slightly, and her breathing even became rapid. Looking at Du Xiuhua and Jiang Yun hugging each other, she felt a buzzing in her head and bursts of severe pain in her heart. Li Wenjie took this opportunity to stand to her right, and after greedily sniffing Lin Shui's scent, he patted her shoulder, still looking like a gentleman, and then said, "Jiang Yun is such a person. Boss Lin, I advise you to think carefully about the good of your relationship, so as not to suffer greater injustice." Lin Shui didn't say anything. After returning the phone to Li Wenjie, she left the manna on her own. She returned to her car, her eyes suddenly felt sore, and her mind kept recalling the photo. Jiang Yun and Du Xiuhua actually hugged each other. Moreover, such a long time has passed and Jiang Yun has never contacted her, and has not even reappeared. Doesn't this explain everything? Lin Shui stepped on the accelerator and drove away without waiting for Jiang Yun. A moment after she left, she saw Jiang Yun and Du Xiuhua coming down from upstairs, talking and laughing. Since the two had reached a consensus, Du Xiuhua was naturally in a good mood when she thought about seeing her son tomorrow morning. The people standing downstairs understood what was going on after seeing their intimacy. It seems that Jiang Yun does have a hint of ambiguity with Du Xiuhua. Otherwise, how could a playboy like Jiang Yun possibly come into contact with a business tycoon like Jiang Xiuhua? But even though they thought so in their hearts, no one dared to say it. After Jiang Yun walked into their hall, he glanced at the crowd but didn't see Lin Shui, who was supposed to be waiting here. He quickly called the waiter and then pointed to where Lin Shui was just now and asked, "Where is Mr. Lin?" "You mean the lady standing over there?" The waiter looked in the direction of his finger and said with a smile, "Just now, the person has left. Gone." Jiang Yun frowned slightly, then quickly walked outside. Du Xiuhua looked at Jiang Yun's back and shouted at him, "Don't forget our agreement. I will wait for you at your house tomorrow morning." Jiang Yun waved his hand without even turning his head, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Jiang Yun walked to the front gate, but he didn't see a taxi. He then remembered that this place was very far from the city. Even if he walked all night, he probably wouldn't see a taxi on this road. He paced back and forth, not knowing what to do for a moment. Behind him, the housekeeper of the Duan family came over with a smile on his face. He walked respectfully in front of Jiang Yun, bowed, and then said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, my master asked me to take you back." "Thank you very much." Jiang Yun looked at the butler with gratitude and got into the car directly. In a blink of an eye, the two of them headed towards the villa area. On their way, Jiang Yun kept calling Lin Shui, but no one answered the call, which made Jiang Yun a little worried. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the door of the villa. Jiang Yun just got off the car and ran towards home. On the second floor, Lin Shui was standing in front of the window holding a glass of red wine. She stared at the car downstairs, feeling as if her heart was bleeding. Chapter 18 I will marry no one but Lin Shui. After Lin Shui drank the wine in the glass, he put it down and walked to the door, locking the door of his room. At the same time, Jiang Yun had already rushed into the yard quickly. After seeing the car parked in the garage, he breathed a sigh of relief. He subconsciously looked up at the room on the second floor and then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Fine. He walked into the villa, went all the way to the room and knocked on the door, but there was no sound coming from the room. He turned the doorknob and found that the door was locked. In an instant, Jiang Yun's face changed. He knocked on the door and shouted, "Wife? Are you in there?" Lin Shui remained silent. "Wife?" Jiang Yun's voice became heavier again. Inside the room, Jiang Shui sat on the floor, leaning against the wall. The scenes that happened tonight kept echoing in her mind, and her eyes even became moist. In the next room, Song Xiaoyun walked out of the room with a big belly. She glanced at Jiang Yun impatiently, then looked at the locked room. A cold look appeared on the corner of her mouth. She hugged her shoulders and said, "Jiang Yun, why are you shouting here so late at night? Are you having a quarrel with your spouse? So, now you know that it's hard to please a young lady from a famous family, right? I advise you to leave her as soon as possible and get the Keola barber contract as your father wants. Then draw a clear line between you and Lin Shui and ask him to compensate you for the loss of your youth over the years." Jiang Yun turned his head and glared at Song Xiaoyun, then he shouted coldly, "Shut up. You." The corners of Song Xiaoyun's mouth twitched twice, and she slammed the door heavily, saying in a cold voice, "Keep your voice down, you guys won't sleep, but don't disturb the baby in my belly." Jiang Yun didn't say anything. He squatted in front of the door, grabbing his hair constantly. Everything he did tonight was to pave the way for Lin Shui and repair the relationship between them. But why did Lin Shui? Jiang Yun frowned slightly, and a bad idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, he widened his eyes and said, "Is my wife okay?" The next second, he gathered all his strength and kicked directly at the door. Just at this moment, he heard footsteps, and then saw Lin Shui opening the door. Jiang Yun kicked in the air and sat down on the ground. He looked up at Lin Shui, whose face was slightly red, and then said, "Wife, I thought something was wrong with you. Since you are in the room, why don't you respond to me?" Lin Shui glanced at him coldly, then said calmly, "Who stipulated that I must respond to you? That's not the case." Jiang Yun scratched his head, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said with a smile, "I am worried about you, but don't worry, I definitely don't have any other intentions. You should pay more attention to your old lover." Lin Shui turned her face away, grabbed Jiang Yun by the collar, and dragged him out of the room, saying coldly, "I'm still reconsidering our relationship, so please go out and find another room." "Wife?" Jiang Yun looked at her in despair. "Wrong? What old lover?" As the door closed, Jiang Yun's eyes widened again. He quickly knocked on the door and shouted inside, "Wife! Du Xiuhua and I are not in the relationship you think. Open the door and let me explain." "Damn, I was misunderstood." Jiang Yun wanted to cry but had no tears. Unfortunately, Lin Shui in the room had already put on her headphones, obviously not going to give him any chance to explain. Jiang Yun shook his head helplessly. He sighed and said, "It seems that I still need to find another opportunity to explain." Just as he was about to find a place to rest in another room, he saw the door of the room next to him open again, and Song Xiaoyun walked out quickly. She looked at Jiang Yun suspiciously, then turned her eyes and asked, "Do you know Duan Xiuhua? A man's fame is like the shadow of a tree. She is also from Ningchen, how could she not know Duan Xiuhua's name?" Jiang Yun's attitude towards Song Xiaoyun was extremely cold, and he immediately asked, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Jiang Yun. Song Xiaoyun glanced at Lin Shui's room, then walked to Jiang Yun's side, took his arm, and said with a smile, "Look at Lin Shui's attitude towards you. Look at me. Actually, I don't mind how you get to know Duan Xiuhua. But you and Duan Xiuhua have a very good relationship, so your future prospects are definitely limitless, so I don't care about the process, I just want to see the results. How about you consider going through the divorce procedures with Lin Shui tomorrow, and then we can raise our child together." Jiang Yun snorted coldly, then turned his face away and said coldly, "In this life, I will not marry anyone other than Lin Shui." In a blink of an eye, the man had already gone to the side. Song Xiaoyun stood there, stamping her feet fiercely, her mouth twitching twice. After she glanced at Jiang Yun, she snorted coldly and said unhappily, "Why are you so arrogant here? Do you really think that I will be attracted to you? You shameless bastard. When the baby is born, I will leave you completely dumbfounded." After returning to the room, Jiang Yun fell asleep early. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Jiang Yun got up, Lin Shui had already left. Song Xiaoyun was eating breakfast downstairs. After she glanced at Jiang Yun, she turned her face away. Outside the door, a horn sounded. Jiang Yun looked through the glass window and noticed Duan Xiuhua sitting in the car. He quickly grabbed a piece of clothing and ran out quickly. Song Xiaoyun, who was standing nearby, also stood up suspiciously. When she saw the woman sitting in the car, her eyes widened. "I didn't expect that Jiang Yun actually knew Duan Xiuhua. Besides, they seem to have a pretty good relationship. Duan Xiuhua came to pick him up in person. How much of an honor was that?" Song Xiaoyun frowned. She looked up at the room upstairs and murmured to herself, "Is Jiang Yun really good in bed? That's why he can be appreciated by such a strong woman." No. She turned her eyes and touched her belly, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she said, "I have to find a chance to try it properly. See how good Jiang Yun is in bed." Outside the villa, Duan Xiuhua took the initiative to open the car door for Jiang Yun. "Can we go see my son now?" Chapter 19, Hospital Encounter. Jiang Yun nodded without delay. He glanced at the driver and said, "Go to the city hospital." Duan Xiuhua's expression suddenly turned ugly. She grabbed Jiang Yun's hand, widened her eyes, and asked quickly, "What happened to my son? Why is he in the hospital?" "It's okay, don't worry." Jiang Yun was still thinking about himself and Lin Shui. He said absent-mindedly, "I just need to stay in the hospital to recuperate. I guess I'll be discharged soon. It just so happens that after you see him, you can mobilize some experts to come over. I think he will get better soon." Duan Xiuhua then breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." On the way, Jiang Yun's eyes were always looking out the window, but his face was always ugly. He and Lin Shui were separated all night last night. If it was the same tonight, then his relationship with Lin Shui would definitely get worse and worse. Although they live together, they still live separately. Beside her, although Duan Xiuhua was excited, she also noticed that Jiang Yun's face looked a little strange. She patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder and asked immediately, "Are you worried about something?" Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, but did not hide anything. He came straight to the point and said, "Recently, my wife and I have frequently encountered some problems. Although we still live under the same roof, but they separated. Sister Duan, I'm an experienced person. How do you think I should coax my wife?" Duan Xiuhua smiled bitterly, shook her head and sighed, "For so many years, I have always been alone, and there are many people who coax me, but in my eyes, they all have their own purposes. So, I always keep my distance from this group of people. How can I know how to win the hearts of women? I don't even know what women want. But..." Duan Xiuhua narrowed her eyes slightly before saying, "But I know one thing, that is, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Your wife won't quarrel with you for no reason. If you can find the source, you will probably be able to appease your wife, and your relationship will gradually improve." Jiang Yun sighed. There were just some misunderstandings between him and Lin Shui, but there was no answer to any of these misunderstandings. So, he had no reason to convince Lin Shui to believe in him. While the two were talking, the car had already arrived at the city hospital. Du and Xiuhua hurriedly got out of the car and pulled Jiang Yun towards the main entrance of the hospital. You helped me a lot this time. If you need anything in the future, just contact me. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely help you. Jiang Yun smiled and said, then I would like to thank Sister Duan first. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived at the inpatient department. Jiang Yun led Du and Xiuhua all their way to a ward, then stopped and pointed to one of the beds and said, Sister Duan, that's the person you're looking for. Good. Du and Xiuhua clenched her fists excitedly, her eyes even became moist. She pushed open the door and quickly walked to the young man, holding his hand and started crying. Jiang Yun stood outside the door, leaning against the wall. He sighed, then shook his head and said, Mother and son are reunited, but what about my love? Jiang Yun shook his head helplessly. When he was about to leave, he noticed a familiar figure walking by. He was startled for a moment, then said to himself, Song Xiaoyun? Shouldn't she be at home? After thinking about this, Jiang Yun quickly followed. After walking through the corridor, I saw Song Xiaoyun walking up to a familiar man. Jiang Tingfei. Jiang Yun clenched his fists, his face looking terribly ugly. If Jiang Tingfei hadn't been secretly plotting, how could he and Lin Shui have ended up in this situation? Thinking about how Jiang Tingfei had always been aggressive and had almost caused him to divorce Lin Shui, he clenched his fists. After hesitating for a moment, he secretly approached the two of them. Jiang Yun was a few steps away from them, but the two did not notice his presence. Moreover, he also noticed that Jiang Tingfei's face was not very good, and Jiang Tingfei's voice suddenly came to his ears. Xiao Yun, are you crazy? Jiang Yun listened to his words, hesitated for a moment, and quickly took out the recorder he carried with him from his arms. This was a habit he had developed over the years. After all, he had helped the Jiang family a lot. Do you know how dangerous your situation is? Jiang Tingfei paced back and forth, frowning and saying, Last night, after I went back home, I kept thinking about you. Now you are pregnant, and you are living with Lin Shui and Jiang Yun. What if something goes wrong? If it was Jiang Yun before, I might not have any worries, but what about now? Jiang Tingfei's teeth were almost broken. He said angrily, I don't know what's wrong with Jiang Yun. He doesn't even listen to me. I'm really worried that he will suddenly lose his temper and push you down from the building. What if the baby is lost? Then all our previous efforts will be wasted. Jiang Yun, who was standing behind the wall, frowned slightly. From what Jiang Tingfei said, he seemed to be very sure that the child in Song Xiaoyun's belly was directly related to him. Could it be that? Jiang Yun knocked his head and tried his best to recall what had happened before, but he really couldn't remember what he had done to Song Xiaoyun. Could it be that I really lost my morals after drinking, so I gave Song Xiaoyun to? Jiang Yun frowned slightly. If that was the case, Lin Shui would definitely divorce him immediately and would never give him a chance to explain. By then, the two of them will go their separate ways completely. No, that's absolutely not possible. Just when Jiang Yun was getting anxious, he heard Song Xiaoyun's voice again. Uncle Jiang, what are you worried about? Only by living next to them can I get first-hand information. Besides, I can definitely keep the baby. Besides. Song Xiaoyun sneered. She touched her big belly and said coldly, if the child is really gone, I will put all the responsibility on Lin Shui. By then, even if public opinion can drive Lin Shui crazy, as long as she takes the initiative to file for divorce with Jiang Yun, I will add fuel to the fire and take the initiative to get close to Jiang Yun. I think I can still tie Jiang Yun's heart. So vicious. Jiang Yun frowned slightly. This woman is really scheming. Why are you suddenly interested in Jiang Yun? Chapter 20 I will help you take care of her. Jiang Tingfei looked at Song Xiaoyun with confusion. Before, the reason why she cooperated with him was because he offered a large sum of money. Moreover, Song Xiaoyun disdained Jiang Yun very much and even regarded him as a good-for-nothing playboy. She would rather marry Jiang Yun than marry a dog. However, this attitude changed too quickly, and Jiang Tingfei even found it a little hard to accept. Song Xiaoyun did not hide the fact that she and Jiang Tingfei were originally from the same boat. She immediately said, I got the news that Jiang Yun and Du and Xiuhua have a close relationship. Moreover, this morning, I saw Du and Xiuhua personally pick up Jiang Yun. I don't know where they went. I suspect that Jiang Yun must have had an affair with Du and Xiuhua. Although it is not glorious to rely on a woman to get to the top, at this time, it is enough to make money. Why would he care about those things? Jiang Tingfei's eyes widened immediately, and his heart beat faster. He stared at Song Xiaoyun with wide eyes and asked hurriedly, "Are you talking about Du and Xiuhua from the Duan family? Who else could it be?" Song Xiaoyun said firmly, "I have seen Du and Xiuhua's photo in a magazine. The person who came to pick up Jiang Yun this morning was her. Also, I saw some news online. Jiang Yun attended Du and Xiuhua's birthday party last night. It was said that the two went upstairs during the party, and then they stayed in the room the whole time. I don't know what they were doing, but isn't it obvious? What good things can a man and a woman do in a room?" Jiang Tingfei grinned and said excitedly, "No wonder Jiang Yun was able to get Xie Zhenghuo's contract, it was probably Du and Xiuhua who helped him. You know what, this kid is really capable. He can actually climb onto Du and Xiuhua's bed." Song Xiaoyun held her chin with her hand and snorted, "I guess he must be very good in bed, right? It's a pity that I don't have the chance to experience it." "Don't say that casually." Jiang Tingfei quickly glanced around, not noticing Jiang Yun hiding behind the wall next door. He said in a deep voice, "You must remember that you had sex with Jiang Yun, and the child in your belly is also Jiang Yun's flesh and blood. Of course, this is not a lie. After all, we got Jiang Yun's sperm from the sperm bank. So, no matter how we verify it, Jiang Yun will definitely not know the trick. In the end, he will definitely think that he has done something wrong to you, and you are using the child to force him to divorce. At that time, I can also slaughter Lin Shui again and make her spit out all the resources and working capital of the Lin family. Then our Jiang family will have the opportunity to become the top family in Ningchen." Song Xiaoyun nodded. She also wanted to marry into a wealthy family. She touched her belly and knew that her wish would come true in just 3 months. She even couldn't wait to cut open her belly and take the baby out immediately. As the two people left, Jiang Yun slowly stood up. He tightly grasped the recorder in his hand and looked at the two people going away. His face looked extremely ugly. He never expected that Jiang Tingfei would set up such a big scheme to plot against Lin Shui. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't even dare to believe that there were such vicious people in the world. The most terrifying thing is that this person is actually his own father. But there was no regret or reluctance on Jiang Yun's face. Instead, he smiled, put the recorder in his pocket, and then quickly went downstairs. As long as he gives the recorder to Lin Shui, all misunderstandings will be resolved, and Lin Shui will know what he is thinking. When he thought of this, Jiang Yun became particularly excited. "I ran all the way to the door of my house and saw a Maserati parked in front of the villa. Then, I saw two people walking out of the villa. That is Li Wenjie and Lin Shui. How come they are here together?" Jiang Yun walked quickly to Lin Shui's side, and after noticing the suitcase in her hand, he hurriedly said, "Wife, what are you doing?" "What else can I do?" Lin Shui said coldly, "Since you have found a better sponsor, I guess I am no longer useful, right? In that case, I won't continue to be an eyesore here. Tomorrow, I will ask the company's legal department to draft a divorce agreement and mail it to you. You only need to sign it, and there will be no relationship between us. Whoever you like, go find him over there. As for this house, I also hope you can vacate it as soon as possible." Lin Shui didn't want to stay here any longer. Her mind was always filled with the scene in the photo that Li Wenjie gave her. Coupled with the rumors on the internet, she really couldn't bear it anymore. So, she was not going to continue to compromise. She had been deceiving herself all along. Even when Song Xiaoyun was pregnant and the paternity report confirmed the relationship between Jiang Yun and the child, she was even willing to believe Jiang Yun and even wanted to face it with him. But Lin Shui was really tired. Perhaps Du and Xiuhua's matter was the last straw that broke the camel's back. This kind of life was really too uncomfortable. Jiang Yun quickly took out the recorder from his arms and handed it to Lin Shui, saying, "Wife, don't leave yet. Listen to the contents of this recorder. I believe you will change your mind. You have to believe me, I really haven't done anything to let you down." Lin Shui's face gradually turned gloomy. She snatched the recorder and threw it to the ground, then walked away on her own. "Wife!" Jiang Yun shouted at the top of his lungs. He was just about to pick up the recorder when he saw Li Wenjie walk up to him, raise his foot and step on the recorder. In an instant, the recorder shattered. Jiang Yun's eyes were bloodshot. This was the key to his reconciliation with Lin Shui, but he didn't expect that this bastard would actually. Li Wenjie walked up to him, a sly smile appeared on his face, and he said, "What? Are you angry? Then why don't you hit me? Lin Shui is watching you over there. If you make a move, not only will I send you to the police station to sit on the bench, but Lin Shui will also be completely disappointed in you. Not only is he incompetent, but is also a violent freak." Jiang Yun clenched his fists in anger, like a ferocious beast. Li Wenjie brushed off the recovery mask on his body, then looked at Jiang Yun with a haughty look. "Also, I have already thought of how to play with Lin Shui. Don't worry, I will definitely help you serve her comfortably. Besides, I'll send you a video so you can take a closer look at what she looks like under my crotch." Chapter 21. Your business is my business. Li Wenjie. Jiang Yun finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Just when he was about to take action, Li Wenjie had already walked back to Lin Shui's side and waved gracefully at Jiang Yun. Bye. As the car door closed, Jiang Yun felt his heart ache. He covered his heart and knelt on the ground in despair. He looked at the car going farther and farther away, his mind in great confusion. No, I absolutely cannot let my wife fall into Li Wenjie's hands. He is a complete bastard and he will definitely kill my wife. Jiang Yun quickly got up from the ground and carefully recalled everything that happened in his previous life. He remembered that the place where Li Wenjie lived should be Royal Forest Bay. In his previous life, Jiang Yun had gone to find Li Wenjie for Lin Shui, so he remembered where he lived and knew his unit number. Jiang Yun did not dare to hesitate. He quickly looked at the car beside him. However, after pulling the car door a few times, he remembered that he did not have the car keys. Then he ran outside. After hailing a taxi, he headed towards Yujinglan Bay. On the way, Jiang Yun was always looking at the time. He tried his best to calm himself, but he was still very irritable. After all, when he thought about Lin Shui and Li Wenjie being alone in a room, he felt like his heart was about to explode. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the main entrance of Yujinglan Bay. Jiang Yun was about to go in when he was blocked by two security guards. After the two security guards looked Jiang Yun up and down, they saw one of them walked up to Jiang Yun and asked at the same time, "Are you the owner of this place?" Yujinglan is located in the center of Ningcheng City. The housing prices here are even more expensive than those in the surrounding villa areas. People who live here are either rich or noble, so the community has an impression on every owner. Jiang Yun frowned and said, "I'm here to find someone." Looking for someone. The security guard who was speaking directly pushed Jiang Yun, snorted coldly, and then said unhappily, "Stop bragging here. Do you know what kind of people live here? Look at you, you look like a loser. How could you possibly be related to the people here? I guess you want to sneak in and send a location, then take some photos inside and post them on WeChat Moments. Then brag to your friends that you bought a house here. Am I right?" Another security guard standing nearby also started laughing. Jiang Yun was always watching the time. He was too lazy to explain to the two security guards. He pushed one of them away and prepared to force his way in. After all, for him, time is life. Every minute of delay would put Lin Shui in more danger. Unfortunately, although he successfully passed through the main gate, there were still more than a dozen security guards in the security room. When they saw someone forcibly breaking into Yujinglan, they all ran out and surrounded Jiang Yun in just a moment. I knew this guy was definitely not a good person. The security guard who spoke first walked up to Jiang Yun, snorted coldly, and said coldly, "Let's teach him a lesson first, and then throw him out. If we don't teach this guy a lesson, he won't learn his lesson and will definitely try to get in again next time." Jiang Yun's face changed with fright. His rebirth did give him many advantages, but at most he only understood some things that would happen in the future, but his body did not change at all. If he really fought with a few people, wouldn't he be beaten into a paste? After thinking about this, Jiang Yun subconsciously took a few steps back, already thinking about how to leave in his mind. Just as the security guards were about to take action, they heard a horn honking not far away. Then, they saw a security guard respectfully opening the door, walking to the front of the car, and respectfully looking at the woman sitting in the back seat. "Sister Duan, you're back." Duan Xiuhua ignored him and got out of the car. Then he looked at Jiang Yun who was surrounded by people and frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Sister Duan." One of the security guards came over quickly and was about to speak when he saw Du Xiuhua's face suddenly turned cold. He shouted at him coldly, "I'm not talking to you, shut up." The security guard swallowed, nodded quickly, and then stepped aside. Jiang Yun quickly walked to Du Xiuhua's side and said with embarrassment, "Sister Duan, I'm sorry to make you laugh. They give you a hard time." Du Xiuhua glanced coldly at the security guards present. Jiang Yun shook his head and then said, "I came here to look for someone, but was stopped by them, so it became like this." "So that's how it is." Du Xiuhua understood immediately, and she said to everyone calmly, "This gentleman is my friend. In the future, he can come in and out of Yujinglan Bay at will. If any problems arise, I will bear all the consequences." The security guards wiped the cold sweat from their heads and looked at Jiang Yun in shock. No one expected that he actually knew Du Xiuhua. Jiang Yun looked at Du Xiuhua gratefully, and then said, "Sister Duan, I have something urgent to do, so I won't continue chatting with you here. I'll treat you to dinner another day." Du Xiuhua shouted at Jiang Yun's back, "I should thank you very much. Don't forget my words, if you need anything, you can contact me unconditionally, your business is my business." Jiang Yun waved his hand without turning his head, and in a blink of an eye, he disappeared from Du Xiuhua's sight. As Du Xiuhua's car left, the security guards looked at each other, then looked in the direction Jiang Yun left and started talking. "Tell me, who is this guy? I think Du Xiuhua treats him well, and judging from their conversation, they are probably very good friends. You must remember his appearance and be polite to him in the future. If we make him unhappy, we will all be in trouble." Everyone nodded hurriedly. There are few people living in Yujinglan Bay who even their boss can't afford to offend, and Du Xiuhua is one of them. At the same time, Jiang Yun had quickly arrived in front of an apartment building, and then he went straight into the elevator and headed to the 18th floor. Yujinglan is very well decorated, with 2 households in one building. After Jiang Yun came out of the elevator, he looked towards the door on the left, put his face forward and listened carefully. Faintly, you can still hear the unbearable sounds coming from the room. In an instant, Jiang Yun's face turned ashen, and his eyes were so red that blood almost dripped out. The next second, he suddenly raised his fist and smashed it towards the door. Chapter 22. It was a misunderstanding. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door, but there was no sound from inside. Jiang Yun's breathing gradually became heavier. He clenched his fists and was about to continue knocking on the door when he saw that it had been opened. Li Wenjie walked out, wrapped only in a bath towel, looking very cool. The moment he saw Jiang Yun, Li Wenjie showed a hint of doubt at the corner of his mouth, then frowned and asked, "How did you find this place?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yun's eyes turned blood red. He raised his hand and hit Li Wenjie directly in the face. Li Wenjie was knocked to the ground with one punch. Li Wenjie covered his face and looked at Jiang Yun coldly, then shouted, "Jiang Yun, are you crazy? I'm going to call the security guards now and send you to the police station immediately, and let you sit on the bench for the rest of your life." However, Jiang Yun did not show any fear. He raised his fist again and was about to pounce on Li Wenjie. But when he saw the TV in the living room, he was stunned. Looking at the unbearable scene, he suddenly realized that it was not because someone was doing something here, but this bastard Li Wenjie is watching a disc. Jiang Yun frowned slightly, clenched his fists, and looked at Li Wenjie who was lying on the ground. For a moment, he didn't know how to end the situation. Although he didn't like Li Wenjie, it was hard to explain why he hit someone. Most importantly, it was all a misunderstanding. Li Wenjie ignored all this. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Then he pointed at Jiang Yun and shouted, "Asshole. Just wait. Today's matter is definitely not over. You will be in big trouble soon." Jiang Yun was not going to continue paying attention to Li Wenjie, so he turned around and prepared to leave. But the door opposite suddenly opened, and Lin Shui walked out of the room. After seeing Jiang Yun standing aside and Li Wenjie with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, she immediately understood what was going on. She pushed Jiang Yun away and quickly walked to Li Wenjie. She looked at Li Wenjie and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Li Wenjie said a few words to the security guard, then threw his phone aside, a faint smile on his face. He pointed at Jiang Yun and said, "Xiaoxue, this incident is really not my fault." Jiang Yun knocked on the door. "I didn't know what was going on when he came up and punched me. Then he said that I was the one who destroyed your marriage. Heaven and earth, conscience. I just want to lend a helping hand when you are in trouble. I have absolutely no other intentions. I also don't have any improper thoughts about you. I think you should understand this, right? Lin Shui nodded. She looked at Li Wenjie with a guilty look on her face and said, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. But don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Just now, when they came into the building, Li Wenjie didn't even invite her into his room to avoid suspicion, but handed her the key to the opposite door directly, which touched Lin Shui deeply. How could she know that all this was Li Wenjie's plan? Jiang Yun ignored Li Wenjie's words. Even if Li Wenjie was deliberately making trouble here, he knew very well that his explanation was weak and Lin Shui would definitely not believe him. However, there were two words that kept echoing in my mind, and that was Xiaoshui. This is Lin Shui's nickname. Over the years, only her family members could call her that. But today, this name was actually called out by Li Wenjie. How could Jiang Yun not be angry? Jiang Yun suppressed his anger. He walked to Lin Shui's side, grabbed her arm, and said, Wife, come back with me first. I have already investigated everything about the child. Give me some time to explain, and you will know that I have never done anything to let you down. Unfortunately, Lin Shui's attitude was extremely tough. After shaking off Jiang Yun's arm, she said coldly, Leave. Leave now. Wife. Jiang Yun was still prepared to continue fighting for it. Leaving Lin Shui here would be like sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. Sooner or later, she would be harmed by Li Wenjie. In his previous life, he had already let Lin Shui down once. Now that God had given him a chance to start over, he absolutely could not let Lin Shui make the same mistake again. Don't call me wife. Lin Shui glanced at the watch on her hand and then said, According to the time, the legal contract should be almost completed and it should have been sent to your mailbox. Please print it out as soon as possible and sign it immediately. We will completely draw a line between us. No one will continue to bother each other. From now on, we will each live our own lives and pretend that we have never met. Buzz. A muffled sound came from Jiang Yun's mind. He staggered back a few steps and bumped directly into the wall. He felt as if his heart was pierced back and forth by silver needles. The next second, the elevator door suddenly opened, and then, a security guard was seen running towards them quickly. The security captain standing at the front glanced at Jiang Yun first, then quickly walked to Li Wenjie's side and asked respectfully, Mr. Li, is there something wrong? Li Wenjie pointed at Jiang Yun, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he said grimly, You useless bunch of trash, can't you even do the most basic job of guarding the door? This guy suddenly broke into my room and assaulted me. If my friend hadn't come to my rescue in time, I would have been beaten to death by this bastard. The security captain immediately apologized, Mr. Li, I'm really sorry, this is indeed our negligence. We will help you deal with this matter right away. I want you to take him to the police station. Li Wenjie said harshly, This bastard hurt people on purpose. I'm going to make him stay on the bench for a few days to teach him a lesson, so that he won't go out and bite people again in the future. The security captain glanced at Jiang Yun and immediately felt embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and walked to Li Wenjie's side, lowering his voice and whispering, Mr. Li, this gentleman is Miss Duan's friend. Can you please show some mercy? We can just help you get him out. Why don't we just send him to the police station? Duan Xiuhua? Lin Shui stood there dumbfounded. She looked at Jiang Yun in disbelief. It turned out that this man had been to Duan Xiuhua's house. Although she didn't want to believe that Qiu Feng and Duan Xiuhua had no relationship, but facts speak louder than words. Chapter 23 Heartbroken. Sister Duan. The corners of Li Wenjie's mouth twitched twice, and for a moment he didn't want to continue to embarrass Jiang Yun. After all, he didn't want to be enemies with Duan Xiuhua. If that happened, it wouldn't be of much benefit to the Li family. In the end, it is likely to be a lose-lose situation. The security captain said again, Mr. Li, what do you think of this matter? Li Wenjie hesitated for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Lin Shui standing up first. After she looked at Jiang Yun coldly, she said in a deep voice, Since you have done something wrong, you need to pay the price. Boss Li, please send him directly to the police station. We must not allow such people to continue to harm others. Jiang Yun stood there as if struck by lightning. These were actually the words that Lin Shui said. Li Wenjie on the side was also slightly startled. He originally thought that Lin Shui would plead for Jiang Yun, but after hearing her say this, Li Wenjie suddenly revealed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then he directly said, "In this case, then send him to the police station." Anyway, it is Jiang Yun who was at fault first. Even if he is Du Xiuhua's friend, he cannot escape legal sanctions. Although the security captain was a little hesitant, he finally nodded. He walked to Jiang Yun's side and said with embarrassment, "Sir, let's first." Jiang Yun didn't say anything. His face was ashen and full of despair. Lin Shui had actually stood with Li Wenjie, and he seemed to have become an outsider. It was really ridiculous. After he glanced at Lin Shui, he said calmly, "Then you can do whatever you want." Li Wenjie is not a good person, but Lin Shui does not understand this at all. The final result is predictable. At this moment, the elevator door opened again. Du Xiuhua, who had received the news, rushed over from home in a hurry. When she saw several security guards surrounding Jiang Yun, her face suddenly changed, and she immediately shouted in a low voice, "What do you mean? Sister Duan?" The security captain hurried to Du Xiuhua's side. He glanced at Li Wenjie, who was standing not far away, and then said, "This gentleman just beat up Mr. Li. I was planning to settle it privately, but Mr. Li disagreed. He insisted on sending this gentleman to the police station. Since we can't come to an agreement now, we can only follow Mr. Li's wishes and give this gentleman to." The security captain was also in a dilemma. There were huge mountains on both sides and he couldn't afford to offend anyone. Du Xiuhua understood immediately. She walked to Li Wenjie's side, glanced at him, and then her eyes fell on his face. She hugged her shoulders and snorted, "I thought you were beaten so badly that you couldn't take care of yourself. Isn't it just a punch? Why? Call the police? Do you know how many things the people's servants have to deal with every day? Do you have to make such a big fuss about a punch?" How could Li Wenjie dare to say anything when faced with Du Xiuhua's scolding? Lin Shui, who was standing beside him, stood in front of Li Wenjie. After looking at Du Xiuhua, she said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "What do you mean by that? Should Mr. Li be beaten for nothing? According to you, one punch can be ignored? If that's the case, how about I slap you and you don't bother with me?" "Oh." Du Xiuhua showed a cold smile. After she glanced at Lin Shui, she knew her identity and said calmly, "I'm standing here. If you have the guts, then do it." "You?" Lin Shui clenched her fists and trembled with anger. She didn't want to defend Li Wenjie, but she couldn't stand Du Xiuhua helping Jiang Yun here, because it made her feel extremely uncomfortable. "Okay, Xiexue." Li Wenjie quickly walked to Lin Shui's side. After he pulled Lin Shui aside, he whispered, "Can't you see the relationship between Du Xiuhua and Jiang Yun? She is clearly trying to protect Jiang Yun, so we should give her some face. After all, you know how powerful Du Xiuhua is. One word from her could put the Lin family in an unprecedented difficult situation. So let's just forget about it, right?" Lin Shui let out a long breath. At this moment, she was no longer prepared to say anything more to Jiang Yun. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, then I'll listen to your wishes." Li Wenjie nodded in satisfaction. He quickly walked to Du Xiuhua's side and said with a fake smile, "Since Sister Duan has come forward, let's just leave today's matter as it is. But I hope Sister Duan can take good care of your dog and stop him from going out and biting people. It's easier to deal with this time because it bit me, but what if it offends someone else next time? Are you going to clean up his mess all the time?" The corners of Du Xiuhua's mouth twitched twice, and he raised his hand and slapped Li Wenjie in the face. "Sister Duan, you." Li Wenjie gritted his teeth, but he didn't say anything when the words came to his lips. However, he had already made up his mind that it wouldn't be long before he would make Du Xiuhua pay a heavy price for his actions. "If your mouth is still dirty, I will have someone cut off your tongue next time. I think that even if I kill you, the people of the Li family will not become my enemies because of you." After Du Xiuhua gave a cold warning, she walked back to Jiang Yun. She patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder and said calmly, "Shall we go first?" Everyone can see that Li Wenjie and Lin Shui are of the same mind at this moment. If they continue to stay here, they will only bring humiliation upon themselves. Jiang Yun's teeth were almost broken. He stared at Li Wenjie for a long time before leaving in anger. The next second, Lin Shui squatted down, hugged her knees and started crying. Her aggrieved look made people feel distressed. Li Wenjie quickly walked to the door and closed it, then stood back beside Lin Shui with a sly smile on his face. He quickly moved closer to Lin Shui and hugged her shoulders, suppressing his inner excitement before saying, "Xie Shui. It's all over. After you and Jiang Yun divorce, your life will probably get better. At that time, no matter who bullies you, I will stand by your side." Touching Lin Shui's skin on her shoulders, Li Wenjie felt his breathing even quicken. He could even feel the reaction in his body. Although he was extremely excited, he still pretended to be a gentleman and said softly, "Well, I'll go get you a glass of water. Calm down first. I'll take you out for a walk later." Chapter 24, Taken Away by Force. Li Wenjie walked to the wine cabinet, took out a white pill from behind a wine bottle, and then put it directly into the cup. At the same time, he quickly walked to the side, picked up the kettle and poured the water into it. Soon, the tablet dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Wenjie excitedly walked to Lin Shui with the water in his hand, and then handed the cup to Lin Shui, saying, "Xie Shui, drink some water first and calm yourself down. It's really not worth it for that kind of man. Look at how you look now. It really makes people feel distressed." Lin Shui didn't say anything. She took the cup and drank a sip. Then she stood up and sat on the sofa. At the same time, she looked at Li Wenjie with gratitude and said, "Thank you. Do we still need to be so polite to each other?" Li Wenjie smiled slightly, and pretended to be a gentleman and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I was so busy dealing with Jiang Yun's affairs that I didn't even go back to my room to change clothes." "Well, wait for me for a moment. I'll go in and change into clean pajamas. I'm really a little rude right now." Lin Shui's favorability towards him increased again. After nodding slightly, she drank the water in the cup. Li Wenjie on the side clenched his fists excitedly. He had even imagined the next scene, and the image of Lin Shui lying naked on the bed. Downstairs. Jiang Yun stood in front of the unit door and suddenly stopped. Although Lin Shui tried her best to protect Li Wenjie, it was all because Lin Shui was blinded by her own eyes and had no idea the truth of the matter. Therefore, this matter cannot be blamed on Lin Shui at all. After thinking about this, Jiang Yun turned around and prepared to go upstairs. Duan Xiuhua, who was standing on the side, walked up to him, frowned and said, "What else do you want to do?" "I'm going in and taking my wife's away." Jiang Yun's attitude was extremely firm. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Shui stay alone in Li Wenjie's room. Duan Xiuhua grabbed his arm and frowned, saying, "Can't you see that they are a loving couple? Just now, that woman even wanted Li Wenjie to send you to the police station. Even if you go back now, do you think they will follow you?" Duan Xiuhua had a very good impression of Jiang Yun. After all, he not only helped her find her son, but he didn't even ask for anything in return. This was enough to show Jiang Yun's character. If she wasn't too old, she would even want to be with Jiang Yun. "Okay. I know you may still be unable to let her go, but you are a man, let the past be the past. Who can live in the past forever?" Duan Xiuhua patted his shoulder and consoled him earnestly, "There are quite a few single young women in my company. I will find 2 for you when I get back. Then you can go and see if they suit your taste. If you like them, you can get married right away. If you want to get out of a relationship, the fastest way is to get into the next one as soon as possible." Jiang Yun laughed at himself. After looking at Duan Xiuhua, he shook his head and said, "It's not as simple as you say. Lin Shui is not what you think. In this life, if I leave Lin Shui, I will have no desire to live at all, because I am here to repay your kindness." Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Duan Xiuhua before he could finish his words. "Jiang Yun, you are just a woman, and you are not very old. Once you gain fame and fortune, even if you want an 18-year-old girl, I can find one for you. Why are you hanging from a tree?" Jiang Yun did not explain so much to her because no one would understand the relationship between him and Lin Shui. "Sister Duan, thank you for your help today, but I still have something to do. So, I will personally treat you to a meal another day to make amends." While speaking, Jiang Yun had already run towards Li Wenjie's house again. Looking at his back, Sister Duan shook her head and sighed, "Young people today, do you really think love can be eaten? When one day you find that you don't even have bread, you will know how humble the so-called love is." Duan Xiuhua thought of her past experiences, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and in a blink of an eye, she was already heading home. Since Jiang Yun has made up his mind, she is not going to get involved any further. Soon, Jiang Yun returned to the door of Li Wenjie's house. He raised his fist and knocked on the same door again. However, the person who came to open the door this time was not Li Wenjie, but Lin Shui. Why are you here again? Lin Shui's tone was filled with hostility. After she glanced at Jiang Yun coldly, she said in a deep voice, I know the security here dare not control you, but if you still dare to mess around, I will call the police right now. Jiang Yun looked at Lin Shui in front of him and didn't intend to explain anything. He grabbed Lin Shui's waist, then picked her up and walked towards the elevator. Lin Shui kept shouting, Jiang Yun, let me go. Do you know what your behavior is called? This is called kidnapping. You are breaking the law. Oh. Jiang Yun showed a sneer on his face. After looking at Lin Shui, he said coldly, illegal? Are you kidding me? You are my wife. Is it illegal for me to hug my wife? I won't be anytime soon. In the elevator, Lin Shui continued to shout. But at least you still are now. Jiang Yun ignored his words. He wanted to forcibly bring Lin Shui back to their home, and then explain everything to her. Even if she didn't believe it, she could temporarily escape from Li Wenjie's clutches. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had walked out of the elevator. Lin Shui was still struggling. She looked at the security guards in front of the door and kept shouting, save me. But the security guards all knew Jiang Yun's identity, so who would dare to come forward to help? A man passing by glanced at Jiang Yun and the other man, then frowned and asked, what is your relationship? This is my wife. Jiang Yun immediately said in annoyance. Your wife? The man asked in a cold voice, why is he struggling? I don't think you are a good person. I advise you to put him down quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lin Shui also shouted, yes. I don't even know him. Now, the man became more determined in his thoughts. Madness. Jiang Yun glared at him coldly and said, can't you see that the security guards didn't say anything? If I were a bad guy, would they not stop me? Get out of here. Chapter 25 It's all lies. Just as the man was hesitating, he suddenly heard a cry of surprise. Then, he saw Lin Shui struggling again and shouted, I don't know him. He is friends with all the security guards here. It was this security guard who brought him upstairs to find me just now. The man's face was full of vigilance again. He quickly pointed at Jiang Yun and said, you still dare to deny it? People have said so. No matter what your relationship is, I advise you to put him down now, otherwise I will call the police immediately. Jiang Yun was too lazy to explain to the man. He glanced at the security guard standing on the side and shouted, what are you still standing there for? Take this idiot away and explain to him properly. Don't waste my time here. Several security guards looked at each other, and worried that the situation would get out of hand, they hurriedly walked over to the man and forcibly pulled him into the security room. Jiang Yun had a smooth journey all the way until he walked out of the main gate of the community. He then hailed a taxi and stuffed Lin Shui in. Let me down right now. Lin Shui had a tough attitude. After she looked at Jiang Yun coldly, she said in a deep voice, no matter what you do, we will definitely not go back, and I will not change my mind. Jiang Yun, if you are a man, stand up and take the responsibility you should bear. Stop thinking about your own children. Obviously, there is a hidden meaning. Jiang Yun sighed, frowned and said, wife, Duan Xiuhua and I are not in the relationship you think. She just regards me as a benefactor, so she helped me out many times. Benefactor. Lin Shui showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth. She turned her head to look outside the car and said unhappily, Jiang Yun, I find that you lie without thinking. Others may not know who Duan Xiuhua is, but don't I know it? Just you? What can you bring to Duan Xiuhua? What is there for Duan Xiuhua to be grateful to you for? I advise you to just talk about your stuff. I'm not a 3-year-old girl, and I won't fall for it. Jiang Yun took out his cell phone and said, if that's the case, I'll call Duan Xiuhua right now and ask her to explain it to you in person, and then everything will be clear. I won't listen. Lin Shui blocked her ears. Just now, she thought a lot carefully. Before, the main reason why she had always been connected with Jiang Yun and could never break away was that she was too soft-hearted and could not make up her mind. This time, she absolutely did not believe any of Jiang Yun's sweet words. After all, she had seen the photo of Duan Xiuhua and Jiang Yun hugging each other with her own eyes. How could she not believe her own eyes? It's really ridiculous. Wife! Jiang Yun continued to shout. Unfortunately, Lin Shui had already covered her ears, not giving him any chance to speak. After the car drove all their way back to their villa area, Jiang Yun pulled Lin Shui out of the car quickly. After he took Lin Shui to his yard, he said, "Wife, I just overheard the conversation between Song Xiaoyun and Jiang Tingfei in the hospital. The baby in Song Xiaoyun's belly is indeed related to me, but..." Before he finished speaking, Lin Shui felt a sharp pain in his heart. Others said it was just a feeling, but when these words came from Jiang Yun's mouth personally, it still had a certain impact on him. Lin Shui shook a few times, her face looked extremely ugly, and she just felt a little dizzy. Jiang Yun was quick to act. After hugging Lin Shui, he quickly took her to the living room and poured her a glass of water. After Lin Shui drank some water, she felt a little better, but her head was still very dizzy. Jiang Yun's voice came to my ears again. "Wife, I once went to the hospital to donate sperm, but it was Jiang Tingfei's idea. I didn't think much about it at the time, but I didn't expect that Jiang Tingfei would make a big fuss about it. So, the baby in Song Xiaoyun's belly does have the same genes as me. From a certain perspective, it can be considered my child, but I have definitely not done anything out of line with Song Xiaoyun. I can assure you of this." After these words, Lin Shui's face did not show any emotion. She waved at Jiang Yun, rubbed her eyebrows, and then said, "I don't want to hear you say this. Jiang Yun, I don't even know which of your words are true and which are false. You really make me feel terrible. You've told me lies one after another, and all the things that have made me uncomfortable are right in front of me. Tell me, how can I still trust you?" Jiang Yun also knew this. After all, he owed Lin Shui too much, and he had done so many things to hurt Lin Shui before. How could he have the face to ask Lin Shui to forgive him? But he is already trying his best to become better, and is constantly paving the way for Lin Shui. Suddenly, Jiang Yun remembered the recorder that had been stepped on and broken. If he repaired the recorder, wouldn't he be able to let Lin Shui know the truth? After thinking about this, Jiang Yun glanced at Lin Shui and said hurriedly, "Wife, wait here for me. I'll be back soon." While talking, Jiang Yun quickly ran into the yard and began to search. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find the remains of the recorder. Jiang Yun lay on the ground, carefully turning over the bushes, then frowned and said, "I remember clearly that this is the place, how could it suddenly disappear?" There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. He subconsciously raised his head and saw Song Xiaoyun walking towards him with a big belly. "Jiang Yun, what are you looking for? Do you need my help?" Ever since Song Xiaoyun learned that Jiang Yun and Duan Xiuhua were in contact, her attitude has changed a lot, even making Jiang Yun doubt his own eyes. Jiang Yun ignored Song Xiaoyun and continued to search on the ground. Song Xiaoyun stood aside. She hugged her shoulders and glanced at Jiang Yun, suppressing the disgust in her eyes, and said calmly, "Jiang Yun, I have gone to the hospital for a checkup and the doctor said our baby is normal. So, you must be prepared to be a father and learn more about how to take care of a child." The corners of Jiang Yun's mouth twitched twice and his expression looked ugly, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't say them. How could Song Xiaoyun admit it when confronted? He must use evidence to expose Song Xiaoyun's lies. Chapter 26: The Unforgivable Villain. At the same time, a muffled sound suddenly came from the living room. Jiang Yun and Song Xiaoyun's faces changed at the same time, and they subconsciously looked towards the living room. Jiang Yun did not dare to hesitate. Thinking of Lin Shui, who was still sitting inside, he quickly quickened his pace and rushed back to the living room. However, after seeing Lin Shui who had fallen, his face suddenly turned ugly. Then, he quickly walked to Lin Shui's side and patted Lin Shui's face, "Wife." However, Lin Shui never responded. Song Xiaoyun, who was standing on the side, leaned against the door with her shoulders folded. A sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she said to herself, "It would be better if I died, and this house would become our family of three's home. From now on, we can live happily here without having to look at those annoying people." In just a moment, Jiang Yun's face turned ugly. He turned his head suddenly, glanced at Song Xiaoyun, and immediately shouted at the top of his voice, "Shut up! What are you yelling at me for?" Song Xiaoyun said this coldly, and then went into the room on her own. Jiang Yun picked up Lin Shui and was about to take her to the hospital. After noticing her steady breathing and the faint snoring in her ears, Jiang Yun was stunned. Could it be? Is my wife asleep? Jiang Yun then stopped and carried Lin Shui back to the room. After putting her on the bed, Jiang Yun helped her cover the quilt, then he took a chair and sat at the head of the bed, holding Lin Shui's hand tightly. He suddenly started to have doubts in his heart. Even if Lin Shui was exhausted and tired, she wouldn't fall under the sofa while sleeping, right? The most important thing is that even after such a violent collision, Lin Shui seemed to feel nothing and was able to sleep peacefully. There must be something fishy going on. Could it be that? Jiang Yun tentatively reached out his hand and gently patted Lin Shui's face. Lin Shui immediately turned her head to the side, ignored Jiang Yun, and fell asleep again. Apparently, this is being sleepy. Jiang Yun had already tested Lin Shui twice, and seeing that she was really asleep, he finally let go of his worry. He walked to the window, hugged his shoulders and looked downstairs quietly. The residue of the recorder suddenly disappeared, and Lin Shui fell asleep again inexplicably. There was no clue about anything, which made Jiang Yun feel inexplicably irritated. I don't know how long I stood by the window. As it grew darker, a layer of grey covered the sky, and then I heard a lazy voice in my ears. Jiang Yun came to his senses and turned around quickly, but Lin Shui, who was lying on the bed and had already woken up, was startled and stood up mechanically, and hurriedly shouted, "Who?" "It's me." Jiang Yun walked to her side with a warm smile on his face. "Jiang Yun." After confirming the identity of the person standing in front of her, Lin Shui tentatively stood up. She reached out to turn on the light, and after checking the time, her expression suddenly turned ugly. "Jiang Yun. What on earth did you do to me? How could I sleep so late?" She clearly remembered that it was not yet noon when she and Jiang Yun came back, but when she woke up, it was already late at night. Moreover, she felt her mind was extremely dizzy, her whole body was exhausted, and she couldn't muster any strength. Jiang Yun walked to her side and said quickly, "Wife, you suddenly fell to the ground, and then I found you asleep, so I brought you back to the room." "Oh." A cold smile appeared on Lin Shui's lips. She shook her head and said, "I understand. You are obviously worried that I will divorce you, so you want to use this method to control me at home. I remember you gave me a glass of water. You must have drugged the water." This sentence made Jiang Yun's heart sink to the bottom. He laughed at himself and said, "Wife, am I this kind of person in your heart?" Wrong. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to Jiang Yun's mind. Could it be that? He quickly walked to Lin Shui's side and asked, "Wife, I remember you were alone in the room with Li Wenjie, right? Did he give you anything to drink? Or anything to eat?" Lin Shui's movements were simple, he only came into contact with the two of them. Since he didn't tamper with the water, then this matter is definitely related to Li Wenjie. "Drank a glass of water," Lin Shui said coldly. "That's right." Jiang Yun slapped his head and said, "There must be something wrong with this glass of water. Wife, now you see clearly who Li Wenjie is, right? He clearly has bad intentions towards you. If I hadn't brought you back in time, have you ever thought about your situation? Li Wenjie would never be like me and just put you on the bed and let you sleep quietly." After hearing this, Lin Shui stood up and glared at Jiang Yun, her breathing becoming rapid. "Jiang Yun, how long are you going to keep making trouble? Can this kind of thing be blamed on Li Wenjie? It's obvious that you deliberately framed me and wanted me to distance myself from Li Wenjie. It's just that I'm not as dirty as you think, and I won't be the same as you. Before the divorce, I won't do anything that violates the bottom line of morality." Jiang Yun was speechless. As expected, not only was his explanation weak, but even his arguments were not accepted. It was as if he was the most evil villain in the world, and everyone except him had no problems at all. Lin Shui pointed at the door and said, "Jiang Yun, please get out now. I don't want to see you." "Wife, but Li Wenjie really?" Jiang Yun was ready to make a final struggle, but before he could say anything, he saw Lin Shui's face had darkened and his voice was terribly cold. "I have been in contact with Li Wenjie for such a long time. I know him better than you do. Don't think that just because you are a despicable person, everyone is the same as you." Jiang Yun smiled self-deprecatingly and didn't continue talking. He walked out of the room in frustration, and heard the sound of the door being locked behind him. This Li Wenjie is a disaster. We must not let him stay with his wife any longer. Jiang Yun tapped his head lightly with his fingers, trying his best to think of ways to deal with the situation. Unfortunately, Li family had their own influence in Ningchen. How could he shake Li family with his own strength? Just at this moment, a cry of surprise was heard in my ears. R. Chapter 27. Just to protect you. Jiang Yun glanced at Song Xiaoyun's room and was about to go over but hesitated. Lin Shui is extremely sensitive now. If he is seen having too much contact with Song Xiaoyun, things will probably become more troublesome. However, when he thought of Song Xiaoyun's big belly, Jiang Yun clenched his fists, and after a long inner struggle, he quickly ran into Song Xiaoyun's room. In just a few steps, he rushed into the room. At this moment, Song Xiaoyun was sitting on the ground, holding her stomach. After looking at Jiang Yun, she hurriedly said, "Jiang Yun, help me up quickly, my stomach hurts so much." Stomachache. Jiang Yun frowned. He walked to Song Xiaoyun's side and helped her back to the bed. Then he frowned and asked, "Do you need to go to the hospital?" Unnecessary. Song Xiaoyun shook her head, turned her gaze, and looked at Jiang Yun. At the same time, she hugged Jiang Yun's arm, and then put her face on Jiang Yun's arm, and then said coquettishly, "Jiang Yun, don't leave tonight, okay? I live downstairs." Jiang Yun pulled his hand back and said calmly, "Since you're okay, I'll go downstairs first." Song Xiaoyun's eyes turned cold. Seeing that Jiang Yun was about to leave, she quickly stood up and grabbed Jiang Yun's sleeve again. Then she timidly said, "But I'm really scared, and I'm desperate. After all, this is not my own home. Lin Shui is still hostile to me. If anything happens to me, she won't even pay attention to me. I guess she even wants to abort our child, so I hope you can stay with me for a while, okay?" Jiang Yun frowned and said, "Lin Shui is not the kind of person you think. Also, if you are really worried, then pack up and go home, or go to the Jiang family. Don't you have a good relationship with Jiang Tengfei? He accompanied you during the pregnancy checkup, so let him take care of you all the time." After hearing this, Song Xiaoyun's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly asked, "Did you go to the hospital today?" "Yes." Jiang Yun turned around and looked at her with burning eyes, then gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Not only did I go to the hospital, but I also heard what you and Jiang Tengfei said. I also learned the truth about the child." Song Xiaoyun frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything when the words came to her lips. Instead, she walked to the door and closed it. She hugged her shoulders and glanced at Jiang Yun, then smiled slightly, "So what? It's enough that the child is yours. As for why she came, isn't it my decision? Besides, your sperm donation agreement has long been destroyed by Uncle Jiang. No one knows that you have donated sperm. With your red lips and white teeth, do you think Lin Shui will believe you?" Jiang Yun clenched his fists tightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. He never imagined that Song Xiaoyun was so cunning. If he hadn't broken and lost the recorder, how could he have been led by Song Xiaoyun? Song Xiaoyun walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and smiled faintly. Then she spoke again, "Okay. Don't think too much. Believe me, I can do much better than Lin Shui in many aspects. The two of us are the most suitable couple." Jiang Yun's expression became more and more ugly. After taking a look at Song Xiaoyun's hand, he opened it directly, snorted coldly, and then said lightly, "There is no wall that is impenetrable. Sooner or later, I will let Lin Shui know the truth and let her see your true face. Moreover, I will live happily with Lin Shui." Song Xiaoyun's teeth were almost broken, but she still suppressed her anger. After all, Jiang Yun is no longer the same as before. Not only was he able to get a cooperation contract from Xie Zhengwo, he also has a good relationship with Duan Xiuhua. These 2 points alone are enough to make her pay attention to him. Jiang Yun did not stay in the room any longer, but opened the door and left. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Lin Shui sitting on the sofa downstairs. Jiang Yun sighed. If Lin Shui had just eavesdropped on their conversation, the truth would have been revealed, and even the misunderstanding would have been resolved. However, that's just if. Jiang Yun walked downstairs quickly. When he reached Lin Shui's side, before he could say anything, he heard a sarcastic voice in his ear, "Song Xiaoyun is still pregnant. I advise you to be more restrained and take care of your body, so as not to end up getting rid of the child." How could Jiang Yun not know what she meant? He didn't plan to continue explaining anything, because Lin Shui didn't believe anything he said anyway. After Jiang Yun sat opposite her, he said straight to the point, "Xie Xue, I hope you can stay here until Song Xiaoyun's child is born. As for what happened between you and Li Wenjie, I will not get involved. One says one thing and means another. Lin Shui snorted coldly, and then asked unhappily, why should I listen to your arrangements? Jiang Yun, who do you think you are to me? Jiang Yun had already thought of a way to deal with it. He said directly, if you insist on leaving here, I will ask Xie Zhengwo to cancel the cooperation. Threatening me. Lin Shui's chest heaved with anger. Did he really show his true colors? He keeps saying that he loves her and wants to pave the way for her and even protect her from the wind and rain, but what about now? It's ridiculous to go back on your word. I'm sorry, but with just this, you really can't threaten me. Lin Shui's attitude was tough, and she said, at worst, I won't continue to cooperate with Xie Zhengwo. Besides, I will take the initiative to contact Li Wenjie and discuss our cooperation again. Jiang Yun knew Lin Shui too well, and had expected her to say this, but he also knew Lin Shui's weakness. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, what if I let Xie Zhengwo and Duan Xiuhua take action against Lin's? The influence and ability of the two are all here. I believe that just one word from them should be able to put the Lin family into an irretrievable situation, right? Besides, a mere Li Wenjie can't change anything. Lin Shui was completely furious. She slammed the table and stood up, her eyes like two sharp swords. As he said this, Jiang Yun's heart began to ache, but he had to do this because it was the only way to protect Lin Shui. Once Lin Shui is allowed to return to the opposite side of Li Wenjie's house, she will be pushed into the fire pit. Jiang Yun, you bastard. Chapter 28 Duan Xiuhua and Jiang's cooperation. Wife. Jiang Yun showed a faint smile, ignoring Lin Shui's attitude, because only he knew what he was thinking. All of this is for Lin Shui's good. Now that we're done, shall I take you out to eat something? What do you want to eat? Should I make it for you at home, or should we go to a restaurant? It's all up to you. How could Lin Shui possibly eat it? After giving Jiang Yun a cold look, she stood up from the sofa and walked towards her room. Jiang Yun looked at her back and sighed, wife, you will understand my good intentions sooner or later. Please bear with it for a while. I will double compensate you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Song Xieyun's door open. Then, he saw Song Xieyun walking out of the room with a big belly. At the same time, he glanced at Jiang Yun and said, Jiang Yun. If she doesn't eat, I will. What do you think, should we go out to eat or cook at home? The same words made Jiang Yun feel unprecedented nausea. He turned around and walked out the door. Song Xieyun sneered, without any anger on her face. Instead, she said calmly, you will divorce Lin Shui sooner or later anyway. Jiang Yun, you are my man, you will never run away. At the same time, Jiang Yun has returned to the yard outside the villa to search again. Although the recorder is broken, as long as he can find it, he can restore it through technical means. Perhaps, you can also hear the audio files inside. As long as he could find that document, he would be able to completely convince Lin Shui and reconcile with her. However, Jiang Yun searched thoroughly with a flashlight for several hours, but still found nothing. Finally, he could only drag his tired body back to the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yun got up early and saw Lin Shui, who had packed up and was ready to go out. He tidied his hair, walked quickly to Lin Shui, and blocked her way. Wife, are you going to the company? Well, I'll go with you. It just so happens that I can be your driver and assistant, and it's absolutely free. I won't charge you a penny. Oh. Lin Shui showed a cold smile. She walked past Jiang Yun and said without looking back, sorry, I don't need it. Besides, even if you follow me all the way to the downstairs of Lin's, I will not let the security guards let you pass. Jiang Yun looked at her back and sighed helplessly. Why bother? At the same time, his cell phone suddenly rang, and then a familiar voice came from the phone. Master Jiang, you are really amazing. You are actually related to Duan Xiuhua. Because of you, the Jiang family has established a relationship with Duan Xiuhua. It won't be long before our Jiang family becomes a top family in Ningxin. The person on the phone was a drinking buddy of Jiang Yun, who had cheated Jiang Yun many times before. As Jiang Yun lost his power in the company and had to rely on Lin Shui to support himself, this person naturally stopped contacting Jiang Yun. But now the sudden call made Jiang Yun confused, especially after hearing his words. He immediately asked, what do you mean? I do know Duan Xiuhua, but what does this have to do with the Jiang family? The man smiled and said, brother, I heard that Uncle Jiang has already obtained the contract with Duan Xiuhua, and it seems that he has already gone to the company to hold a high-level meeting, right? What? Jiang Yun's expression turned ugly again. He stood up and rushed towards the door. How could Jiang Tingfei be connected to Duan Xiuhua? Damn it! Half an hour later, downstairs of Jiang's building. Just as Jiang Yun was about to enter, the security guards in front of the door came over respectfully. One of them smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Master, you are here. Where's Jiang Tingfei?" Jiang Yun pushed him away and asked straight to the point while walking into the company. "Boss Jiang is having a meeting with the employees upstairs." The security guard at the side said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, you are here for the meeting as well, right? I heard that you were the one who got the contract this time. I didn't expect that Mr. Jiang is so capable. In the future, Jiangs will definitely become the top family in Ningchen under your leadership." Jiang Yun glared at the security guard and whispered, "Shut up." In the blink of an eye, he was already walking towards the elevator. On the side, two security guards looked at his back and immediately grumbled with disdain, "Isn't it just relying on your body to win Duan Xiuhua's heart? Do you really think you are some great person? If we hadn't had the chance to contact Duan Xiuhua, would it still be his turn?" The two security guards complained a few words and then returned to their respective posts. At the same time, Jiang Yun had already entered the elevator and went straight to the meeting room. He felt his head was extremely confused and he didn't even know what was going on. After all, he had never talked to Duan Xiuhua about the Jiang family, so how could this cooperation come about? Jiang's, in the meeting room upstairs. Jiang Tingfei was sitting in the first seat with a cheerful look on his face. He looked at the shareholders present with a greedy smile on his face. Then he slowly stood up, supported himself on the table with both hands, and said, "Everyone. I guess you all have heard some rumors, right? Yes, Duan Xiuhua has indeed reached a cooperation with Jiang Corporation. It won't be long before Jiang's will become Ningcheng's leading enterprise, and all of you here will become famous because of Jiang's." Everyone looked at each other, and gave Jiang Tingfei a thumbs up, and a burst of cheers could be heard. Boss Jiang is really capable. I didn't expect that he could even get Duan Xiuhua's project. Yes, we followed Mr. Jiang at the beginning, and we really followed the right person. Boss Jiang, don't worry, we will definitely work together to complete Duan Xiuhua's project and will never embarrass you. Jiang Tingfei smiled with satisfaction, okay. He even saw himself becoming the business leader of Ningchen. Jiang Tingfei supported himself on the table with both hands, glanced at everyone present, and said again, "Everyone. Next, it will be a tough battle for all of us. All departments should go back and prepare immediately. We must coordinate the overall situation. Don't make any mistakes at all." Just at this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Wait a minute. Chapter 29 Talk about conditions. Jiang Yun kicked open the door of the conference room and used his eyes to stop everyone's actions. After Jiang's senior executives looked at each other, they all sat back in their original seats. Jiang Tingfei glanced at Jiang Yun with a forced smile, then quickly walked to Jiang Yun's side, patted him on the shoulder, and pulled him to sit down. Unfortunately, Jiang Yun didn't give him any face at all. After he distanced himself from Jiang Tingfei, he frowned and said, "What's going on with this cooperation? Doesn't Jiang Yun know what the Jiang family is like?" Over the years, if Jiang Tingfei had not squeezed funds out of Lin Shui's Lin Group many times, Jiang Group would have closed down long ago. How could a shell company like this have the opportunity to cooperate with Duan Xiuhua? Jiang Tingfei's attitude was surprisingly good. He waved his hands at everyone in the conference room and said, "Jiang Yun, listen to me and I will explain it to you slowly." After learning from Song Xiaoyun that Jiang Yun and Duan Xiuhua had a close relationship, Jiang Tingfei shamelessly took the initiative to find Duan Xiuhua to discuss cooperation. He originally wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that after he introduced himself, Duan Xiuhua didn't even ask too much about the company's qualifications and directly gave Jiang Tingfei a contract. But Jiang Tingfei knew in his heart that all this was caused by Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun ignored Jiang Tingfei's attitude at all. He stood directly in front of the main door of the conference room. At the same time, he glanced at the shareholders and department managers who were about to go out, and his eyes fell on Jiang Tingfei again. No one can leave until things are made clear. Jiang Tingfei frowned slightly and clenched his fists. On any other day, Jiang Tingfei would have been angry, but today he was surprisingly calm. He walked to Jiang Yun's side and said calmly, Jiang Yun, it's a good thing that Duan Shihua is cooperating with us. Why do you have to dig into the details? Besides, the contract is already in my hands. Even if there are problems, no one can easily change it. Obviously, these words were meant to warn Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun sneered disdainfully, took out his cell phone, and said, if that's the case, I'll call Duan Shihua right now and ask for clarification. Don't. Jiang Tingfei knew very well how bad their father-son relationship was. They almost fought several times. If he made a phone call, the deal would definitely be ruined. After thinking about this, Jiang Tingfei quickly said, Jiang Yun, as long as you don't interfere, you can ask for anything you want. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, his eyes turned, and then he stood aside, you all go out. Everyone in the conference room left. Soon, the huge conference room fell silent. Jiang Tingfei sat next to Jiang Yun, his heart in his throat. He never expected that Jiang Yun would come to disrupt the situation at this time. But no matter what, we must stabilize Jiang Yun first. I know you got the contract through my connections. I can ask Duan Shihua not to take it back, but you have to promise me two things. Jiang Yun spoke straight to the point. There was no trace of father-son affection in his words. Of course, it's not all Jiang Yun's fault that the two of them have come to this point. The root of all this lies with Jiang Tingfei. Good. Jiang Tingfei nodded quickly. I will arrange a meal at noon, and then you can come forward and explain the matter of the child to Lin Shui. Jiang Yun frowned and said, I already know the origin of the child. It's nothing more than you tricked me into donating sperm, and then used special means to make Song Xiaoyun pregnant, but you've planned everything, but you didn't expect that I would know this secret, right? The corners of Jiang Tingfei's mouth twitched twice, but he still had a smile on his face. Jiang Yun was now a living ancestor and he couldn't afford to offend him. Jiang Tingfei spoke again, okay, I promise you, I will explain everything to Lin Shui. What about the second thing? Jiang Yun said calmly, don't interfere with Lin Shui and I in the future, and don't bother Lin Shui for any reason. Also, I want the man who violated Lu Qianqian to apologize. Moreover, they must accept legal sanctions. Lu Qianqian has always been hostile to Jiang Yun, but Jiang Yun knows very well that Lu Qianqian is quite loyal to Lin Shui, and is also someone close to Lin Shui. If he can have a good relationship with Lu Qianqian, he will be able to get hold of Lin Shui's things at any time. Well, this is easier. Jiang Tingfei nodded directly. Jiang Yun showed a satisfied smile. After checking the time, he said, okay, I'll make arrangements right away and send you the time and place for the meeting later. Good. Jiang Tingfei agreed and saw Jiang Yun heading outside. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Tingfei was the only one left in the conference room. He stared at Jiang Yun's back, clenched his fists hard, and then slammed it directly on the table. The next second, he picked up his phone and called Song Xiaoyun. The moment he walked out of Jiang Yun felt extremely relaxed. He stretched himself and said to himself, finally, everything has been settled. As long as we can resolve the misunderstanding, my wife will come back to me. Then, no one can separate us. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun arrived downstairs at Lin's house. But everything was just as Lin Shui said. Lin's security guards refused to let him pass and did not even give him any chance to meet Lin Shui. Jiang Yun stood downstairs and dialed Lin Shui's number. Unfortunately, no one answered the call. Apparently, Lin Shui didn't give him any chance to meet or talk. Jiang Yun paced back and forth. It was almost noon. His eyes lit up and he quickly found Lu Qianqian's phone number in his address book and dialed her. After a while, Lu Qianqian came out of the elevator in a hurry. The moment she saw Jiang Yun, her face suddenly turned ugly. How dare you find the company? Jiang Yun smiled and said, I came to find my wife, but she wouldn't see me, so now I can only come to you for help. Help. Lu Qianqian glared and scolded coldly, Jiang Yun. Are you crazy? If it weren't for you, I might have been. Before she finished her words, she noticed two security guards who had pricked up their ears. She gritted her teeth and walked to the side with Jiang Yun, saying in a deep voice, I advise you to get out of here right away. Otherwise, I'll have the security guards kick you out right now. Chapter 30 The Truth Comes to Light. Don't lose your temper. Jiang Yun let out a long sigh and said earnestly, "There are many misunderstandings between Lin Shui and I, but after having this meal today, I believe all misunderstandings will be resolved. You will also know who I am. Besides, I will help you get justice today." Lu Chenqian frowned slightly. She stared at Jiang Yun for a long time, obviously not believing what Jiang Yun said. In the past, every time Jiang Yun went to the company, he had only one purpose, which was to ask Lin Shui for money, or to accompany Jiang Tingfei to plot against Lin Shui. Apologize proactively. How is that possible? Well, take Lin Shui to the place I agreed on at noon. When we get there, you will know my sincerity. Jiang Yun said quickly. Lu Chenqian hesitated for a moment before frowning and saying, "Okay, I'll trust you this time, but if you dare to do anything out of line again, not only will Mr. Lin not let you go, even I will never let you off." Good. Jiang Yun nodded heavily. On the other side, the roadside of the villa area, Song Xiaoyun walked out of the villa with a big belly. After looking around, she saw a car parked on the side of the road. Then she went inside on her own. Sitting in the back seat, she glanced at Jiang Tingfei in the driver's seat, then frowned and said, "Didn't we just meet? Did something happen again?" "Certainly." Jiang Tingfei lit a cigarette and said angrily, "Jiang Yun suddenly found me just now and claimed that he had learned about the baby in your belly. What on earth is going on? Did the news leak out from your side?" Song Xiaoyun's eyes widened immediately, and she said, "Uncle Jiang, I've noticed that you've been smart all your life. How could you be so confused for a moment? How could I take the initiative to explain this to Jiang Yun? Then how did he know this?" Jiang Tingfei was a little impatient. "The whole thing was planned by you and me. No one knows the inside story. I definitely won't say this. Isn't it you? That's really weird. However, when the words came to my lips, I didn't say them." Song Xiaoyun snorted coldly and said directly, "In fact, Jiang Yun heard our conversation in the hospital, so he knew the truth." Damn it. Jiang Tingfei clenched his fist. He never expected that there would be such a loophole. "But you don't have to worry," Song Xiaoyun said calmly, "the sperm donation records have been destroyed, and Jiang Yun doesn't have any evidence. Plus, the baby in my belly is indeed his, so he can't explain it at all." Jiang Tingfei didn't say anything. This is not the point. He is now controlled by Jiang Yun. Okay. Jiang Tingfei looked unhappy and waved his hand impatiently, then said, "Now that the matter has been clarified, it has nothing to do with you, so go back quickly." Song Xiaoyun nodded and didn't delay any further. Until noon. Jiang Tingfei just agreed on a hotel and then sent the address to Jiang Yun. Soon, Jiang Yun, who received the news, arrived. Inside the box, Jiang Tingfei was sitting in the main seat. When he saw Jiang Yun walking into the box, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he waved at Jiang Yun. "Come, son, sit next to me. It's been a long time since we two had a good drink together." "Oh." Jiang Yun sneered. In his impression, Jiang Tingfei seemed to have not called him like this for a long time. Every time he called him his name, or asshole, etc. Jiang Yun ignored him and sat opposite him. Then he said calmly, "I advise you not to play any tricks, lest you embarrass everyone in the end. Rest assured." Jiang Tingfei smiled and said, "Since you know everything, how can I continue to play tricks? I will definitely tell you the truth." Jiang Yun then nodded with satisfaction. Time passed minute by minute, and Lin Shui and Lu Chenqian arrived late. The moment she pushed open the door, Lin Shui's expression suddenly changed. She glanced at Lu Chenqian beside her, then frowned and said, "Didn't you tell me that you were going to have dinner with one of our business partners? Could it be that the Jiang family father and son are our partners?" Seeing that she was about to leave, Lu Chenqian quickly grabbed her arm and said hurriedly, "Boss Lin, Jiang Yun found me and said that he had something important to tell you. It concerns your happiness." "Happiness?" Lin Shui didn't even look at Jiang Yun, and said coldly, "My happiness has been completely shattered because of him." "Wife." Jiang Yun quickly stood up and walked to Lin Shui's side. He knew that it was useless to explain, so he pointed at Jiang Tingfei and said, "Lin Shui, he will tell you about the baby in Song Xiaoyun's belly today. You will also know that I have never done anything to let you down." Lin Shui frowned slightly and glanced at Jiang Tingfei subconsciously. Indeed, he always felt that Jiang Tingfei seemed a little different today. Lu Chenqian also said, "Boss Lin, how about we just sit here for a while? If Jiang Yun dares to deceive you, I will never let him go. Lin Shui hesitated for a moment before sitting aside. Jiang Yun let out a long sigh and felt touched again. Lin Shui still had him in her heart, otherwise she would not have given him the chance to continue sitting here. After Lin Shui sat down, she got straight to the point and said, "What's the matter? Tell me quickly." Jiang Yun quickly looked at Jiang Tingfei, and the latter did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly stood up and said, "Xie Xue, I am indeed sorry for what happened before. Well, I'll be here to make amends for your crime." While speaking, Jiang Tingfei picked up the wine glass and drank the wine in it. Seeing that Lin Shui ignored him, he said again, "In fact, Jiang Yun once donated sperm at my instigation. And Song Xiaoyun took advantage of this to make her belly bigger. So, even if it's a test report, it will show that kind of result." Lin Shui frowned slightly. "Really?" "Absolutely," Jiang Tingfei said quickly. Jiang Yun also moved a chair and sat next to Lin Shui, then said, "Wife, do you believe me now? I told you that I would never do anything to let you down. Do you believe me now?" Lin Shui didn't say anything the whole time, so why did Jiang Tingfei suddenly speak up for Jiang Yun? Is there something fishy going on here? Lin Shui had a headache, so she stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom first. I'll talk to you later." Chapter 31 Jiang Tingfei's Backhand. Jiang Yun was in a good mood. He quickly stood up and asked, "Wife, I'll stay with you." "Need not." Lin Shui shook her head and walked out of the box on her own. On the side, Jiang Tingfei took out his cell phone, put it to his ear, and said, "Hey, Mr. Zhang, let me report the situation to you now." As he was talking, Jiang Tingfei also walked outside. Lu Chenqian walked in front of Jiang Yun. After looking at him suspiciously, she frowned and asked, "Isn't this all your trick?" Jiang Yun was stunned and asked quickly, "What do you mean?" Jiang Tingfei suddenly changed the subject and even took the initiative to tell President Lin the whole story. "I always feel like something is wrong." Lu Chenqian said calmly, "I know exactly who Jiang Tingfei is. Over the years, Jiang Tingfei has always been against Mr. Lin and even took a lot of things from him. He's a bloodsucker." Although Lu Chenqian was slandering Jiang Tingfei, Jiang Yun did not show any anger on his face. Instead, he smiled indifferently and said, "Yes, you are right. Jiang Tingfei is indeed a shrewd man, and he even considers his own interests in everything. And this time, he did neither of these two things willingly." Lu Chenqian frowned and said, "Did you give him money?" "Of course not." Jiang Yun smiled faintly, and said calmly, "He used my name to cooperate with Duan Xiuhua behind my back, but I can break his cooperation with just one word. So, for this cooperation, he had to explain all the truth clearly." The truth was revealed and Lu Chenqian nodded. "That way, everything makes sense." Jiang Yun said again, "As for your problem, I have already helped you solve it. Just this morning, Jiang Tingfei sent that person to the police station. I think he has received the punishment he deserves. As for the apology, if you need it, I will let Jiang Tingfei apologize to you in person. If not, it doesn't matter." "Oh. Apologize?" Lu Chenqian showed a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. She was no longer a virgin, so what good would a mere apology mean? She ignored Jiang Yun and picked up the wine glass and drank the liquid in it. After drinking a glass of wine, Lu Chenqian's face suddenly became much redder. She glanced at Jiang Yun and then said unhappily, "I warn you, if you dare to do anything to let down Mr. Lin, I will never let you go." Lin Shui was kind to her, so Lu Chenqian would always stay by Lin Shui's side, but precisely because of this, she knew very well about the affairs between Jiang Yun and Lin Shui. Beside him, Jiang Yun spoke again, "Don't worry, I care about Lin Shui a lot, even more than you care about her." Lu Chenqian said calmly, "I hope so." Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Lin Shui was lying on the sink, splashing water on her face. She didn't know what she felt. Although Jiang Yun had asked Jiang Tingfei to explain everything clearly, Lin Shui was still a little scared. She even worried that all this was just an illusion. What if Jiang Yun is still deceiving her? She was extremely confused now, and she didn't even know whether what the Jiang family father and son said was true or not. However, she still had a little fantasy in her heart. She wanted to live a good life with Jiang Yun again. Outside the restroom, Jiang Tingfei put down his phone, secretly leaned in front of the door to take a closer look. After noticing Lin Shui standing aside, a sly smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Jiang Tingfei picked up the phone and put it to his ear, then said, "Yes, everything has been done. I can rest assured about the contract this time. Everything on Jiang Yun's side has been resolved. He should fulfill the contract. After all, I helped him make up such a lie to deceive Lin Shui. But I didn't expect Jiang Yun to be so scheming. It seems that I didn't see clearly what my son is like before." But, what's funny is that Lin Shui actually thought that the sperm donation report could be destroyed at will. But, she probably didn't think that much. So, there will definitely not be any accidents this time. After speaking, Jiang Tingfei walked away and deliberately said, "Well, I'll go back first, and you can just push for the cooperation directly. Jiang Yun is still waiting for me in the room." In the bathroom, Lin Shui staggered a few steps and nearly fell. She only felt a raw in her head and her face looked terribly ugly. She knew, how could Jiang Yun really get better? During this period of time, Jiang Yun had done so many things that had already broken her heart. Lin Shui walked out of the bathroom in a daze. After she returned to the box, she saw Jiang Yun standing up directly. After noticing the water on Lin Shui's face, Jiang Yun quickly picked up a tissue and walked to Lin Shui's side. Just as he was about to help her wipe it, Lin Shui ruthlessly pushed his hand away. The sudden action stunned Jiang Yun and Lu Qianqian. Aren't all the misunderstandings cleared up? Why is it still like this? Lin Shui picked up her handbag, glanced at Lu Qianqian, and then said, "We still have some things to do in the company, so we'll go back now." Walk. Jiang Yun stood up quickly. He glanced at Lin Shui and felt that something was wrong with her mood. He didn't dare to ask more questions and said quickly, "Neither of you has eaten since you two came in. Well, why don't you eat less before going back to work in the company?" Lin Shui ignored his words, opened the door and walked straight outside, while Lu Qianqian followed quickly behind her. Jiang Yun looked at their backs, his face becoming ugly. He sat down on a chair and muttered to himself, "What went wrong?" Beside him, Jiang Tingfei's eyes turned. He sat down next to Jiang Yun with a smile on his face, and then said, "Son, why don't you consider Song Xiaoyun? Although you and Song Xiaoyun did not have any relationship, the child is yours after all. Besides, Song Xiaoyun is also interested in you. A man should find someone who likes him instead of someone he likes. What do you think?" Chapter 32 Divorce as usual. Bang! Jiang Yun slammed the table and sat up from his chair. He glanced at Jiang Tingfei coldly and then scolded him in a cold voice, "It's none of your business, so you'd better not say these useless nonsense here." In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had already walked out of the box. Jiang Tingfei, who was sitting on the side, frowned slightly, and then said unhappily, "You bastard. Just wait. You will get what you deserve sooner or later. You are still of some use now, so I will be lenient with you. If you are no longer of use in the future, do you think I will still care about you?" The other side. Lin Shui and Lu Qianqian had already got into the car and were heading towards the Lin family at the same time. On the way, Lu Qianqian glanced at Lin Shui, who looked unhappy, and asked hurriedly, "Boss Lin, is there a problem again? Jiang Yun has explained everything to you clearly, so aren't you ready to reconcile?" Lin Shui didn't say anything, but Jiang Tingfei's words were still echoing in her mind. Lu Qianqian continued to speak to herself, but Jiang Yun really deserves a good beating for what he did. After all, he has done so many excessive things before. How about this, during this period of time, we will continue to treat him coldly. We must not just give in to him. Let's see how he admits his mistakes. Then we will think about the next step. Lin Shui scratched her hair. She felt a terrible headache. She glanced at Lu Qianqian and said, "I won't bother you to worry about our affairs. Well, you help me investigate two things. First, go to the hospital to investigate whether Jiang Yun has really donated sperm. Secondly, help me check whether Jiang Tingfei and Duan Xiuhua have cooperated recently." Lu Qianqian didn't dare to hesitate and nodded quickly. The other side. Jiang Yun left the hotel and kept calling Lin Shui, but no one answered the call. He stood there with an ugly look on his face, then frowned and said, "What's going on? Didn't I explain everything to my wife? But why did my wife suddenly turn against me? Is it true that my wife really wants to divorce me?" Jiang Yun looked ashen. What if Lin Shui refused to forgive him for other reasons? After hesitating for a moment, he went straight to Lin's. He had to ask Lin Shui face to face. Some things also needed to be made clear in person. An hour later, Lin Group. After returning from the hotel, Lin Shui locked herself in the office the whole time. Lu Chenqian knocked on the door and walked in quickly. Then she walked quickly to Lin Shui's side and said, "Boss Lin, everything has been investigated. There is no record of Jiang Yun's sperm donation in the hospital, but Jiang's company did cooperate with Duan Xiuhua, and the project was very large." These few words made the expression on Lin Shui's face freeze instantly. All of this was consistent with what Jiang Tingfei said, which proved that the father and son had teamed up to deceive her. Oh. Lin Shui immediately laughed at herself. She now completely understood who Jiang Yun was. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Lu Chenqian hurried to Lin Shui's side and asked carefully, "Boss Lin, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to accompany you to the hospital?" Lin Shui shook her head, and then said calmly, "You go out first, I want to be alone." Lu Chenqian didn't dare to say much and retreated out of the office. However, just as she closed the door, her cell phone rang, and then she heard Jiang Yun's voice, "Please help me say hello to the security guard downstairs. I'm going up to meet Lin Shui now." Lu Chenqian frowned and said, "Boss Lin has not been in a good mood since he came back from the hotel. Moreover, Boss Lin just asked me to investigate the sperm donation report. Jiang Yun, have you done something to offend Mr. Lin again?" Jiang Yun frowned. He felt a little guilty when it came to the sperm donation report. In fact, he had mentioned this matter to Jiang Tingfei before, but the sperm donation report had long been destroyed by Jiang Tingfei. "Well, let me meet Lin Shui first. We can discuss other matters after we meet." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chenqian greeted the security guard. Soon, Jiang Yun reached the upstairs smoothly. At this moment, Lu Chenqian was waiting in front of the elevator door. When she saw Jiang Yun coming towards her, she frowned and said, "Don't forget what you promised me." Jiang Yun nodded and quickly went into Lin Shui's office. As he appeared, everyone in the office started talking. Didn't President Lin cut ties with him? Why is he here again? Who knows? Maybe he is shamelessly trying to get back together with Mr. Lin. I heard that he relies on Mr. Lin as his livelihood. I think he will not survive if he leaves Mr. Lin. Lu Chenqian, who was standing aside, looked at everyone and her expression suddenly became much uglier. She then coldly scolded, "Are you all free? You're still talking about this useless nonsense here. If you're all right, do you need me to give you some more work?" Everyone was shocked and no one dared to speak any more. At the same time, Jiang Yun had already entered the office. Lin Shui said without even looking up, "Didn't I tell you that you should handle the business you can handle first, and if it's a project that requires my signature, you can wait until tomorrow to talk about it." "It's me," Jiang Yun said softly. After hearing this voice, Lin Shui raised her head as if she had received an electric shock. After she glanced at Jiang Yun, her eyes were full of coldness, and she immediately said in a cold voice, "Why are you here? Wife?" Jiang Yun walked up to her and said hurriedly, "Hasn't everything been explained clearly? But I feel like you don't seem happy. Is there something wrong?" Lin Shui immediately turned her face to the side and said calmly, "Jiang Yun, I've said it before, there is no relationship between us anymore, so please don't call me so intimately. Besides, the divorce will go on as usual." Jiang Yun was stunned, and asked subconsciously, "Divorce? Wife, why are you getting a divorce?" For a moment, his face looked ashen. Lin Shui sneered twice. After she glanced at Jiang Yun, she immediately scolded him coldly, "You know it in your heart. Jiang Yun, I have given you too many chances, but I don't want to live in deception all my life. I am also a human being, and I get tired too. I don't want to continue to live in secrecy with you like this." Her patience with Jiang Yun finally ran out. Chapter 33. Every family has its own problems. Wife. Jiang Yun thought that after today, he and Lin Shui would return to normal life, but after seeing her attitude, he was shocked. He quickly came to Lin Shui, immediately grabbed Lin Shui's hand, and said quickly, "Wife, I promise you that nothing will happen to make you unhappy in the future. I will make our lives more colorful, I will make the Lin Group prosper, and I will also." Before he finished speaking, Lin Shui had already waved her hand to interrupt him. She looked at Jiang Yun desperately, then shook her head and said, "Jiang Yun, it's too late. Wife." At this moment, Jiang Yun felt as if he had fallen into an ice hole, so cold that it made him shiver. Beside him, Lin Shui said again, I still have work to do. Please go out first, Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang? The way they address each other has become so strange. Jiang Yun staggered a few steps, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He took a deep breath and asked again, Wife, I know you definitely have me in your heart. Tell me, what is it all about? Also, what on earth is this deception you just mentioned? Jiang Yun also felt his mind was extremely confused, and he didn't even know what was wrong with Lin Shui. But, everything needs a source. Problems also need to be resolved as soon as possible. After staring at Jiang Yun for a long time, Lin Shui gritted her teeth and said, You said that Song Xiaoyun got pregnant because she touched the sperm you donated. In that case, please show me your sperm donation report. As long as you can produce a report, I will believe everything you say. This sentence made Jiang Yun stunned in place as if struck by lightning. He quickly explained, everything at the beginning was all arranged by Jiang Tingfei. Afterwards, the sperm donation report was taken away by Jiang Tingfei, but he lost it later, so now we can't find the report at all. Oh. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Lin Shui's lips. Things had come to this point, and Jiang Yun was still lying. It sounds like everything is perfect, but it is full of loopholes. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? While there is no sperm donation report, Song Xiaoyun is pregnant again. Lin Shui didn't want to dwell on this. She pointed at the door and said, Jiang Yun, go ahead. If you don't want a divorce, then find the sperm donation report for me. If the report doesn't appear in front of me in 3 days, then we will get a divorce. Tough attitude. Jiang Yun wanted to explain, but Lin Shui ignored him. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Yun walked out of the office. On the side, Lu Qianqian hurriedly walked to his side and asked, How is it? Have you and Mr. Lin explained everything clearly? Have you reconciled? Soon. After leaving 2 words, Jiang Yun headed towards the elevator. After leaving the Lin group, Jiang Yun called Xie Zhengwo. Lin Shui had already said so much. It seemed that if he couldn't produce the sperm donation report, there would be absolutely no possibility for him and Lin Shui to get back together. After agreeing on a meeting place with Xie Zhengwo, Jiang Yun took a taxi and disappeared in front of Lin's building. At the same time, in the Jiang family, Jiang Tingfei was sitting on the sofa, shaking the goblet in his hand with a smile on his face. He glanced at Song Xiaoyun, who was sitting next to him, and said with a smile, Why don't you stay with Jiang Yun and take care of your pregnancy? Why do you always come here? I would like to stay with him, but unfortunately, Jiang Yun doesn't give me a chance. Song Xiaoyun frowned and said, During this period of time, Jiang Yun was not at home during the day, and at night, he would stay with Lin Shui. Even if Lin Shui got angry, he would rather sleep on the sofa than look at me. If it weren't for the little one in my stomach, Jiang Yun would probably kick me out immediately. Jiang Tingfei snorted coldly, and then said, Okay, stop complaining. It won't be long before Jiang Yun and Lin Shui will divorce completely, and there will be no chance of reconciliation from now on. Of course, whether you can capture Jiang Yun's heart depends on your ability. Now, Song Xiaoyun has lost her significance, and Jiang Tingfei's attitude towards her has gradually cooled. Real. Song Xiaoyun didn't feel anything unusual, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Can I lie to you? Jiang Tingfei sneered, and then said to himself, Everything is within my calculations. Go back and wait for news quietly. There will definitely be something exciting to watch in the next 2 days. Only then did Song Xiaoyun leave happily. On the side, the butler who had been standing aside walked to Jiang Tingfei's side. After looking at Jiang Tingfei respectfully, he hurriedly said, Sir, do we need to get rid of the child in this woman's belly? Why? Jiang Tingfei was stunned and asked with a frown. This woman is definitely not an easy person to deal with. Although she is still obedient now, she is honored by her son. If she really becomes the young master's bedmate, I am worried that she will become a variable. The housekeeper analyzed it. Jiang Tingfei narrowed his eyes slightly. After thinking carefully for a while, he slowly said, Well, let me observe this woman first. If she really dares to do anything that harms my interests, not only will the child not be saved, I will make her disappear along with the child. In the tea house. After several days of recuperation, Xie Zhengwo has recovered, but during these days, he is still recuperating at home and has not been concerned with company affairs. There was a sound of footsteps, and then Jiang Yun walked into the room. Coming. Xia Zhongwo waved enthusiastically at Jiang Yun, then smiled and said, "How come you have time to look for me? I'm in some trouble, maybe I need Mr. Xia's help." Jiang Yun sighed, then sat next to Xia Zhongwo. He continued, "Mr. Xia, there is a misunderstanding between me and my wife, so I need to get something from Jiang Tingfei. But I don't know if that old fox will agree so easily. I'm afraid I need you to help me put pressure on him." Xia Zhongwo waved his hand and smiled, "This is nothing. This Jiang Tingfei should be your father, right?" "Oh." After hearing the word father, Jiang Yun showed a hint of disdain. Thinking of the outrageous things he had done, he immediately shook his head and said, "I have already considered myself an orphan." Xia Zhongwo shook his head. "Every family has its own problems. What can I do for you?" Chapter 34: The Chicken That Doesn't Lay Eggs. It's very simple. Jiang Yun said straight to the point. Of course, it's the sperm donation report in his hand. I suspect that Jiang Tingfei didn't throw away the report at all, but kept it instead. Of course, this is the last solution I can think of. Xia Zhongwo smiled and nodded, then said, "This is nothing, just wait for my news. I will make an appointment with Jiang Tingfei later. I think he will give me this face." "Good." Jiang Yun nodded heavily. He knew Jiang Tingfei's character very well. If Xia Zhongwo took the initiative to ask him out, he would have no reason to refuse, and would even start bragging about himself after the meeting. In the blink of an eye, the two had separated. Since his relationship with Lin Shui had not yet been repaired, Jiang Yun was not in a very good mood. He had already returned home that afternoon. Although Song Xiaoyun took the initiative to talk to him, Jiang Yun still turned her away. At the same time, Xia Zhongwo had already arranged a meeting place with Jiang Tingfei. Although there was still an hour and a half before the meeting time, Jiang Tingfei had already arrived early. After seeing Xia Zhongwo coming in from outside, Jiang Tingfei wiped his hands, took the initiative to walk in front of Xia Zhongwo, bowed respectfully, and then took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Mr. Xia." Xia Zhongwo hummed lightly, without even paying any attention to him, and sat aside. "Mr. Xia." Although Xia Zhongwo's attitude was unfriendly, Jiang Tingfei still took the initiative to move closer to him. He first helped Xia Zhongwo pour a cup of tea, and then asked, "I wonder if President Xia is looking for me so urgently. Is there something?" "There is something indeed." Xia Zhongwo tapped the table lightly with his fingers. After he glanced at Jiang Tingfei, he slowly said, "You should know the relationship between Jiang Yun and me, right?" "No." Jiang Tingfei didn't dare to pretend to be ignorant in front of Xia Zhongwo. Although they are about the same age, Xia Zhongwo's achievements and reputation in the business field are far ahead of him. However, he never expected that Xia Zhongwo would find him about Jiang Yun's matter. "Then I won't continue beating around the bush with you." Xia Zhongwo glanced at the time and then said, "I heard that Jiang Yun had donated sperm before, but you were the one who handled everything at the time. Well, you hand me the sperm donation report as soon as possible, is that okay?" Jiang Tingfei hesitated for a moment, and then he realized that this must be Jiang Yun's intention. Jiang Yun was probably worried that he would not hand over the sperm donation report easily, so he asked Xia Zhongwo to pressure him. Unfortunately, all of this was within his calculations. Jiang Tingfei nodded without thinking and said, "Jiang Yun and I are father and son. Even if he comes to me to ask for this sperm donation report, I will not keep it. Besides, it was you, President Xia, who gave the order. Okay, I'll prepare it now and send you the electronic original later." Xia Zhongwo waved his hand, "No need, just give it to Jiang Yun directly." Jiang Tingfei nodded. After the two separated, Xia Zhongwo contacted Jiang Yun and told him all the situations here in the villa. After Jiang Yun got the news, he jumped up from the bed, clenched his fists, and said, "Great. Finally got it. Wife, just wait for me. I will put the evidence in front of you today. The misunderstanding between us will be resolved soon. I will let you know slowly that I am really not the bastard I used to be." As he spoke, Jiang Yun opened the door and walked out happily. He stretched lazily, a faint smile on his lips. At the same time, Song Xiaoyun walked out of the room. After she glanced at Jiang Yun, she hugged her shoulders and asked, "What's up? Is there anything happy?" "It's none of your business." Jiang Yun just felt like a basin of cold water was poured on his head. He had never seen a woman as vicious as Song Xiaoyun, who was even willing to get pregnant with someone else's child in order to get money. Song Se-yun walked to his side without thinking, hugged Jiang Yun's arm, and then said, Jiang Yun, don't you have any feelings for me? I can do everything that Lin Shui can do, and I can do it better than Lin Shui, even. Before she could finish her words, Jiang Yun gave her a cold look and was about to wave her away. Then he saw Song Se-yun looking down at her belly, and then she said, I advise you, if you fight with me now, my child will be gone, and you will be fully responsible. You? Jiang Yun gritted his teeth. Jiang Yun. Changing the subject, Song Se-yun smiled again. She moved closer to Jiang Yun and said, wouldn't it be better if you didn't treat me so harshly? I really love you, and I have your child now. Jiang Yun snorted coldly, then said, so what? That proves there's nothing wrong with you. Song Se-yun said seriously, how many years have you and Lin Shui been married? But you have never had a child. Now it has been proven that there is nothing wrong with you, which means that Lin Shui has a physical defect. Even if you can be with Lin Shui, don't you want to have children in the future? Every word is heartbreaking. Jiang Yun was also slightly stunned. However, others may not know the relationship between him and Lin Shui, but he is very clear about it. 1 month after their marriage, Jiang Yun never touched Lin Shui again. It was not because he had no interest in Lin Shui, but because Jiang Tingfei had given him a death order. If Jiang Yun dared to touch Lin Shui, or made Lin Shui pregnant, he would kick her out. How ridiculous! My own father doesn't even look forward to having a grandson. Jiang Yun, we are not 3-year-old children anymore. Song Se-yun argued, since I already have your baby, why do you still care about that chicken that doesn't lay eggs? As long as we get married, we will immediately become a happy family of 3. Jiang Yun, please think about it. Jiang Yun's attitude was extremely firm. He glanced at Song Se-yun coldly, then gently pulled his hand out and said, Song Se-yun, I advise you to give up this idea. Even if Lin Shui is really infertile, I will still love her forever. Besides, Lin Shui's body is much better than yours. Song Se-yun gritted her teeth in anger, you. At this moment, Lin Shui walked in from outside. After hearing these words, she froze in her place, her eyes gradually moistening. Chapter 35, A Diamond Ring. Lin Shui looked at Jiang Yun infatuatedly. She had just heard what Jiang Yun said. At this moment, she only felt that her calm heart seemed to move slightly. Jiang Yun's words were like the best tranquilizer, which gradually calmed her emotions. Jiang Yun also noticed Lin Shui standing downstairs, and hurriedly walked to Lin Shui's side, and asked at the same time, Wife, why did you come back suddenly? Are you hungry? Do you want me to prepare something for you to eat? Or take you out to eat, either is fine. On the second floor, Song Se-yun frowned slightly. She had planned to tangle with Jiang Yun again for a while, but unexpectedly, Lin Shui came back at this time. It's really hateful. Lin Shui looked at Jiang Yun in front of her, and a long-lost smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, I'm not hungry. Then tell me when my wife is hungry. Jiang Yun hurriedly said, don't be polite to me, my existence is to make my wife live a more comfortable and peaceful life. Looking at him, Lin Shui felt really warm in her heart. She nodded slightly and prepared to go upstairs. Every time she made up her mind, she would be defeated by some trivial things, and she would have to rethink her relationship with Jiang Yun. Just at this moment, Jiang Yun's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw an electronic report sent to his mobile phone. After Jiang Yun checked it, his eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed Lin Shui's hand and quickly handed the phone to her. He immediately said, Wife. Look. This is what you wanted. Lin Shui was stunned. After turning around, her eyes were immediately attracted by the contents of the sperm donation report. Sure enough, Jiang Yun donated sperm. In an instant, Lin Shui felt that the dark clouds in her heart were gradually dissipating. Jiang Yun explained to himself, Wife, I have said it before, I really will not do anything to let you down, let alone deceive you. Lin Shui was in a state of confusion and remained silent. Jiang Yun looked at her bare fingers, then an idea came to him, and he quickly said, Wife. Wait for me. I'm going out for a while and will be back soon. Lin Shui nodded gently. She also needed to be quiet for a while. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun rushed out of the house and headed towards the city center. At the same time, inside the villa, Song Se-yun hugged his shoulders. After he glanced at Lin Shui, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he said to himself, "Did you hear what I just said?" Lin Shui ignored her. "So you admit that you are a goose that doesn't lay eggs?" Song Xiaoyun continued to chatter, following behind Lin Shui, and then spoke again. "Now, Jiang Yun suddenly knows so many rich people. I have suddenly changed my mind. For some time to come, I will temporarily rely on Jiang Yun. Although he looks annoying, he is still somewhat useful. Besides, he is also the father of my child. Maybe he doesn't have me in his heart yet, but as long as I give myself some time, I will be able to win Jiang Yun's heart to me. By then, you will not have any chance at all." Lin Shui opened the door without turning her head and said, "Is it so great to have a child?" "What else?" Song Xiaoyun said arrogantly, "At least you and Jiang Yun have been married for so long, and your stomach has not reacted at all." Although Jiang Yun didn't say it, wouldn't he feel uncomfortable in his heart? Other people will have children after they get married, but you two have never shown any reaction. This really gives people a lot of opportunities to gossip. Over time, Jiang Yun will understand the importance of the baby in my belly. Lin Shui's face was full of excitement. She clenched her fists lightly and was too lazy to continue arguing with Song Xiaoyun. But when she was about to go back to her room, Song Xiaoyun had no intention of letting her go, and immediately said, "I advise you to quit early, so as not to give your true heart in the end and be ruthlessly hurt again." Lin Shui slammed the door. Song Xiaoyun snorted coldly. She touched her belly, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she said, "Son, Mom is relying on you to marry into a wealthy family. My happiness for the rest of my life will depend on you." At the same time, in the center of Ning City, Jiang Yun was standing in front of a jewelry store. He looked at the words written on the billboard and smiled slightly. A man can only customize one ring in his lifetime. That's it. When he and Lin Shui got married, they were in a hurry, so he didn't even prepare a wedding ring. But Lin Shui didn't care about that. In the end, it was Lin Shui who bought the house, but he didn't spend a penny on the wedding. The most hateful thing is that Jiang Tengfei shamelessly took hundreds of thousands of yuan from Lin Shui's pocket. Jiang Yun was about to enter when a voice suddenly exclaimed from behind him, "Jiang Yun." Jiang Yun turned around and saw the woman walking towards him. He immediately smiled and said, "Class monitor? Why are you here?" Luo Qinjiao was Jiang Yun's class monitor in high school. The two had always had a good relationship. When they were in school, many people said that Luo Qinjiao liked Jiang Yun. But after graduation, everything came to nothing. Jiang Yun was extremely happy to meet again after such a long separation. "I was transferred to another job these 2 days, so I just had a little more time to rest. I came here to stroll around the street when I had nothing to do." Luo Qinjiao walked to Jiang Yun with a smile. After she looked up at the store in front of her, she asked curiously, "Are you getting married?" "It's already been done." Jiang Yun smiled and said, "It's our wedding anniversary soon, so I'm choosing a gift for my wife." He just found a reason. What a good man. Luo Qinjiao sighed, "It's a pity that I have never met someone as good as you." Cough cough. After hearing this, Jiang Yun was embarrassed. He quickly changed the subject and asked, "Class monitor, are you not married yet?" "It's over." Luo Qinjiao laughed at herself. "It's a pity that married life is not what I thought it would be. If I had known that it would be like this, I would rather live alone for the rest of my life. Every family has its own problems." Jiang Yun comforted her, "It will get better in the future." "I hope so." Luo Qinjiao shook her head and smiled bitterly. "That's right." She continued, "I'm fine anyway, so why don't I go in with you? I can also help you with some advice, what do you think?" Although Jiang Yun wanted to refuse, he nodded after seeing Luo Qinjiao's enthusiasm. "Let's go, then." Chapter 36. There is a misunderstanding. As they were talking, the two had already entered the jewelry store. The salesperson came over and took a look at Jiang Yun and the others. She smiled and said, "You two, would you like to buy some jewelry? Let me introduce you guys." Jiang Yun smiled and said, "I want to see the diamond rings you advertised outside." The salesperson immediately understood. After looking at Luo Qinjiao, she smiled and said, "Madam is really lucky to have met such a devoted man. It's really enviable." Luo Qinjiao was slightly stunned, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. Jiang Yun on the side explained with embarrassment, "I'm sorry, this is not my girlfriend, nor my wife. I want to buy a ring for my wife. The salesperson coughed twice, did not answer, and pointed to a counter on the side and said, Sir, madam, this way please. On one side, not far away. Li Wenjie, who was also in the store, looked over in the direction of their voice. He patted the man next to him on the butt and sneered, Jiang Yun. What did you say, dear? The woman glanced at him and asked hurriedly. It's none of your business. Just choose your things. Li Wenjie said impatiently, his eyes had already fallen on Jiang Yun. After a closer look, he did not recognize the woman next to Jiang Yun. For a moment, his face changed suddenly. Not Lin Shui. Li Wenjie's eyes turned, and he quickly took out his mobile phone and took a photo of the two of them, with a slight smile on his face. Jiang Yun, it seems like we are really enemies. After taking a few photos, Li Wenjie put away his phone. His mood immediately improved. He glanced at the woman beside him and said, It's really troublesome to choose so much. Just buy all the ones you like. The woman's eyes suddenly lit up, really. Li Wenjie nodded lightly. He had been thinking about Lin Shui in his mind. This time, he wanted to separate Jiang Yun and Lin Shui completely. Beside him, the woman pointed at a few pieces of jewelry with excitement, then came to Li Wenjie's side, holding his arm, and then rubbed Li Wenjie's arm with her chest, saying, Mr. Li, you are so nice. When we get back, I will definitely serve you well. Li Wenjie kissed the woman and pinched her waist at the same time, then he leaned over to the woman's ear and said, Then I want you to kneel down and give me. Good. The woman's face flushed, but she nodded anyway. Li Wenjie laughed a few times, paid the bill, and then took the woman out of the jewelry store. The other side. Luo Qinjiao had tried several diamond rings. After taking a look at Jiang Yun, she asked, I think this number 2 diamond ring is pretty good. What do you think? That's it. In fact, Jiang Yun didn't know much about these things. He just wanted to pick out a diamond ring as quickly as possible and leave quickly to avoid being seen and misunderstood again. Sir, I'll go and help you pack it now. The salesperson said this with a smile and walked away. Luo Qinjiao glanced at Jiang Yun and then said, Can you give me your phone number? When you are free, can we go out for dinner and get together? After all, the friendship between classmates is as deep as the sea. Jiang Yun couldn't refuse, so he entered his cell phone number into Luo Qinjiao's phone. After the payment was completed, Jiang Yun and Luo Qinjiao walked out of the jewelry store. The salesperson standing on the side said politely, Welcome to visit next time. After watching Jiang Yun and the other man leave, the salesperson snorted coldly. She glanced at her colleague and said, See? This is a man. You bought it for someone else's wife, but you still have to pretend to be affectionate. The salesperson said angrily, That's why I haven't found anyone to marry in all these years. They all think I'm a leftover woman. How could they know how carefree I am every day? The two salesmen immediately laughed, and when they saw that Jiang Yun had disappeared, they stopped talking to them. At the same time, after Jiang Yun and Luo Qinjiao walked to the entrance of the commercial street, he smiled politely and said, Thank you, squad leader. Then I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Luo Qinjiao nodded, Okay. Don't forget, I'll call you in a couple of days, and then we can go out for a good meal. Jiang Yun responded, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the villa area. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun rushed in from the main entrance of the villa. He climbed all the way up to the second floor and opened the door of the room. When he saw Lin Shui sitting in front of the mirror, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Wife, I. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lin Shui slam her hands on the dressing table with an unsightly look on her face. She turned around, glanced at Jiang Yun coldly, and then said, Jiang Yun, do you think I'm easy to fool? What's the meaning? Jiang Yun frowned slightly. You still have the nerve to ask me. Lin Shui took out a printed sperm donation report from the side and threw it in front of Jiang Yun, saying coldly, Take a look at your report yourself. Any questions? Jiang Yun picked it up and took a quick look at it, but found nothing unusual. Oh. A sneer appeared on Lin Shui's lips. After she glanced at Jiang Yun coldly, she said again, I have verified that your report is fake. In fact, I have already thought about accepting the child in Song Xieyun's belly, and I am even willing to help you raise him, but I never thought that you would still lie to me. Jiang Yun, you really disappoint me. Jiang Yun stood there as if he was struck by lightning. Is this fake? He said dully, isn't it possible? Could it be that Jiang Tingfei even dared to deceive Xia Zhengwo? You think I'm going to joke with you here? Lin Shui scolded coldly, Jiang Yun, what on earth are you thinking about? Why do you lie to me again and again? In your eyes, am I too stupid or do you think you are too smart? You really disappoint me. Jiang Yun's hands were shaking. He threw the report directly into the trash can, and quickly walked back to Lin Shui's side. He then said, Wife, listen to me. There must be a misunderstanding here. Misunderstand? Lin Shui laughed at herself, shook her head and said, I have heard this sentence too many times. You say this every time. Aren't you tired? Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and said, Well, I'll go find Jiang Tingfei now and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 37 The misunderstanding deepens. Wife, Jiang Yun wanted to explain, but the words couldn't come out. The facts were right in front of him, so how could he expect Lin Shui to believe him? Jiang Yun. Seeing that Jiang Yun was about to go out, Lin Shui, who was standing on the side, slowly walked to his side and said at the same time, Well, I'll go with you. But if you can't find the real sperm donation report, then you don't have to explain anything to me anymore, because I'm really tired. Jiang Yun looked grim, but he still nodded. He knew exactly what this sentence meant. In the blink of an eye, the two had left the villa and headed towards the Jiang family at the same time. Half an hour later, the car arrived at Jiang's house. Standing in front of the door, Jiang Yun felt a sense of strangeness. Although he had lived here for more than 20 years, this place could not warm Jiang Yun. It even brought him many painful memories. Jiang Yun grabbed Lin Shui's hand, and then took Lin Shui inside. This time, Lin Shui did not intend to reject him. Instead, she followed Jiang Yun's footsteps and held Jiang Yun's hand tightly. Along the way, she was extremely conflicted inside. After all, she also wanted to get a satisfactory answer, but she didn't want Jiang Yun to deceive her again. Therefore, she is now extremely nervous, as the truth will soon be revealed. As the two of them walked into their hall, they saw Jiang Tingfei, who was about to go out, coming down from upstairs. He glanced at Jiang Yun and the other person sitting downstairs, and was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly walked up to the two of them and asked curiously, Why are you here? The sperm donation report you gave me was fake. Jiang Yun spoke straight to the point. Fake? Jiang Tingfei said hurriedly, How is that possible? The sperm donation report cannot be false. Could it be that there is something wrong? Jiang Yun, you should know clearly how true that report is. Lin Shui listened to the subtext of Jiang Tingfei's words and subconsciously looked at Jiang Yun beside her. Are they playing a guessing game? The corner of Jiang Yun's mouth twitched, and he slammed the table, then said in a cold voice, How long are you going to keep hiding this? Xie Xue has already investigated, and the sperm donation report you gave me is completely problematic. I'll give you one last chance. Where is the real sperm donation report? If you don't produce it today, I'll go find Duan Xiuhua as soon as I get out of the door. Ask her to cancel the cooperation with Jiang's as soon as possible. In one sentence, Jiang Tingfei's soft spot was hit again. His eyes turned, but there was no worry on his face. Instead, he continued, Jiang Yun, you should know how important Duan Xiuhua's contract is to the Jiang family, right? You must do this. How about this, both of us take a step back? Jiang Yun frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out Jiang Tingfei's thoughts. Didn't I sign an agreement with Lin Shui before? I don't want any of the benefits generated by Xia Zhengwo's contract. But as a condition, Duan Xiuhua's cooperation cannot be cancelled. I think you should know the interests involved. The original contract clearly states that if the child in Song Xiaoyun's belly is yours, Lin Shui needs to give up the profits unconditionally. Obviously, everything was within Jiang Tingfei's calculations. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth. He had sworn that he had not done anything out of line to Song Xiaoyun, but he had never expected that Jiang Tingfei would be so despicable. But now, the contract has been signed, and both of their names are on it. He has no way to deny it. After thinking about this, Jiang Yun clenched his fists and immediately said again, What if I don't want to? In the end, it won't benefit any of us. Jiang Tingfei sighed, sat aside by himself, poured a cup of tea, and then said again, I can't get Duan Xiuhua's contract, so I don't want to be restrained by you anymore. Anyway, you know my personality well. If I can't live well, I won't let the people around me live comfortably. This is clearly an old rogue. But before Jiang Yun could speak, Lin Shui walked quickly to Jiang Tingfei, frowned and said, "What did Jiang Yun ask you to do?" "Xieshua." Jiang Tingfei sighed. After looking at Jiang Yun, he did not intend to clear himself. He then said to himself, "Since Jiang Yun is ready to turn against me, I don't want to hide anything from you. Before, Jiang Yun found me and gave me a cooperation contract with Duan Xiuhua, so that I could help him make up a lie and perfectly explain the matter of the baby in Song Xieyun's belly. You know me well. Jiang's affairs are even more important to me than my own life. With such a good opportunity in front of me, how could I give up so easily? So, I will follow Jiang Yun's instructions and provide you with a copy of the statement he gave me, and I will also prepare a fake report." These words made Lin Shui's face suddenly turn ugly. Her face was ashen and she staggered back a few steps. She turned her head and looked coldly at Jiang Yun, with no disguising the anger in her eyes at all. She had originally planned to forgive Jiang Yun and even ignore the matter of the baby in Song Xieyun's belly, but Jiang Yun deceived her time and time again and even played with her like a fool. Now they have fabricated such a huge lie. She only felt that her heart was being cut back and forth by a sharp knife, hurting her heart so much that she couldn't help herself. "Wife, don't believe him. There is a misunderstanding here," Jiang Yun quickly explained, and said, "I assure you, this time it was all Jiang Tingfei who deliberately framed me here. This is all untrue. I will help you get the real sperm donation report as soon as possible." "Oh." A sneer appeared on Lin Shui's lips and she shook her head. She didn't expect that at this time, he was still deceiving herself. She immediately recalled what Jiang Tingfei had said in the bathroom, and then she no longer wanted to listen to Jiang Yun's explanation. She pushed Jiang Yun away and then walked step by step towards the outside of the Jiang family's yard. Looking at Lin Shui's bleak back, Jiang Yun felt his heart twitching with pain. He turned his head coldly, glanced at Jiang Tingfei, and then said word by word, "Jiang Tingfei, I've been giving you opportunities, but you didn't cherish them. In that case, I will make you pay a heavy price." Chapter 38 Cancellation of Cooperation. Oh. Jiang Tingfei knew that Jiang Yun would lose his temper, and he didn't show any concern on his face. Instead, he said calmly, "Jiang Yun, I advise you to put away your tricks. I still have the contract signed with Lin Shui in my hand. This really puts me in a desperate situation. It's not good for anyone." Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, and then his fists clattered. He then said word by word, "Do you think you can be fearless just like this? Even if I give you some profit, what's the problem? I can help Lin get other contracts, which will definitely make Lin better and better, while Jiang will gradually fall into the quagmire and finally step into the abyss of no return, and there will never be a day to get out of it. And you will also watch the Jiang family you created gradually become a thing of the past." Jiang Tingfei supported himself on the table with both hands, his blood-red eyes always staring at Jiang Yun, and at the same time he almost roared, "Jiang Yun, you are bastard. The Jiang family doesn't have someone like you. Get out of here. Don't even think about entering the Jiang family's gate in your life." Oh. Jiang Yun showed a sneer on his face. He walked out the door without looking back and said calmly, "Don't worry. I don't want to be a member of the Jiang family anymore. Even if you don't break up with me, I will draw a clear line between us as soon as possible, and finally part ways with you completely." As he spoke, Jiang Yun had already walked out of the Jiang family yard. The car that was supposed to be parked in front of the Jiang family's door had long disappeared. A bitter look appeared on Jiang Yun's face. It seemed that the misunderstanding between him and Lin Shui was getting deeper and deeper. Jiang Yun hailed a taxi and quickly returned to the villa. Unfortunately, he did not see Lin Shui's car. Obviously, Lin Shui did not come back. Damn it. Jiang Yun spoke to himself, and Jiang Tingfei's face appeared in his mind again. At the same time, he picked up the phone and dialed Duan Xiuhua. "Jiang Tingfei is a disaster, we must not let him go like this." When the call was connected, Duan Xiuhua's enthusiastic voice came immediately, and then Duan Xiuhua smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, how did you have time to call me?" "Sister Duan, I have something I want to discuss with you in person. Is it convenient for you to meet?" Duan Xiuhua was very straightforward. "Okay, give me a location and I'll find you right away." Jiang Yun said gratefully, "Thank you for your help." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yun sent a text message. Half an hour later, a RV was seen parked in front of the villa. After watching Jiang Yun step into the RV, Song Xiaoyun, who was standing on the second floor, hugged her shoulders and took pictures of everything with her mobile phone, with a faint smile on her lips. Has Lin Shui completely severed ties with Jiang Yun? Or is Jiang Yun ready to throw in the towel? Now Du and Xiuhua has been asked to come to their house to pick him up. Her eyes rolled, and then she took out Lin Shui from her address book and sent the photo she had just taken to her, along with a line of text. I advise you to make plans early. Jiang Yun already has someone in his heart. Did you see that? This is the second time I've seen him get into Du and Xiuhua's car. At the same time, Lin Shui had already received the text message. She glanced at her phone and her expression turned ugly. She slapped the steering wheel hard and threw the phone aside. Although she wanted to draw a line between herself and Jiang Yun, she still felt uncomfortable watching Du and Xiuhua and Jiang Yun walking intimately together. Just at this moment, Lin Shui's cell phone suddenly vibrated. She picked up the phone and said directly, "Even if Jiang Yun and I break up, he won't like a woman like you. Although you are pregnant with Jiang Yun's child, I believe that all this is definitely a misunderstanding. Don't think that you can gain status by relying on your son." After the conversation, Lin Shui was about to hang up the phone when she noticed the caller ID on the screen. Then, she saw her face suddenly turn red. Then, Li Wenjie's voice came from the phone, "Xie Xue? Did you and Jiang Yun quarrel again? Or is someone bullying you?" Li Wenjie's voice is still gentle, making people feel like they are bathed in a spring breeze. Lin Shui forced a smile and said lightly, "It's okay. By the way, you called me suddenly, is there something wrong?" Li Wenjie smiled and said, "It's like this, there is an auction tonight, I wonder if you are interested." Just as Lin Shui was about to refuse, she heard Li Wenjie speak again, "All the money raised from the charity auction will be used for charity. If you can win 2 lots at the auction, wouldn't that be like giving Lin's company a free advertisement?" Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded, "Okay, then send me the time and place, and I'll rush over in a moment." At the same time, above the RV, Jiang Yun was looking out the window with an unpleasant expression, while Du and Xiuhua elegantly lit a cigarette, looked at his expression, and then smiled and said, "Okay, I know a lot of things have happened in your family. But a man must be able to bear the brunt of the burden, and you must believe that there is nothing in the world that cannot be overcome. It's like I thought I would never have the chance to meet my child in this lifetime, but your appearance changed everything. Perhaps this is all destined." Jiang Yun sighed. How could the situation between him and Lin Shui be that simple? "Sister Duan, I heard that you signed a contract with Jiang Corporation some time ago." Jiang Yun didn't continue to be pretentious and asked directly to the point. "Yes." Du and Xiuhua did not hide anything and said directly, "Jiang Tingfei found me and said that for the development of Jiang's company, he hoped that I could help. Moreover, seeing his pitiful appearance, I gave him a chance. Of course, this is all because of Jiang Yun. Otherwise, with a small business like Jiang's, how could it be qualified to cooperate with Du and Xiuhua?" Jiang Yun frowned slightly and said directly, "Sister Duan, I came to you this time just for this cooperation. Is there any problem with the cooperation?" Du and Xiuhua said directly, "Well, after I go back, I will immediately investigate. If there is really someone who is trying to trip me up, I will definitely not let that person off easily. Just remember that your business is my business, and you are also my benefactor." Jiang Yun looked at Du and Xiuhua with gratitude, then shook his head and said, "No, Sister Duan. I want you to cancel the cooperation." Chapter 39, Counterattack begins. Cancel the cooperation. Du and Xiuhua was stunned for a moment, and she hurriedly asked, "Do you feel there is any problem with the cooperation? In that case, we can still make adjustments, and everything can be discussed." Jiang Yun shook his head and said, "Sister Duan, first of all, thank you for your kindness. Although Jiang Tingfei and I are father and son, we have already drawn a clear line between us. Besides, I didn't know that he had the nerve to find you this time, so I hope you won't give Jiang's company a green light because of my existence." Du and Xiuhua was also a smart person. When Jiang Yun mentioned the 3 words, Jiang Tingfei, she was able to guess that their relationship was not very good. In the blink of an eye, Du and Xiuhua smiled faintly, and then said, "Okay. In this case, I will tell the people below to cancel the cooperation immediately." "Good." Jiang Yun looked at Du and Xiuhua with gratitude. This time, he wants to make Jiang Tinfei completely desperate. This is also the price Jiang Tinfei needs to pay. After everything was discussed, Jiang Yun said with a smile, "Then Sister Duan, just find a place for me to put her down. Just go about your business." Duan Xiuhua smiled and said, "It just so happens that I am also going to attend a charity party. Since we have met, I will take you with me. Take it as a way to relax." Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding. Beside him, Duan Xiuhua spoke again, "By the way, aren't you planning to start your own business?" Duan Xiuhua had already investigated Jiang Yun before, but unfortunately, the information on him was extremely simple. If she hadn't met Jiang Yun several times, she would have even thought that Jiang Yun was an idler. After mentioning this, Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "I also have this plan, but too many things have happened at home in recent times. I never had the time to get out of it, so I didn't get to work." Duan Xiuhua waved her hand cheerfully and said with a smile, "Then how about this, you set up a company as soon as possible, and I will hand over all the businesses under my company to you. Don't worry, in just 1 month, I can make you surpass the Lin and Jiang families, and even make you a giant in Ningchen." If someone else said this, it would naturally be regarded as bragging or even laughed at, but the person speaking was Duan Xiuhua, so she had a certain authority. After all, who is Duan Xiuhua? He is a well-known entrepreneur in Ningchen, and countless people want to cooperate with Duan Xiuhua. Jiang Yun looked at Duan Xiuhua gratefully and said hurriedly, "Thank you very much, Sister Duan." Polite. Duan Xiuhua waved her hand cheerfully. While the two were talking, the car had already stopped in front of a club. After Jiang Yun took a look at the situation outside, he found that there were not many cars on both sides of the road, but the few cars parked around were all first-class luxury cars. The cheapest one even starts at 3 million. Duan Xiuhua saw the doubt in his heart, and then smiled and said, "Actually, this is a private auction, and the boss is also a good friend of mine, so I got the invitation tonight. Not many people come." Jiang Yun nodded. After he got out of the car, he saw Li Wenjie standing on the side. When their eyes met, his face suddenly turned ugly. Li Wenjie was also slightly startled, then frowned and murmured, "Jiang Yun? Why are you here?" The person who organized the auction was Ningchen's famous entrepreneur, Qi Sanshan. He holds most of Ningchen's mineral resources. He is not only rich, but also has extremely extensive networks of contacts. If it weren't for the fact that the Li family also has a certain background, Li Wenjie would not even be qualified to come here. Jiang Yun glanced at Li Wenjie coldly, then said unhappily, "Since you can come, why can't I? Do you really think you are someone superior?" The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Li Wenjie looked at Jiang Yun with disdain and continued, "Jiang Yun, I advise you not to be so arrogant. How can a man who wants to throw away his wife have the nerve to stand here and talk to me?" "What do you mean?" Lin Shui was like Jiang Yun's weak spot. Now that she was suddenly mentioned, his expression suddenly turned much uglier. Li Wenjie on the side snorted coldly, and then said disdainfully, "Don't think I don't know about the bad things you did. Xie Xue has already mentioned it to me. It's really chilling." Lin Shui actually told Li Wenjie everything that happened between them. Jiang Yun only felt his heart twitch in pain. "Last time, if Xie Xue hadn't begged for you, I would have sent you to sit on the bench." Li Wenjie adjusted his collar and spoke again in a haughty manner, "But now I think it's better for you to stay outside. Because of this, I can constantly share with you the intimate photos of Xie Xue and I, as well as some passionate videos. You said you wouldn't have any reaction after watching it, right? It's exciting even to think about it." Jiang Yun's face was ugly, and his fist was almost broken. He looked at Li Wenjie coldly, and then said word by word, "Li Wenjie, you damn bastard." As he spoke, he pretended to raise his fist. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind, "Jiang Yun. Sister Duan." Li Wenjie looked over in the direction of the voice, and the expression on his face gradually froze. At this point, he also knew why Jiang Yun appeared here. After pushing Jiang Yun away, he hurried to Duan Xiuhua's side, showing a humble smile, and then said, "Sister Duan, you are here, it's been a long time since we last met." Duan Xiuhua ignored Li Wenjie. She walked straight to Jiang Yun and said calmly, "Jiang Yun. You have to remember that if a dog bites you, you can't bite the dog back, right? Moreover, as long as a person becomes stronger, all problems can be solved, and those who dislike him will take the initiative to curry favor with you. I think you know what I mean, right? Jiang Yun nodded, then he looked at Li Wenjie again and ignored him. Li Wenjie on the side snorted coldly, then muttered something. Why are you so arrogant? Give me a little more time, and I will trample your Duan group under my feet. The next second, Li Wenjie's eyes suddenly lit up. When he saw the beautiful figure coming out of the car, he deliberately raised his voice and shouted, Xiexue, you're finally here. Chapter 40 tonight is exciting. Xiexue. Jiang Yun, who had just taken a few steps, frowned slightly, then turned around subconsciously. When he saw the woman standing next to Li Wenjie, his expression instantly became much uglier. How did Lin Shui get here? And his involved with Li Wenjie? While he was looking at Lin Shui was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Lin Shui's expression changed slightly, and then he looked at Duan Xilhua who was standing beside him. Xiexue, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Li Wenjie smiled slightly, and then he deliberately said, after we finish participating in this charity auction, I will take you to see a movie. Take you to a bar afterwards. My friend's store just opened, and we just went there to help him run the business. Lin Shui nodded without any hesitation. Jiang Yun's face changed slightly, and she felt like her heart was about to jump out. She actually wanted to go out alone with Li Wenjie, and even go to a bar? The next second, Li Wenjie said again, Xiexue, let's not stand here any longer. It's cold outside. Let's go in, shall we? Lin Shui nodded and followed Li Wenjie. In the blink of an eye, he saw two people passing by him, and Jiang Yun felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Duan Xilhua, who was standing by, hugged her shoulders and shook her head, saying, This woman is not suitable for you. If that's the case, you might as well end the relationship as soon as possible. You don't understand the relationship between us. Jiang Yun spoke calmly, recalling every detail of what had happened in the past. Duan Xilhua sighed and then said, I know you feel bad, but you have to make a decision now. Besides, she is already together with Li Wenjie. I don't know if you've heard the rumors about Li Wenjie. It's said that this guy is not a good guy. He has ruined a lot of good girls over the years. Every word is heartbreaking. This is also what Jiang Yun is most worried about. He clenched his fists and watched the two people's backs gradually disappearing into the distance. He immediately quickened his pace and walked into the venue. Duan Xilhua shook her head and quickly followed Jiang Yun's steps. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were already in the hall. Jiang Yun looked around but did not find Lin Shui's presence. He then muttered to himself, could she have left? Won't. Duan Xilhua said calmly, we just came in from outside. If they really left, they can't hide it from our eyes. As far as I know, the organizers have provided some single rooms to some people, and I have this qualification. I think, with Li Wenjie's financial and material resources, I should also be treated accordingly. Jiang Yun clenched his fists, his expression becoming grim again, single room. Yes. Duan Xilhua looked up at the rooms with floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, and then said, I guess they are in one of the rooms now. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and without stopping, he quickly went upstairs. His mind was extremely confused. When he thought about what happened in his past life, he felt his heart beating violently. Soon, Duan Xilhua went up to the second floor. After seeing Jiang Yun, who was like a headless fly, she sighed and said, I'm in box number 1. When you have dealt with your affairs, come in and find me. Jiang Yun nodded. However, every room was closed, and the doors were tightly shut, so it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Just when he was in despair, he saw one of the doors open and Lin Shui walked out with an ugly look on her face. Xiexue. Jiang Yun walked quickly to her side, grabbed Lin Shui's arm, and then said, Xiexue. Listen to me, Li Wenjie is really not a good person. You can't be alone with her, and you can't go to the bar with him. I'm doing this all for your own good. Oh. Lin Shui showed a cold smile. After she glanced at Jiang Yun, she frowned and said, for my own good. If you really think so, then I beg you to divorce me quickly. Only this will be good for me. Jiang Yun, let's set each other free and not torture each other. Isn't that good? During this day, Lin Shui felt as if she was riding a roller coaster. At first, she thought that Jiang Yun was really as she thought and had not done anything to let her down. But in the end, it turned out that everything was Jiang Yun's lies, and in order to make the plan perfect, he even joined forces with Jiang Tingfei. That's ridiculous. Xieshua. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and explained again, please believe me for the last time, you really can't be with Li Wenjie. Before he finished speaking, he saw the door open again, and Li Wenjie walked out with his arms folded. After he glanced at Jiang Yun, he snorted coldly and said lightly, Jiang Yun, can't you be a little more gentleman? To be fair, during the time Xieshua and I have been together, we have only talked about work. When have we ever done anything that crossed the line? I haven't even touched Xieshua's hand, and you're still here saying bad things about me. Is it true that in your eyes, anyone who approaches Xieshua has a strong purpose? Jiang Yun clenched his fists. What a hypocritical man. Xieshua. Li Wenjie ignored him. He walked to Lin Shui's side, took off his coat and put it on Lin Shui, then said, the air conditioner is too low. You are wearing such a nice outfit. Don't catch a cold. Lin Shui didn't say anything. She originally wanted to go to the bathroom, but after seeing Jiang Yun, she felt unwell. Without any hesitation, she went back to her room. Li Wenjie, who was standing aside, looked at Jiang Yun with a proud smile on his face, and said in a low voice, tonight, I will let you see the intimate photos of Xieshua and I. Of course, there may be videos. I hope you won't get too excited then. Jiang Yun was about to get angry, but Li Wenjie had already entered the room. Son of a bitch. Jiang Yun clenched his fists and smashed them against the wall. Blood flowed out from between his fingers, but he seemed not to feel any pain. Xieshua, I will never let anything happen to you. Jiang Yun spoke firmly, and then walked towards the box where Duan Xihua was. When the door opened, Duan Xihua was shocked when she saw his appearance. What happened to you?